Speaking about excitement in this campaign 84, and of course there's relief on your part, the voters. You've been listening to politicians all throughout this season, winter, spring, summer, fall, and guess what? Now they have to listen to you because you're voting today. As quoted by United Press International, the first returns show President Reagan in the lead. However, the returns as of 6 o'clock Eastern Time represent just a tiny percentage of the votes still to be counted. And this is how our board looks right now. With just over 1,200 votes counted, President Reagan has 786, or 65%, and that number has gone up to 103,000, as you can see. And Walter Mondale now is garnering 34% of the vote with almost 54,000 votes counted. Again, these returns are just a very tiny percentage of the votes yet to be counted.
You know, the basic theme of the Reagan campaign has been the same question he asked 4 years ago. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? In 1980, it was a question, it was a challenge to President Carter. This time around, it's a springboard for President Reagan to tell the public what he's accomplished in his 4 years in office. Once asked, this question allows the president to brag about improvements in the economy since 1980. He can point directly at the voter's pocketbook when this question is turned into, don't you make more money than you do now, than you did before, or hasn't inflation gone down since I took office? When the question's applied to the issue of the nation's defense, it allows the president to claim that the nation is more secure since he took office. The president follows up his own question by pointing to his revival of the B-1 bomber, funding for the MX missile, the startup of the Star Wars defense plan, and the military success of the invasion of Grenada.
If Walter Mondale's strategy has had a single unifying theme, it would have to be his attention to the issues. This produced, you'll recall, a campaign which hammered away at the White House on economic issues, on foreign policy, and on the question of leadership. Mr. Mondale's opening salvos were directed at the size of the national budget deficit and its growth under President Ronald Wilson Reagan. Mondale backed away from this theme, however, when his own plans to raise taxes became an issue. Foreign policy, Mondale portrayed the administration as fostering a secret war in Central America, and he blamed the president for the loss of American lives in Lebanon. In addition, Mondale charged the White House with a general disregard for human rights. Well, throughout this campaign, Mr. Mondale addressed all the issues under a banner labeled leadership. Now, he portrays himself as knowledgeable, strong, and unafraid to make tough decisions, all traits which he says make a good leader. At the same time, he has painted Mr. Reagan as a product of Hollywood, good at playing the role of a leader, but lacking the real substance needed to take charge.
Now, Bernie, let's turn to our regional desks for a look at what issues were most important in different parts of the country. We begin with Charles Crawford at the Northeast desk.
Well, government figures show that the number of Americans who live in the Northeast and are considered poor has increased since the last presidential election. This is among the factors that make economic issues important to watch in the Northeast region. But while the economy and deficits, the nuclear freeze, and foreign affairs are on the minds of voters in the Northeast, there are other issues more unique to the territory in 1984.
Throughout the Northeast, environmental issues are a deep concern. In 1982, two Republican senators, Robert Stafford of Vermont and John Chafee of Rhode Island, credited narrow victories to their stands on the environment. The race for Senate in New Hampshire shows that lesson has not been forgotten. Incumbent Republican Gordon Humphrey went to Washington as an avid conservative. He sought a limited federal role in toxic waste cleanup and said acid rain posed no danger. That was in 1978. Humphrey now sees an urgent need for more Superfund money, along with a bigger and better federal cleanup role, and considers himself a leading voice against the dangers of acid rain. The problem of acid rain, long connected with New England, commands the headlines, but is now of concern to virtually every state in the Northeast and several other regions of America as well. In New Jersey, there remains a concerted effort to move away from an image as the smokestack state. But listed at the top of EPA's Superfund cleanup list, sludge and toxic waste remain at the top of the agenda. In Maryland, the focus is on the Chesapeake, its beauty overcome by the excesses of industry. In the Northeast this election year, perhaps more so than in any other region of America, the 1984 vote will be a test of the nation's ideology. Democratic New Jersey Senator Bill Bradley and his Republican challenger Mary Mochari campaigned along respective party lines, repeatedly clashing over tax cuts and administration policy in Nicaragua. In Massachusetts, the race to fill the Senate seat being vacated by liberal Democrat Paul Tsongas is viewed as a referendum on the Reagan first term. Republican self-made millionaire Ray Shammy has campaigned on a stand of no tax increases, not unlike President Reagan. Challenger and current Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Kerry is critical of his opponents and the president's support of the nuclear arms buildup and involvement in Central America. The nomination of Geraldine Ferraro focused new light on abortion and the role of the church in influencing politics. But it was the repeated verbal confrontations between New York's Governor Mario Cuomo and New York's Archbishop John O'Connor that kept the debate between religion and politics in the spotlight. It's still unclear what impact this debate is having in the voting booth. And in this election year, there is the story of the issue that wasn't. Massachusetts Representative Jerry Studs was censured by the House for a homosexual affair in 1973 with a congressional page. Despite the efforts of his opponent in the primary, the homosexual issue appears to have been an issue the public opted to ignore.
Recent events surrounding the Reagan administration's policies on Central America could have an impact on the presidential voting tonight. In Massachusetts, many voters are getting the chance to assess this policy.
Shall the representative from the district be instructed to vote in favor of a resolution calling on the United States Congress and the President of the United States to immediately withdraw all troops and advisors from El Salvador and Honduras, stop any and all military aid to El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala, and stop any and all aid to forces fighting to overthrow the government of Nicaragua, and to direct funds now used for such purposes to the domestic economy to create jobs and improve services. That is the question on the ballot in 39 districts in Massachusetts. It's non-binding but has the support of many groups and individuals, including Democratic Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis. On the ballot in Maine is a question to place the Equal Rights Amendment in the state's constitution. And in the District of Columbia, a voter initiative is on the ballot. It calls for the creation of overnight shelters for the homeless. Also of concern to the district is the D.C. Voting Rights Amendment to the Constitution. 25 states are still needed to ratify this amendment to give voters in the nation's capital a voting voice in Congress.
The Northeast is one of only two areas in the country where rain is dampening the Election Day forecast, but reports indicate foul weather is not keeping voters from the polls. Voters are heading to the polls apparently in record numbers in Massachusetts. By poll closing time tonight, officials predict 85% of all eligible voters will have cast ballots. In Pennsylvania, voter turnout is also reported uniformly heavy. In the western part of the state, turnout is expected to fall into the 85% range, and that's up from 1980's 78% turnout. And voters in Philadelphia are also heading to the polls in large numbers, and political analysts say turnout by the city's blacks could jump by 15%. Now back to the National Desk.
Okay, Charles, and while you've been talking about turnout there, we've been counting some of the turnout so far, and here are the latest numbers. With only 1% of precincts reporting, Walter Mondale has 186,000, more than that, for 36% of the vote, to President Reagan's 64% of the vote. That's with 1% of precincts reporting.
One of the issues that we've heard bandied about a lot this year has been Walter Mondale's effort to convince voters that Mr. Reagan is withholding information on his plans to possibly raise taxes.
It reminds us that one time Abraham Lincoln was accused of being two-faced, and Abe replied, "If I had another face, do you think I'd use this one?"
Our CNN election night coverage will continue in a moment when we'll look closer at the issues in this campaign.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. Early presidential elections were pretty sedate, but with the election of 1840, all that changed. Suddenly there were posters, banners, slogans, and songs. No American political campaign would ever be the same again.
like GM.
What?
When you play telephone, if you can't hear everything, that's part of the game. But when you pay for calls, it's no fun. AT&T thinks that every long-distance call should sound as close as next door, and isn't that why you call?
Want to try it too?
Calling anywhere, anytime, long-distance operators over a century of commitment. That's AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
Reach out and touch someone.
You won't believe what they say on Crossfire. From the outspoken.
But I tell you this much.
To the outrageous.
You think that's funny?
From the unrehearsed.
Let's look at the other side of the coin.
To the unexpected.
No one ever asked me whether I was gay.
Can they say that on TV?
I certainly do think so.
Catch Crossfire and get caught up in the excitement.
I don't know if I'd have been able to control myself.
Weeknights at 7:30 Eastern. Look for Crossfire on CNN.
If you've just joined our election night coverage, settle down. Let us be your network of record for the whole evening.
And while we're recording everything of record, right now we're looking at issues and how they are seen in various parts of the country. Let's pick it up now with John Holloman at the Southern Desk. John?
Bernie, you know, there are certain things that in the South that just get people's dander up, and some of those are major issues in this election.
The candidates in all the southeastern states are making the federal budget deficit an overriding issue of importance, with the Democrats saying it's too high and it threatens continued economic recovery, and the Republicans saying it's a problem, but it hasn't stopped the recovery so far. West Virginia has an overriding issue of importance. It is the issue of jobs. West Virginia's unemployment rate has been the highest in the country ever since the recession began more than 4 years ago, and it's now just under 14%, still the highest in the nation. The coal mines and factories in the state are hurting now, and the people who used to work in those mines and factories say they'll vote for somebody who they believe can help put them back to work. States with major defense installations, including Virginia, Georgia, and Florida, have voters who are concerned about defense spending. The states which used to depend on cotton, and which were known as the Cotton Belt in the southeast, are concerned that the past 4 years have been rough ones for farmers. Arkansas, Louisiana, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Mississippi voters all tell us that they want the agricultural recession to end. And they say they hope national leadership from one candidate or the other can help. South Carolina and Mississippi both have nuclear waste dumps, either under construction or in operation, and the voters there say they want to make sure these dumps will be safe. Because of the influx of Cubans in Florida, voters there are more concerned than most with U.S. policy in Central America.
There may be some issues of major significance in the South, but for the most part, those issues are not on the ballot.
2 states are holding referenda to change the Constitution. West Virginia and Arkansas have thoughts of allowing legal gambling in their states. In Arkansas, the legal gambling would be conducted only at the Hot Springs Resort area, and in West Virginia, where horse racing is already legal in some sections, a statewide lottery is on the ballot. The constitutional amendment in Arkansas would prohibit the use of state money for abortions. And in West Virginia, there's a proposal to change the Constitution to exempt intangible personal property from state taxes.
Just before Mary Alice and I came on, we remarked that we're really learning a lot in covering this Election Watch 84. We've gone through the issues, and of course, we, as with you, have the issues coming out of our heads and our ears, but it's been interesting to watch our colleagues go down these issues tonight as we reflect on them. Let's continue checking in with our regional desk and go to Ralph Winge at the Midwest desk.
Well, Bertie, the Midwest region actually carries 2 major voting blocks. We have the blue-collar workers and we have the farmers. Now, these constituencies traditionally belong to the Democrats, but President Reagan decided to launch an all-out campaign to win them over to the GOP, capitalizing on the damaging grain embargo imposed by the Carter administration. So right now, let's take a look at some of the issues that are important to voters in the Midwest region. Farming is big business in the Midwest, and many Midwestern farmers say they're not feeling much of the nation's overall economic recovery. The leaders of farm protest movements say this is still an all-too-common sight in the nation's farm belt. Sheriff's deputies foreclosing on a farmer's land or equipment because crop prices are so low,
he can't make his loan payments.
Farmers started out some years ago bringing tractors to Washington, and I was with that group. And we thought things were bad then, but they're much, much worse today.
Many farmers say neither party is really addressing their plight in this election, although the four candidates have campaigned heavily in the Midwest.
That's a small one.
In September, President Reagan announced a program to help some debt-laden farmers stretch out payments on their federally guaranteed loans. Walter Mondale, however, told a farm audience in Quincy, Illinois, that the administration's action was too little, too late.
Finally, Mr. President, it's 4 years since that embargo has been lifted. Don't blame all your problems on everybody else. You're the President of the United States. What are you doing now to help our...
The Midwest is also part of the nation's so-called Rust Bowl, dotted by dozens of factories that have either shut down or slashed employment during the last decade. Surprisingly, the state of the economy is cited as a positive issue by state chairmen of both parties in the Midwest. Republican state leaders say unemployment is down and family incomes are up under Reaganomics. But Democratic officials say many of the lost industrial jobs in cities such as Chicago and Fort Wayne and Youngstown have not been replaced, and the region's joblessness remains above the national average. And then there's the issue of taxes, which union leaders say is one of the main issues that has turned many rank-and-file union members into Reagan supporters. Mondale's promise to increase taxes in order to cut the deficit hasn't played well in places such as Youngstown, Ohio.
I realize you're concerned with the national debt. Well, I have a personal debt, and I can't afford taxes being raised. My personal debt hits home before the national debt hits home.
Taxes, the economy, and the farm credit crisis, the issues of major regional significance in the Midwest.
Now, in the Midwest, there are also several statewide and local issues of national significance. Right now, let's take a look at some of the key referenda on the ballots in 3 of the states out there: Illinois, Missouri, and Michigan.
The tax revolt is still alive in Michigan, where voters found Proposal C on their ballots today. If approved, Proposal C would require a referendum before any tax increase. Michigan voters responded to a 38% tax increase last year by recalling 2 of the offending state legislators and launching an unsuccessful effort to recall Governor James Blanchard. In Missouri, voters were asked to decide 2 questions today: whether Missouri should allow pari-mutuel betting and a proposal to ban nuclear power plants in the state. Nuclear energy is also a ballot issue in Ann Arbor, Michigan, where voters were asked if the city should become a nuclear-free zone. Some scientists at the University of Michigan are opposing the initiative, which would also ban nuclear research. In Chicago, the epic political power struggle between Mayor Harold Washington and Alderman Edward Bedroliak may well impact the vote.
I will therefore not open the meeting.
Though this is not a councilmanic election year, some Chicago Democrats are afraid the political feud may have weakened the ability of the Cook County Democratic Party to turn out the vote for Mondale Ferraro.
Obviously, a lot of interest in this year's campaign from the people in the Midwest. We've been looking at the voter turnout. It is still extremely heavy, with long lines reported throughout the Midwest. In Wisconsin, the turnout is heavy even in the counties where there are no contested races. Officials say the presidential contest is what's really drawing out the voters at this point. Near record turnout is reported right now in Missouri, and in Indiana, the turnout is running much higher than expected. UPI reports a just completed survey predicts more than 70% of Indiana's voters will be voting. Now, that compares to 62% turnout in 1980. Now let's go back to the national desk.
Thanks, Ralph. As you've been talking, we have been collecting some more figures on those precincts in the Far East, which have been reporting. Again, the numbers are just trickling in. As it stands now, the CNN total here is with 1% of precincts reporting. Walter Mondale has 36% of the vote to President Reagan's 64% of the vote. Bernie?
Mary Alice, you know that during his administration, Gerald Ford bumped his head on the helicopter in the White House South Lawn, and some people thought that was amusing. I didn't at the time, and we have something to report to you now that is not amusing at all. First Lady Nancy Reagan apparently has lost her balance twice today. She nearly fell to her knees down the steps of the Marine One helicopter. The White House aide said the First Lady suffered a head injury 2 days ago, and that may be the cause of her dizziness. President Reagan and a Secret Service man both grabbed Mrs. Reagan's arm after she stumbled after leaving that presidential chopper. Photographers said the First Lady also slipped as she left the Veterans Building in Solvano, California after voting. Deputy Press Secretary Larry Speaks said Mrs. Reagan had been woozy since she fell from a raised platform bed in the Reagan's hotel room in Sacramento Sunday. And obviously, a lot of this comes from just concentrating on what you're doing. A couple times, perhaps you have. I've gotten up from an anchor desk and didn't know that this microphone was on and almost, you know,
but exacerbated by the fact that this campaign has been exhausting for all the candidates.
Very exhausting.
Mrs. Reagan has been traveling with her husband throughout, and it's been a very heavy travel schedule since last Thursday, I believe.
Indeed.
As we continue to look at the issues, we'll be recalling how some past presidents handled themselves under pressure of conflicting issues.
And, of course, we all remember the tongue that Bob Dole of Kansas has. You recall when he ran in 1976 with Jerry Ford, his sharp tongue got him into trouble. But anyway, Bob Dole of Kansas chimed in one night at a Washington dinner. When asked to characterize the three special guests, former Presidents Ford, Carter, and Nixon, Dole called them hear no evil, speak no evil, and evil.
We'll be back.
Cable News Network, Election Watch is being brought to you by Free-Dent Gum. Freshen your breath with delicious non-stick Free-Dent Gum.
Free-Dent's the one that took the stick out of gum, and puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Free-Dent's the one that took the stick out of gum, and puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Free-Dent's the one.
Free-Dent Gum not only won't stick to your dental work, it helps clean in between to freshen your breath while you chew.
Free-Dent's the one that took the stick out of gum, and puts the fresh in your breath. Free-Dent's the one.
Freshen your breath with non-stick Free-Dent.
Frank? Can I help?
Oh, no. Just relax.
Are you sure?
Everything's fine. Just finishing the sauce.
Even when you can't cook, you can still have a good meal at home with Swanson dinners.
Almost there.
In fact, short of your own cooking, nothing's more satisfying than dinner with the Swansons.
That was really good. Can I have a little more?
This Remington microscreen shaves as close as a blade or your money back. Look, no cord. It's rechargeable. It never needs a cord because this convenient charger stand keeps it continually charged. The Remington microscreen shaves as close as a blade or your money back. Here's why. The first screen shaves incredibly close. The second screen even closer. The Remington microscreen rechargeable shaver shaves as close as a blade or your money back. And the Lady Remington rechargeable, the perfect gift, shaves without a cord.
In the world of silent sounds, you lead the rest. Emerson, America loves you best. You kept the holidays bright in June. You gave us memories of the moon. Winter weekends and summer afternoons that we could wish upon. America turns on Emerson, 'cause Emerson turns America on.
Emerson products that turn America on at fine stores everywhere.
While the concentration of the nation has been focused on this election night, 1984, there have been other events of moment. We turn now to Marianne Laughlin with an update on the news. Marianne?
Thanks, Mary Alice. In the headlines at 7 minutes before the top of the hour, a top intelligence source in the Indian government says the assassination of Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was planned 2 months ago by as many as a dozen Sikhs. Thousands of Indians continue to mourn their slain leader, who was killed last week by 2 Sikhs in her personal security force. Today, a government source said there was no foreign hand involved in that assassination. Two appeals courts have stopped what would have been the nation's first double execution in nearly 2 decades. But one of the condemned men could face the electric chair later this week. Florida's Supreme Court granted an indefinite stay for Chester Maxwell, ruling that Maxwell's mental retardation had not been fully considered by the sentencing judge. A federal appeals court has granted a temporary stay to Timothy Palms to allow an appeal to the Supreme Court. That stay, however, expires Thursday morning, 2 hours before his death warrant becomes invalid. Faced with millions of dollars in debts, the 1984 World's Fair has filed for bankruptcy. The fair closes its 184-day run this Sunday, but crowds have never reached the levels anticipated by officials. The fair's marketing director estimated the fair will close with debts of at least $100 million. Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko is accusing the United States of trying to dominate the world. In a speech marking the 67th anniversary of the Russian Revolution, Gromyko urged the United States to cooperate with Moscow to establish world peace. Gromyko says it's up to Washington to improve Soviet-American relations, adding, "The American administration has lost a great deal of credibility over the last few years." Finally, Wall Street kept right on working through this election day for the first time in its history, and the stock market reacted with a minor explosion. The Dow Jones Industrial Averages leaped nearly 15 points today, closing at 1244.15. Volume on the floor was the biggest surprise, topping 1 million on the big board. Those are the latest news headlines up to this hour. I'm Marianne Laughlin. CNN's Election Watch coverage continues now with Bernard Shaw. Bernie?
Thank you, Marianne. Big numbers on the big board in New York and big numbers on our CNN Election Watch board. This is a small look at it right now with 1% of the precincts reporting. What's important here is that our numbers are going up with the 1%, and leading right there with 64% of all precincts in. President Reagan, 533,000 to Walter Mondale's 301,000. Mr. Mondale with 36%. Well, our CNN Election Watch coverage this election night will continue in a moment, and when we return, we'll continue looking at the issues and we'll go westward.
From Turner Broadcasting System, this is Cable News Network.
If you'd like to give a special gift to a boy or girl 8 years old and up, get your pencil ready and write down this address, because I've got just the answer for you. It's National Geographic World Magazine, published especially for kids by the National Geographic Society, the same people who produce world-famous National Geographic magazine. It brings real-life adventure, page after page of fascinating articles and pictures in National Geographic color on animals, outdoor adventure and science, sports, hobbies, and crafts. And yet, while it entertains, it fulfills curiosity, stimulates imagination, and encourages your youngsters to read more. It's amazingly inexpensive, only $9.95 for 12 monthly issues in brilliant geographic color. No fuss, no shopping, no wrapping, no shipping. Compare this once-a-month, 12 times a year gift to a single gift from a toy shop. You can see what a bargain this is. You cannot get it at the newsstand or bookstore. You can only get it through the mail, and it's so easy to order. Just send your young person's name and address along with $9.95 to National Geographic World, Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia. Each issue has exciting surprises, puzzles to solve, games they can play with their friends, mazes to work out, collector's cards to keep or trade, and several times a year, supersized pullouts to put on the wall. Well, what a marvelous gift for any young person. It pleases while it teaches. And when you send your subscription order today, we'll also mail a special personalized gift card from you. So send $9.95 along with your young person's address and your name for the gift card to National Geographic World, Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia, 30306. 12 colorful issues with exciting games and puzzles, big supersized pullouts, and a card from you. This gift lasts a year. The benefits may last a lifetime.
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night, 1984. And with the latest from across the country, national anchors Chris Curl and Don Farber, Mary Alice Williams and Bernard Shaw. And with detailed regional coverage, watching the Northeast, Charles Crawford. Monitoring the South, John Holloman. Following the Midwest, Ralph Winge. Tracking the West, Ralph Begleiter. And covering the Far West, Lou Waters. State by state, region by region, the winners, the losers, till all the results are in. CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. Now, here are Bernard Shaw and Mary Alice Williams.
Welcome back. At 7 o'clock Eastern Time here at Cable News Network. Our feeling is that early returns show President Reagan apparently has won the states of Indiana and Kentucky. Those two states represent 21 electoral votes. We should tell you that senatorial race in Kentucky we feel at this point is too close to call. Incidentally, Associated Press is reporting President Reagan also leading in the first votes counted in Maine, Alabama, and New Hampshire.
It appears that far more voters turned out for this election than 4 years ago. In 1980, 87 million voters went to the polls. That was 52.3% of all registered voters. At this point tonight, it appears 95 million or more voters have cast ballots. We don't have a nationwide percentage available as yet, but the numbers from individual states are quite large. State officials in Oregon predict 79% of registered voters have turned out. In both Illinois and Iowa, that figure is projected at 80%, and in Massachusetts, the numbers read 85%.
And we know those of you out there in the West and the Far West have been wondering when we're going to get to the issues in your region. Well, we're going to continue doing that right now. Let's go to Ralph Begleiter at the Western Desk.
Bernie, the Reagan-Bush ticket has a great deal of appeal in the West, primarily because the Republican platform is expected to appeal to relatively conservative voters in that region. The Democrats are trying to counter that appeal, that general appeal, by putting some distance between themselves and Walter Mondale, and also by targeting more specific local issues.
The Reagan campaign has been showcasing its economic policies in this region. That's the one issue which concerns all 10 states. And Reagan strategists say if it sells in Texas, it should sell in the rest of the country. Reaganomics is expected to play well in the boom towns of Dallas and Houston. Mondale's tax plan is not, and that's why a number of Texas Democratic candidates are disowning the controversial plan to raise taxes. Instead, they advised Mondale to emphasize the deficit problem, push his support for education, and attack Reagan's farm policies. While the other 9 states are almost certain Reagan territory, agricultural policy is one of the few issues which could hurt GOP chances, if not the president's. Otherwise, the windows of Republican vulnerability are more localized. Criticism of Reagan's environmental policies works best where it's not going to cost jobs in potential industry. Reagan's refusal to restrict copper imports is only an issue in Arizona. And there are those areas where the campaign is dominated by a single issue, the Rio Grande Valley, for example, where the largely Hispanic population needs jobs almost as badly as the Democrats need the Hispanic vote.
There are a number of initiative issues on the ballots as well in the West. No 2 of them are alike. That's not just a reflection of differing states' values and concerns. It also has to do with differing views on the initiative process itself.
The 2 health care initiatives on the Arizona ballot reflect the state's growing population of retirees. Together, they would provide comprehensive regulation of the health care industry by placing all non-federal hospitals under one state health care authority. Coloradans are being asked to vote on 3 initiatives: on banning the use of state funds for abortions, on registering to vote and registering your car at the same time, and on bringing casino gambling to Pueblo County. The North Dakota ballot is asking voters to reaffirm an individual's right to bear arms and to take 3 junior colleges away from state control. Texans will also be voting on education. Of the 8 constitutional amendments on their ballot, 1 would require the state to use more of its oil-generated revenues for higher education. Nuclear issues dominate the South Dakota ballot. It calls for a vote on popular approval for nuclear waste disposal and a nuclear freeze initiative, the only one in the nation this election year. Nebraska almost had one, but the state Supreme Court threw it out on grounds that the initiative process could not be used for seeking public expression on the issues. But Oklahoma is using the initiative process to do some house cleaning. Voters are asked to end tax exemptions for veterans of the Civil War.
Our analysts here at the Western Desk have been told by officials in Texas that voter turnout in Texas could reach 75 to 80% by the time all the votes are counted this evening. That's very high. That's a record for Texas in recent years. Registration in Texas is also up by almost 20% since the 1980 election. Some 7.9 million voters have registered to vote in this election. Bernie and Mary Alice?
Thank you very much, Ralph. Tonight, throughout this long coverage night, we're going to be having the accountant's mentality. The only thing missing from our heads are the green visors, but we're not going to let the numbers get too much in the way that we don't continue to weave for you the unfolding story. As you know, our policy at Cable News Network is not to make projections whatsoever. We're waiting until the polls close, and then we tell you what we think. However, we are reporting what everybody else is reporting just to keep you rounded out on the information being spewed forth by all the media on this election night. ABC News is reporting that in electoral votes, President Reagan, according to ABC, has 97 electoral votes. Walter Mondale, thus far, according to that network, none. CBS News reporting that President Reagan has garnered 94 electoral votes. According to CBS, Walter Mondale has none. And, of course, we remind you that the magic number this election night is 270 electoral votes. That's the majority. That's how much a candidate needs to get back into the White House or to get to the White House for the first time. Let's go to our board and show you what the latest tabulation is. Still, with 1% of the precincts reporting nationwide, what's important here is that although it's 1%, the margin is increasing. President Reagan, 64%, 617,000 votes to Walter Mondale's 350,000 votes.
Bernie, one part of this nation has been called ecotopia, where environmental concerns have clashed with business considerations. That's in the Far West, and we're going to go to Lou Waters at the Western Desk at the Far West. Lou?
Mary Alice, a far wide-ranging list of issues in the Far West. First, in fiscally conservative California, the issue of Proposition 13, the Howard Jarvis initiative, which gained so much attention in 1978. This year, there's a sequel to Proposition 13. And issues in other states range from decisions on the death penalty to what you can watch on cable television. Cable television may soon be changing in Utah. Right now, there's a law in the books that prohibits cable systems from showing obscene material. Now, the predominantly white Mormon population is voting an initiative that would take that even further. It would require all cable shows to meet the same moral standards that the broadcast networks must abide by, and it defines just about any form of nudity to be obscene. Cable operators are using this movie, Kramer versus Kramer, as ammunition against this initiative. Kramer versus Kramer has one 45-second scene of frontal nudity, which the cable people say would stop it from being shown to Utah cable subscribers. Now, those behind the measure say that 45 seconds can be snipped out and would be on network TV. They say the trouble it would take to edit movies would be worth it just to keep it away from children. The kidnapping, rape, and murder of a 13-year-old girl in Sherwood, Oregon, outraged enough citizens there to get a death penalty initiative on the ballot. A yes vote would restore the Oregon death penalty. Also in Oregon, a vote on measures to make punishment mandatory for aggravated murder and a measure to strengthen the rights of victims of crimes. In Washington state, voters will say yes or no to the state funding of abortions. In Utah, the state constitution has a guarantee of the right to bear arms, but the legislature there can still regulate who can own guns. On the ballot is a measure that would stipulate that the state couldn't say who can or can't own guns. It could only pass laws saying how the guns can or can't be used. 3 tax initiatives in California, Nevada, and Oregon may indicate a nationwide trend toward tax revolt. In 1978, California's Proposition 13 made Howard Jarvis a media star, but since then, state courts have found loopholes in the law, including one that lets politicians raise taxes in the form of so-called fees or assessments without a vote from the people. Now there's Proposition 36.
Say Proposition 13. Vote yes on 36. before your property taxes double.
Those in favor say that Prop 36 will close those loopholes and let Prop 13 do its job. Those who are opposed say Proposition 36 will only create more loopholes in the law. In Oregon, it's a vote to limit property taxes. And in Nevada, it's a measure saying that it takes 2/3 vote of the legislature and a majority vote by the people before taxes can be raised. A no vote will kill the measure immediately. Other local money issues. Alaska will vote on whether to remove most regulations on shipping and transportation industries. Idaho and Nevada will vote whether to drop the state sales tax on food. California voters will decide if it should cut state welfare payments to be more in line with the national average. The state lottery. There are many more millionaires in the country today thanks to the lottery, but is it worth it to the state? That's a question California and Oregon will answer. The major portion of proceeds from the lottery has been earmarked for state education, but the major money for the campaign hasn't come from California citizens. The slickest ad campaign of the election is Yes on 37. It was brought to you by a $1 million plus contribution from 2 Atlanta, Georgia firms, Scientific Games Incorporated and Dittler Brothers. Their stake? They are major makers of lottery equipment and lottery tickets. People for the lottery see it as a way to raise money without raising taxes, but Governor George Deukmejian doesn't see it that way.
Then people find out they don't win every time that they buy a ticket. So the revenues start to drop off. And then what happens is the state actually has to go out and push and promote and encourage people to gamble.
The major opposition is coming from churches, and to no one's surprise,
and there they go,
the state horse racing industry.
Spectacular bit.
And a final note. In 1855, the U.S. government and the Northwest Indian Tribe signed the Treaty of Point No Point. It guaranteed fishing rights to Indians in Washington rivers, and a recent court interpretation says now Indians are entitled to half the catch of state fish. On Election Day, Washington state voters will be asked to renege on the treaty, declaring it unconstitutional and allowing fishing rights to be the same for everyone in the state. No matter the vote on this one, expect it to be argued in the courts for years to come. And those are the issues in the far west we'll be covering throughout the evening. An update on voter turnout in the 9 far western states, all heavy. No mention of the word moderate. Now back to the national desk. Here's Mary Alice Williams.
Thanks, Lou. And some races have been closed so far. By CNN's calculations, Virginia's Republican Senator John Warner has won his election over Edith Harrison, who was fighting an uphill battle. She was just one of the few women running for the Senate. And in Georgia, Democratic conservative Senator Sam Nunn has won easily over substitute teacher John Michael Hicks. Bernie?
We're going to take a look now at 2 states, the presidential tabulations as they appear right now. First, in Indiana, with 23% of the precincts having reported, you see that President Reagan is ahead of Walter Mondale, 286,000 to Mr. Mondale's 163. That is Indiana, who has 12 electoral votes. CNN is calling the state of Indiana market column Reagan-Bush. Indiana for Reagan and Bush, according to our tabulations. This is Kentucky. Kentucky with 9 electoral votes. President Reagan ahead of Walter Mondale, 330,000 to Walter Mondale's 186,000. CNN also is saying that by the time this night is over, Kentucky, the bluegrass state, will belong to Reagan-Bush. Along with Kentucky and Indiana, Cable News Network is also saying that by the time all the votes have been tabulated in Mississippi and South Carolina, those 2 states also will be belonging to President Reagan and his running mate, George Bush. We should point out that in South Carolina, 81-year-old Strom Thurmond is going for re-election in that state. He will be going back, apparently, as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And, of course, as these states come in, the question is, coattails. How wide are Mr. Reagan's coattails, if indeed they have some width? Get out your tape measures tonight, because we're going to be doing that. We're also calling Georgia for Reagan-Bush.
And we are calling Virginia in the Reagan-Bush column at this time, so that's another check in the Reagan-Bush column. If Walter Mondale and Geraldine Ferraro have a shot at making a strong showing tonight, it will be through the Rust Belt, the Northeast and Ohio, Pennsylvania, that area. So we'll be watching that.
Watching that, it's Georgia, Mississippi, Virginia, South Carolina, Kentucky, and Indiana. All Reagan-Bush so far tonight.
We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. Not every election is so close that a major newspaper announces the wrong winner. But the Tilden Hayes race was so close it took 4 months to decide. In other elections, only a few thousand votes have made the difference. It's a simple fact. In every American election, every vote does count.
Detailed studies of the human body, biomedical research, computer-aided design, 2 years and countless clay models, trying different shapes, new materials, doing it over, again and again, all to design a more comfortable, durable seat for General Motors cars and trucks. Leonardo would have loved it. Nobody sweats the details like GM.
My friends Steve and Jenny showed me a great picture for my book.
Some view, isn't it?
I could do a book on this lawn.
That's why we moved here.
Coffee's ready, you guys.
That's good coffee.
That's Maxwell House.
Seems wherever folks like good coffee, good to the last drop. It couldn't be anything but Maxwell House.
There's a picture for your book, Cal.
It couldn't be anything but Maxwell House.
Weeknights, CNN's premier news team brings you the nation's prime news at 8 p.m. Eastern. The worldwide resources of CNN combined with more than 60 years of reporting experience. Don Farmer, honored for coverage at home and abroad. Chris Curl, noted for professional reporting. Bernard Shaw, a respected Washington correspondent. Together, they put your world into perspective with clear, unbiased news reporting, plus business, sports, and weather. Weeknights, watch Prime News at 8 Eastern. Look for it on CNN.
And you're back with CNN Election Watch, where the numbers are now coming in fast and furiously. By CNN's calculation, in the Senate race in the state of Mississippi, Republican Tad Cochran is the winner over William Winter. That was a race where black vote was a key in the race. Cochran was expected to win, but it was fairly close. We're going to check and see what's going on in the Midwest now with Ralph Wenge at the Midwest desk.
The CNN has also called the winner in the gubernatorial race in the state of Indiana. Governor Robert Orr has apparently won the office again over State Senator Wayne Townsend. Orr was well-funded, he was well-organized, and he came into a pretty easy win with 23% of the precincts now reporting, Orr with 55% to Townsend's 44%. Again, Governor Robert Orr back into office. Now back to the national desk.
Okay, thank you very much, Ralph Wenge. I was just toting up. We've got people doing this behind us, in front of us, and to the side. But according to the races to the states, we've called for Reagan-Bush. President Reagan and Vice President George Bush now have 60 electoral votes based on the calls made by CNN. And, of course, we keep repeating, it takes 270 electoral votes to go to the White House.
You know, in all the discussion that we've had, over the past, what is it, Bernie, 9 months,
it seems like
that we've followed this election. One of the crucial factors in this election, and we'll be talking a lot about it tonight, is the polls, what part they played. We're going to be talking now with Burns Roper, who is the president of the Roper Organization, the oldest polling organization in America. Their latest poll showed Mr. Reagan with a lead of 52.5% to Mondale's 42.5% with 5% undecided.
Mr. Roper is in our New York bureau. Good evening to you, sir. Welcome to CNN Election Watch tonight. Let's talk about the issues. You've talked to thousands of Americans during this campaign. How are these issues translating in the polling booths across our great nation?
Well, I think the key issue in this election has been Ronald Reagan. This is the reverse of 1936, really, where that man, FDR, was the issue, and Landon was sort of an incidental in the election. Nobody voted against Landon. They voted either for Roosevelt or against Roosevelt, and Landon was the device for doing it. I think that the issue is pretty much the same this year, only the issue is that man, Ronald Reagan, and people are either voting for him or against him for the most part. And more look like they're voting for him than against him.
Well, that was what I was going to ask. Do people in this election year, based on your polling data, vote against Mr. Reagan or against Mondale, or is this one of the years when there's a positive vote?
It's against Mr. Reagan or for Mr. Reagan, largely.
Mondale's not the issue.
No, Mondale is not the issue.
Well, Mr. Roper, since you say it's either or for or against, what is the most visceral thing? I'm trying to get more specific. Let's take young people. We've been told and we've been getting indications that young people are going for Mr. Reagan seemingly in a big way in the college campuses, and one of the reasons being that he is regarded somewhat, if you will, as a security blanket. Students today are concentrating much more on subjects that are going to give them an opportunity to leave college with a piece of sheepskin that will enable them to go into a job. People are concerned about jobs, pocketbook issues. Can you discuss that for a moment?
Not much beyond what you've said. It certainly is true that young people are the strongest age group for Reagan, which is a complete turnaround from past form. Normally, the younger you were, the more democratic you were. But not this year. The most democratic group this year is the over 60.
Well, what surprises are you looking for tonight, if any, based on your polling?
Well, I suppose anything that departs widely from the 10-point margin that we have indicated would surprise me a good deal. And the more it departed from the 10 points, the more surprised I would be. Either way, I rule out a Mondale landslide.
You rule out a Mondale landslide. Okay,
Right.
Well, Mr. Roper, we're going to be watching those boards through the night, so we'll let you know. Thank you, Burns Roper, president of the Roper Organization. As we have been talking to Mr. Roper, we have been counting some numbers again, putting our green eye shades back on, and in the presidential race, the national totals with 2% of precincts reporting, Mr. Mondale has just under 500,000 votes at 36% to Mr. Reagan's 736,000 votes for 63%. The polls are closed in much of the East. I shouldn't say most of the East because they are still open in Connecticut, Delaware, D.C., Florida, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts. So a little bit at a time here.
A little bit at a time, and we kicked up in the last 10 minutes from 1% precincts reporting to the figures you just read, 2%. So it's starting to build up.
We're going to take a break now, and when we come back, we'll be looking at the issues.
Cable News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
A little confusion can be fun, but not when you're looking at long-distance phone companies. Because all companies aren't the same, you have to watch out for the unexpected. No operator service and no service from many small towns. Different levels of transmission quality and no immediate credit for wrong numbers. Only one company comes with no surprises. AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
Reach out and touch someone.
Moving through Memphis. Moving through Memphis. Moving through Memphis every day. Moving through Memphis. The world's moving faster day by day. Memphis is working to lead the way. Getting America on the move. Moving through Memphis. What the world needs every day is on its way. Moving through Memphis.
Memphis, America's distribution center.
If you could find an unspoiled place with lots of room to grow, where friendly people have the skills to build on what they know.
Close to roads and rivers reaching out across the land. A place where you could stretch yourself and get a helping hand. You'd be in the street, finding Western Tennessee. Come see how close to perfect it can be.
You won't believe what they say on Crossfire. From the outspoken.
But I'll tell you this much.
To the outrageous.
You think that's funny?
From the unrehearsed.
Let's look at the other side of the coin.
To the unexpected.
No one ever asked me whether I was gay.
Can they say that on TV?
I certainly do think so.
Catch Crossfire and get caught up in the excitement.
I don't know if I'd have been able to control myself.
Weeknights at 7:30 Eastern. Look for Crossfire on CNN.
An all-time high number of women, 75, are running for Senate and House seats in this election. Only one woman is running for governor. She's former Democratic Lieutenant Governor Madeleine Kunin of Vermont, and she's in a tight race with John Easton, Republican Attorney General. If she wins, she would be the second chief executive of a state in this country. Republicans are hoping a strong showing by President Reagan can sweep up to 6 women into the House and 1 into the Senate. The Democrats are hoping to add at least 1 woman to the roster of the Senate. There are 2 now.
One of the major issues in this presidential campaign was taxes. Walter Mondale charged President Reagan would not say enough about taxes, and some Mondale supporters felt their candidate said too much about taxes. Ronald Reagan's battle cry this year was the same as in 1980. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? We now will examine the major issues in this campaign with correspondents. First, Mary Tillotson looks at the issue the president and the next Congress will face.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
The president is at the top of Washington's political pecking order, but he is dependent on Congress to turn his proposals into actual federal policy. President Reagan, for example, wants the United States to continue subsidizing rebels in Nicaragua. But Democrats in control of the House have blocked money for the Contra rebels since last summer. A shift to the right in the House could start money flowing again to rebels trying to overthrow the Marxist Sandinistas who govern Nicaragua.
If they persist in getting ready to export revolution and they, in fact, continue it, I think that there will be the feeling that we have to take action to support those freedom fighters down there.
Democrats in the Senate led a drive last month to overturn the Supreme Court's Grove City decision, which had weakened the government's hand in enforcing civil rights law. The court ruled that, contrary to 20 years of government practice, the government could not withhold federal funds from an entire college or university just because that school's athletic department discriminated against women. Senator Edward Kennedy's amendment to overturn the Grove City decision was voted down by the Republican-controlled Senate by only 8 votes.
It was 53 votes against civil rights.
Other issues decided by small vote margins last congressional session and likely to come up before the new Congress being elected tonight include immigration reform. It passed the House by only 5 votes. A constitutional amendment to allow prayers to be said out loud in public schools died in the Senate by only 11 votes. Moderate Republicans voted with Democrats to kill it. Those are some of the close call issues that could be affected if there is a substantial shift in the balance of power in Congress. Neither the Democrats, who are a minority in the Senate, nor the Republican minority in the House have any real hope this evening of changing their status to that of a numerical majority. But each party is hoping to pick up enough seats in this election to gain some bargaining power. The Democrats, for example, expect to pick up a couple of Senate seats, but the biggest change, if it materializes, is probably going to be in the House. Republicans hope to win back the 26 House seats they lost in the recession year of 1982. And if they pull that off, they could put together the working coalition of Republicans and conservative Democrats that the Republican Party enjoyed in 1981 and 82, when Congress gave the newly elected President Reagan just about anything he asked for. If the Republicans manage to pick up those 24 or perhaps even more House seats, it's one sure sign that President Reagan's coattails weren't just long, they were sweeping. This is Mary Tillotson, Election Watch, at the Democratic National Committee party in Washington. Let's go back to the national desk in Atlanta.
Thanks, Mary. You know, President Reagan offered optimism and opportunity in his re-election drive. Those and the notion of leadership are more philosophical than they are specific. Charles Bierbauer has the specifics.
Well, Mary Alice, it was a sort of philosophical campaign that the Reagan campaign waged. He asked that question over and over again, as Mary Tillotson pointed out, are you better off than 4 years ago? And his crowds always answered yes. That was a major function, prosperity. The other one, peace. The president always pointed out, in his words, that not 1 square inch of territory had been lost to communist aggression anywhere in the world during his term in office. So the ideas of peace and prosperity were the 2 basic themes that Mr. Reagan had in his campaign. Yesterday in Sacramento, he was asked what he would do in a second administration. He said that peace and arms control would be a first priority and that he would try to keep the economy expanding to create jobs. That's not as easy as it sounds. The idea of new jobs was stressed repeatedly. Mr. Reagan always said that there were 6 million new jobs.
Charles, if you're still there, sorry for the interruption. If we can't go back to you now, we'll come back to you very shortly. I still don't know how that man managed to look so fresh as he does. The candidates are resting right now, but our people, as you can see, are not. And one of our people, of course, is correspondent James Allen Miklaszewski, and he's up there live in St. Paul, Minnesota. Jim?
Bernie, from the very beginning, Walter Mondale said his would be a campaign on the issues. And in the beginning, it looked like many of those issues would work to his favor. But as the campaign wore on, it became more and more apparent that the issues that he hoped to ride to the White House would eventually bar his way. The most notable was on the federal budget deficit and taxes. Mr. Mondale claimed that the huge budget deficits run up during the Reagan administration mortgaged America's future. And at the Democratic convention in San Francisco, he took the calculated risk by announcing that he would raise taxes to lower the deficit. He said, of course, that Ronald Reagan had a secret plan to raise taxes in his second administration, but that his, Mondale's, tax hike would be more fair to moderate and lower income Americans. But he was never able to effectively communicate that during the campaign. The second issue on which Mr. Mondale concentrated was arms control and the threat of nuclear war, claiming that Mr. Reagan was out of touch with the Soviets, the first president since Herbert Hoover not to meet with his Soviet counterparts. But early in the year, Mr. Reagan began to take a more conciliatory tone toward the Soviets to dispel any image he might have as a trigger-happy cowboy. And in the end, when Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko of the Soviet Union made a surprise move and accepted an invitation to the White House to meet with the president, it was thought that that move by Andrei Gromyko would help President Reagan and hurt Walter Mondale. Now, at one point, Walter Mondale attempted to exploit President Reagan's gender gap by appointing Geraldine Ferraro as his running mate, the first woman ever to be named to a major party's national ticket. On fairness, Mr. Mondale warned that President Reagan would attempt to reduce Social Security and Medicare benefits. But there, too, the President Reagan responded immediately to at least part of that when he vowed not to seek any reductions in Social Security benefits for those now receiving or those future recipients. Throughout the campaign, Walter Mondale tested and challenged Mr. Reagan on the leadership issue. But there again, poll after poll show that most Americans thought President Reagan an effective and strong leader. But the one issue that probably hurt Walter Mondale the most was the economy. Since most Americans gave President Reagan credit for the economic recovery, and most Americans vote their pocketbook, that was an issue that clearly worked in President Reagan's favor. The voters apparently are saying, well, we'd rather take President Reagan, deficits and all, than the unknown that Walter Mondale has to offer. Unknown except for that one issue, once again, Mr. Mondale's promise to raise taxes. Bernie?
I'll take it, Mick. Thanks. Americans' response to the issues and the candidates is being recorded across the country right now. Polls have just closed in Ohio and West Virginia. Let's take a look at the board. Still with 2% of precincts reporting, Walter Mondale has 37% to President Reagan's 63%. And there seems to be a 300,000 vote margin there between the two of them. Now, as I just said, Ohio has closed. The polls closed just 4 minutes ago, and Cable News Network is calling Ohio in the Reagan column now. Ohio is gone for Reagan.
Ohio with its 23 electoral votes. And when we come back, our CNN Election Watch coverage tonight will bring you up to date on the latest electoral count according to your network of record. Back in a moment.
From Turner Broadcasting, this is Cable News Network.
The New York Times supports Walter Mondale, but crossed party lines to strongly endorse Bill Green. The New York Times said Bill Green delivers for his district and for the city, and this Democratic city benefits from Republican representation in Washington. That's why Bill Green is endorsed by Freeze Voter 84, Voters for Choice, the National Education Association, Handgun Control, the Jewish Political Caucus, and WCBS TV. It's important to cross party lines because, as the New York Times said, Bill Green delivers. On Tuesday, vote for Bill Green.
If you're saddled with a weighty problem, try something new.
See? This can get you a date.
Learn to cook with style.
Because this is a high-budgeted show. Of course I wash the mushrooms.
Feast on food for thought.
Don't you disappoint me. You deserve to be the very best, and I'm going to get you where you want to go, okay?
Join the fitness movement. Reach for the Richard Simmons Show.
Say it! I can do it, too!
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night, 1984. CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by IBM Typewriters. No matter how you look at typing, we're your type. And by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. Now, here are Bernard Shaw and Mary Alice Williams.
I don't know about you, but I like our theme music. Before I go back to Washington, I'm going to get a recording made and have it played in the morning so I can wake up to it. We promised you something seconds ago, and here it is. Now, based on the voting returns now available, Cable News Network feels President Reagan will win at least 5 southern states, at least 5 in the South, and 2 Midwestern states. We feel Georgia, Mississippi, South Carolina, Virginia, Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana will all go into the Reagan column. These 6 states represent 83 electoral votes. And as we say, the magic number is 270 for the majority in the 538 Electoral College vote count. In addition, we feel that Virginia Republican Senator John Warner will win re-election. He ran a very well-financed campaign against Democrat Edith Harrison. Harrison has been complaining quite a bit. Harrison was able to raise little money and received almost no support from the National Democratic Party.
You know, as long ago as the Democratic National Convention in San Francisco, there was concern that the Mondale-Ferraro campaign was going to kiss off the South. It was a phrase that we have heard many times since. We're going to check in with our regional desks now, beginning with the South and John Holloman. John?
Mary Alice, we're getting numerous returns in now from the southern part of the country. Let me tell you about one race where CNN expects there to be a winner whose name the people in West Virginia will remember, former Republican governor of West Virginia, Arch Moore, who was not in office the last term, apparently will be back in office. Former Governor Moore had been expected to win over Clyde See., the Speaker of the State House of Representatives. Moore is 61 years old, See is 42 years old, and as you know, Governor Jay Rockefeller is now running for the Senate in West Virginia in a race that we are saying is much too close to call. Governor Rockefeller outspent his opponent by about 12 or 14 to 1, but the Republican candidate there is making some inroads. In other races, in the Mississippi 1st District House race, a race that is probably just as important in Washington as in Mississippi, House Appropriations Committee Chairman Jamie Whitten has apparently won. In South Carolina, in the 5th Congressional District race, John Spratt, the incumbent Democrat, has won. He had no Republican opposition, but he did have some Libertarian and American Party opposition. And Butler Derrick in the South Carolina 3rd District is apparently the winner there again.
In Kentucky, we have apparent winners in 4 congressional races. Carol Hubbard, the Democrat incumbent, apparently has won. William Natcher, also the Democrat incumbent, has won. He'll be going back for his 16th term in Washington. Harold Rogers, the Republican incumbent in the 6th District, also is the apparent winner, and Larry Hopkins, the Republican incumbent, also the apparent winner. One more race. Kentucky's, with 25% of the precincts in Kentucky's 7th District, Chris Perkins, son of the former House Education Committee Chairman Carl Perkins, is ahead of his Democrat opponent about 3-1. In Virginia, we're told by election officials that the voting poll lines, which were supposed to close at 7 o'clock Eastern Time about 40 minutes ago, are still open because they're going to keep them open until everybody who was standing in those long lines has had a chance to vote. Also, the voting registrar people in North Carolina say they're going to have an 80% turnout tonight. And before I go, I need to give you one correction. About an hour and a half ago, I told you that in Florida, Republican Congressman Bill Young was unopposed. He is not unopposed. He has an opponent, Democrat Robert Kent, who is a retired toll bridge toll collector. So that's it from the South at this moment. Ralph Winge standing by at the Midwest desk. Ralph?
John, as you heard from the Midwest, from the national desk just a moment ago, 2 Midwest states are being called for Ronald Reagan's column by CNN. One is Ohio, the other is Indiana. Let's take a look at those individually. First of all, Ohio had been on President Reagan's side. He was leading there by about 9 or 10% all along. There was, however, a very large undecided block there, about 15%. But apparently today those people made up their minds. They decided, and it looks like Ronald Reagan is taking the state of Ohio. The other state in the Midwest that appears to have one for Ronald Reagan is Indiana. That also was expected. A lot of congressmen were hoping to take part of Ronald Reagan's coattails and ride into office, and apparently that is working. CNN is now calling Republican winners, and all incumbents, by the way, in 4 districts in the state of Indiana. Dan Coates is one of them from the 4th District. He has served, he went into his 2nd term in 1982, and it appears that he is the winner tonight. In the 5th District in Indiana, Elwood Hillis, also incumbent. He will be returning to Congress. He just goes into his 8th term now. In the 6th District, Dan Burton appears to have been reelected. And the real question mark in Indiana all along was in the 7th District. John Myers appears to have won. There was a look there that there might have been a possible upset between Art Smith and John Myers, but it looks tonight like the voters have reelected John Myers, his 10th term in 1982. So that's an update on what's happening in the Midwest. Right now, let's go back to the national desk.
Thank you very much, Ralph. If you've just come in from work and you've tuned us in for the first time, you're wondering what is happening. Cable News Network has called for Reagan and Bush on this election night. However early it is, the state of Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Mississippi, Virginia, South Carolina, and Ohio. Color them all Republican, color them Reagan-Bush, and those states comprise 83 electoral votes, the magic number 270 electoral votes, and so far, Walter Mondale has none. Mary Alice?
Bernie, Republicans around the country running for Senate, for Congress, and local races are hoping that President Reagan's coattails are going to sweep them into office, too. And if you think we're measuring those coattails, imagine how the people at the Republican headquarters in Washington are feeling right now. We're going to switch there live to Carl Rochelle. Carl?
Mary Alice, you can see by the colors on the board that the Republicans are tallying things. They're a little bit ahead. Off to the right of the board, under electoral votes, you see 169. That's how many electoral votes they have counted. The board is gray with a green outline of the map of the United States on it. There are blue backgrounds underneath of the green, and underneath of the blue are red. And what they do is every time that a state is put in the Reagan column, they rip the green off. If a state goes to the Democratic column, well, then they rip the blue off, the second layer off, and it comes up red. So far, you will see that all of the colors that have been revealed are blue. So far, all of the states that they have shown that have been decided one way or the other have gone for Ronald Reagan. And by their tally, 163 electoral votes for Ronald Reagan and none for Walter Mondale. Now back to the national desk in Atlanta.
Thank you very much. Just a few moments ago, Challenger Walter Mondale left his lair up there in Minnesota and went to his headquarters in St. Paul, Minnesota, and he stopped briefly to talk to reporters, and we're going to be hearing from our people there on what the candidate had to say. Mary Alice?
But before we do, we're going to do a little business here. We're going to take a commercial. We'll be right back.
Don't do it, dummy.
Today's the day.
Those desktop computers are for PhDs.
I need one. Things are getting out of control.
They're for Einsteins and...
I can handle it.
Says who? Wait till the chief sees you fumbling around that keyboard.
Morning. What's going on?
The chief's getting a computer right on his desk.
Is that a fact?
Despite some nagging little doubts, more and more people are ordering IBM computers of their own. Smart people want smart desks.
Okay.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. The power of a prime minister, the ceremonial duties of a king. The American president has both. Beyond the endless hours of hard work are the endless rituals and greetings. The presence of the president can turn even a modest event into a memorable moment. For no matter what he does, the president is acting for all of us.
Every new car program at General Motors has to prove itself the hard way. Again, and again, and again, and again. We think you'll agree it's worth it, just to be on the safe side. Nobody sweats the details like GM.
Weeknights, CNN's premier news team brings you the nation's prime news at 8 p.m. Eastern. The worldwide resources of CNN combined with more than 60 years of reporting experience. Don Farmer, honored for coverage at home and abroad. Chris Curl, noted for professional reporting. Bernard Shaw, a respected Washington correspondent. Together, they put your world into perspective with clear, unbiased news reporting, plus business, sports, and weather. Weeknights, watch Prime News at 8 Eastern. Look for it on CNN.
Welcome back on this exciting night of CNN's Election Watch coverage. A few seconds ago, I mentioned Challenger Walter Mondale going to his party headquarters up in St. Paul, Minnesota. Let's listen in and hear what he had to say to some reporters.
How does it look, Mr. Mondale?
I think it's a little soon to know. I feel good. A little early yet. Let you know as soon as I see some more.
Well, we don't know whether Mr. Mondale has been following what we've been noting. As we say, so far, 83 electoral votes. CNN is calling 83 electoral votes for Reagan Bush. Mary Alice?
It was said earlier by James Alan Miklaszewski that it had been arranged for a camera to record Walter Mondale watching the voter returns come in. At the last minute, late this afternoon, those plans were canceled. There will be no camera looking at Mondale, looking at the boards we're about to show you now. Here is our update, and as Mr. Mondale said, it's a little early to make any predictions, but national totals with 2% of precincts reporting, Walter Mondale is trailing Mr. Reagan 37% to 63%. And now there is other news, and we're going to go to Marianne Laughlin for an update. Marianne.
Thank you, Mary Alice. In non-election news this evening, President Augusto Pinochet of Chile has declared a state of siege in his country, claiming it is necessary to combat a wave of violence there. At least 10 people have been killed in this past week during terrorist attacks on police and widespread rioting. The state of siege is Chile's first since 1978 and increases the military government's powers of arrest while reducing civil liberties for residents. Pinochet has ruled Chile since a CIA-backed coup deposed Marxist President Salvador Allende back in 1973. Poland's state-run television reports 3 officers of the secret police have been charged with killing a pro-Solidarity priest. The government says the priest probably died of strangulation and reports the accused men said he showed no signs of life when he was thrown into a reservoir. But a well-informed source maintains the Reverend Jerzy Popiełuszko was still alive when he was tossed into the water. All systems are go for tomorrow's launch of the Space Shuttle Discovery, but there are some problems with the sister ship Challenger. Discovery is set to take off at 8:22 Eastern Time tomorrow morning, and you can watch the launch live here on CNN's Daybreak. But thousands of loose thermal tiles have forced NASA to delay Challenger's secret Defense Department mission from next month to at least the middle of January. Appeals courts have stopped what would have been the nation's first double execution in nearly 2 decades. Florida's Supreme Court has granted an indefinite stay for Chester Maxwell, ruling his mental retardation was not fully considered by his sentencing judge. A federal appeals court has granted a temporary stay for Timothy Palms to allow his lawyers to appeal his case to the Supreme Court. But that stay expires on Thursday morning, 2 hours before his death warrant becomes invalid. Part of the controversial Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant in California could be ready to generate its first electricity by tomorrow. But opponents say they will continue their court battle to close the $5.3 billion plant. Last week, a federal appeals court allowed the plant to begin operation of one generator, but the court is still reviewing claims that the plant was illegally licensed. Those are the latest news headlines to this hour. I'm Marianne Laughlin. Now back to Mary Alice and Bernie for more of CNN's Election Watch coverage.
Thank you, Marianne. The congresswoman from Queens who burst on the national scene just 4 months ago, Geraldine Ferraro, is now entering the underground parking lot of the New York Hilton. This was taped earlier, so she's already there. There is very tight security, as you can see. There usually is in New York in cases like this. It has been a long trip for Mrs. Ferraro, also known to her neighbors as Mrs. Zaccaro. Probably the most intensely scrutinized vice presidential candidate in modern history, if not in all of American history. And she said about a week ago that she would spend the rest of her life making it up to her husband, to her children, for the grueling process that the whole family has been put through. Geraldine Ferraro will be there at the ballroom tonight to hear the voters' verdict.
And who knows, quite possibly her family might hold her to that promise. Let's take a look now at the latest numbers we have at CNN in our Election Watch coverage. With 2% of all precincts reporting, we're now getting into some larger numbers now. President Reagan has gone over the million mark, while Walter Mondale has 659,000 plus votes. That's with 2% of all precincts reporting. We're going to switch now to something that's going on. We have for you important action on the gubernatorial level in West Virginia and on the senatorial level in Kentucky. And our man who, as we said earlier, is so full of juicy facts, much like a Georgia peach. Let's go to John Holloman at the Southern Desk. John.
Bernie, couple of juicy facts. There may be a major change in the United States Senate. In fact, CNN expects an upset in the Senate race in Kentucky. Mitch McConnell, a Republican, is expected to defeat Democrat incumbent Walter Huddleston. As you can see right now, McConnell has 52% of the vote, Huddleston 47%. That is with 49% of the vote counted so far. McConnell drew some attention with his advertisements claiming that Huddleston had poor attendance during his Senate term. Huddleston is a member of the Senate Agriculture Committee. He portrayed Huddleston as too liberal. And we have one more race that the CNN Election Watch team figures is just about over. In the West Virginia governor's race, former West Virginia Governor Arch Moore has apparently defeated State Representative Clyde See., the Democrat, in that important West Virginia governor's race. There's still another race in West Virginia that is important and too close to call. That is the Senate race there. We'll be back now with the National Desk at CNN.
Thank you very much, John. That West Virginia race, Arch Moore, of course, a two-time governor in West Virginia, and the Republican Party always has put its money on Arch Moore when he's run because he knows how to pull out those Republican votes. If you're... Go ahead, Mary.
While you've been talking, I've been writing notes here. Cable News Network is now calling in the Reagan column the states of New Hampshire, Delaware, Florida, and Illinois with a total of 135 electoral votes. As we count these numbers, bear in mind the magic number, the number that puts the person who will be the next president over the top. That is 270 electoral votes, the majority of all the electoral votes in the nation.
We've been dropping in on our regional desks. Let's go way, way out west to the far west, where Lou Waters is watching things. Lou?
Well, Bernie, you know, because we are way, way far out west, that the polls won't be closing in some of our states for a couple of hours yet, in some cases 3 hours, and in the case of Alaska, it won't be until 1 o'clock Eastern time, so we won't have any results to report from the far west for quite some time. We can bring you up to date on the voter turnout, which is reported heavy in all 9 of the far western states, with the exception within the state of California now, in the southern part of the state. The voter turnout is reported as moderate, significant only because we're talking about the conservative strongholds of Orange and San Diego counties and the Democratic stronghold of Los Angeles County. So moderate in the southern part of the state. That may pick up. It's still early yet in California. One interesting race to report some results of today, and that is in the Idaho House race in District 2 between Richard Stallings, a history professor at the Mormon church-owned Ricks College, against the incumbent Republican George Hansen, whom you'll recall has been convicted of felony violations in the 1978 Ethics in Government Act. He's been sentenced to 5 to 15-month prison term and a $40,000 fine. Because of those felony convictions, he wasn't even allowed to vote today. And as a result of the area polls taken this afternoon in the 2nd District of Idaho, it looks as though the incumbent George Hansen will lose by a landslide. And that would mean for the first time in 20 years, the Democrats will have a place in District 2 of Idaho. That's about all to report from the far west. More later. Now back to the national desk.
Thank you very much, Lou. And of course, one of the arguments that Congressman Hansen took to his constituents, he pointed to Geraldine Ferraro and the disclosure she had to make, but apparently, according to Lou Waters reporting, that argument is not washing in Idaho in that district. We've talked to you about the various voting groups in our country, women, Hispanics, blacks. Now let's go to correspondent Carl Wilshell, who's going to tell us about historically how these various voting blocks have performed.
Block. According to Webster, a combination of persons, groups, or nations forming a unit with a common interest or purpose. Such blocks have been on the political scene in this country since we began to vote. The most common one, of course, is the party, Democratic or Republican. Each constitutes a block. But within the political machinery, individual groups receive more attention. And according to George Washington University political scientist Stephen Wayne, the arrival of good polling data in the 1950s opened the way to effective use of the blocks by politicians.
You look at how the groups are perceiving the candidates, what the different groups are interested in, and then as a candidate, you make an appeal on that basis. In other words, you target your appeal to specific groups. You let people hear what they want to hear.
Wayne points out that the black voting bloc is perhaps the most cohesive in this country today, voting strongly Democratic in almost every race. Polling figures from 1976 show roughly 85% of the black voters chose President Carter. Only 15% voted for Gerald Ford. In 1980, Jimmy Carter took 86% of the black vote. Ronald Reagan took about 10%. Jewish and Hispanic voters have also traditionally voted for Democrats, but recently there has been some shifting. In 1976, the Jewish vote went overwhelmingly for Jimmy Carter. He took roughly 70%, while Jerry Ford received 25%. But in 1980, Carter's percentage of the Jewish vote dropped to 47%. Ronald Reagan, the Republican candidate, took 36%, a sharp increase for the GOP. John Anderson got 17% of the Jewish vote. That same shift is seen in the Hispanic vote, but perhaps not quite so sharply. In 1976, Carter took 72% of the Hispanic vote, Gerald Ford 23%. But in 1980, Carter's margin dropped to 64%, and the Republicans, represented by Ronald Reagan, climbed to 30%. John Anderson took 6%. Political scientists point out, however, that shifting economic patterns tend to blur the traditional bloc. That, for instance, wealthy Hispanics tend to vote Republican, while those less advantaged tend to remain Democratic. And that, according to Wayne, has made the voting bloc less important.
In general, however, the cohesion of blocs based on economic grounds have declined since the 1930s, and that's because a lot more people are better off than they were in the 1930s.
Potentially the largest voting bloc of all is women. In 1976, women cast 51% of their ballots for Gerald Ford, 48% for Jimmy Carter. In 1980, Ronald Reagan captured 49% of the women's vote, Jimmy Carter 44%. Women have not traditionally banded together to vote as a bloc, but if they did, Wayne says the result would be interesting.
Women constitute 52% of the electorate. If all women voted for a particular candidate, that candidate would be the next president of the United States. Will it happen? Probably not.
The selection of Geraldine Ferraro to run on the Democratic ticket with Walter Mondale is perhaps the most open appeal so far to women to rally behind a cause and, if you will, vote as a bloc. Well, it may not be as effective as they had hoped, because here at the Republican National Committee Party, they are celebrating what they assume to be a complete victory. Of course, there is also the possibility that a serious defeat for Geraldine Ferraro and the Democrats will galvanize women and cause them to form a bloc in coming years. And that bloc, with 52% of the vote, could pick whomever they wanted to be a candidate, or president or vice president, and they could elect them to whatever office they chose. Let's take a look around the room, show you what's going on here at the Republican National Committee Party. Back over my shoulder, you'll see the room is completely packed with people. There are two bands providing almost continuous music. In the center of the room is a map of the United States with colors to represent those states claimed by President Reagan. So far, they say they have 163 votes. Off to the side, what you see, it's a mural. It is made out of jelly beans. It is a mural of President Reagan, made completely out of jelly beans. Big party going on here at the Republican National Committee headquarters. They are celebrating what they believe to be a victory. And now back to the National Desk in Atlanta.
Thank you very much, Carl Rochelle. The Republicans' big board might show them having 163 electoral votes, but Cable News Network now putting the state of Connecticut into the Reagan-Bush column. Connecticut with 8 electoral votes, and our count makes it 183 electoral votes so far, none for Mondale Ferraro, pardon me. Well, in just a few moments, Don Farmer and Chris Curl will be here, my colleague. We're going to sneak out the side door, get something to eat and something to sip. Don't go away. It's going to be an interesting, however, long night.
Cable News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
A lot of long-distance companies would like you to think they're just like AT&T, but take a closer look and see how different they really are. No operator service, no immediate credit for wrong numbers, and no service from many small towns. Only one long-distance company gives you full service, only AT&T. Sometimes there's just no substitute for the real thing. AT&T, the more you hear, the better we sound.
Reach out and touch someone.
Make a big splash with orange juice,
Apple juice,
or grape juice.
Make it Jell-O to create a sensation.
Instead of cold water, add Minute Maid fruit juice to Jell-O. Set and serve. It's a terrific snack.
It's juicy, it's light, and Mom thinks it's dynamite.
Make it Jell-O to create a sensation. J-E-L-L-O.
Moving through Memphis, moving through Memphis, moving through Memphis every day, moving through Memphis. The world's moving faster day by day. Memphis is working to lead the way, getting America on the move. Moving through Memphis, what the world needs every day is on its way. Moving through Memphis.
Memphis, America's distribution center.
Wilkinson Sword has built a good case for a knife that's always sharp. The Wilkinson Sword self-sharpening knife. It's sharp every time you need it, because every time you remove it from the protective case, the built-in sharpener sharpens the stainless steel blade. The Wilkinson Sword self-sharpening knife. Several popular sizes. One will become your favorite knife. Case closed. From Wilkinson Sword.
From Turner Broadcasting System, this is Cable News Network.
dazzled. Trump Tower.
New York Times supports Walter Mondale, but crossed party lines to strongly endorse Bill Green. The New York Times said Bill Green delivers for his district and for the city, and this Democratic city benefits from Republican representation in Washington. That's why Bill Green is endorsed by Freeze Voter 84, Voters for Choice, the National Education Association, Handgun Control, the Jewish Political Caucus, and WCBS TV. It's important to cross party lines because, as the New York Times said, Bill Green delivers. On Tuesday, vote for Bill Green.
I've got a new opening, and I'm going to beat you with it, Grandma.
That's what you think.
Chess is the sport of the mind, a sport for life. Play chess.
Do you realize that the candidates you elect on November 6th help shape our future? Voting is just not a right. Voting is your responsibility. Don't let somebody else make your choices, because in a democracy, every vote counts. So please, don't let us down. Be a responsible citizen. On Tuesday, November 6th, get out and vote!
Manhattan Cable TV urges all eligible persons to get out and vote on November 6th. Remember, voting is not just a right, it's a responsibility.
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night, 1984. And with the latest from across the country, national anchors Chris Curl and Don Farber, Mary Alice Williams and Bernard Shaw, and with detailed regional coverage, watching the Northeast, Charles Crawford, monitoring the South, Sean Holloman, following the Midwest, Ralph Wingy, tracking the West, Ralph Bedletter, and covering the Far West, Lou Waters. State by state, region by region, the winners, the losers, till all the results are in. CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by Soloflex, America's home weightlifting machine, and by MasterCard International, so worldly, so welcome, and by Fried & Gum, freshen your breath with delicious non-stick Fried & Gum. Now, here are Don Farber and Chris Curl.
If you've just joined us, welcome. If you're still with us, we're glad you are. As of now, just after 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 more states and the District of Columbia have been closing their polls. 2 more, Arkansas and North Carolina, will do so within the half hour. Both President Reagan and Walter Mondale have promised not to claim victory or concede the election until after the polls close on the West Coast. That'll be about 11 o'clock Eastern Time. Now let's go to the national boards. These are the totals we have for you so far. A small number, actually, 3% of the precincts reporting around the country. Walter Mondale way behind. He has less than 1 million votes with 37%. Ronald Reagan a substantial majority at this point with 62%, 1.6 million and then some. Right now, CNN believes that President Reagan is ahead with wins in 12 states, and these states are Delaware, Illinois, New Hampshire, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, South Carolina, Virginia, Kentucky, Ohio, and Connecticut. And together, these states represent 143 electoral votes. And now we can tell you that the District of Columbia appears to be going as expected for Walter Mondale. This was the city which is about 75% black and has been a Democratic stronghold ever since the people in the District of Columbia were able to vote for president in 1972, I believe it was. Chris.
And as we have told you, we not only will tell you what we are doing, check in with our reporters and count the votes for you from here, we are also letting you know what the other news agencies and news networks are reporting, so you can stay here. You don't have to get information anywhere else. We'll give it all to you. We want to tell you right now that CBS is declaring Ronald Reagan the victor with 280 electoral votes. Again, repeating, CBS is saying that Ronald Reagan is the victor in this presidential election with 280 electoral votes. Black voter turnout is reported heavy right now in Philadelphia and has been through the day, and parts of Texas and also Mississippi. Early indications are that the black turnout is heaviest among first-time voters. Don.
All right, Chris. Now, let's go to Charles Bierbauer, who is covering President Reagan and has been for some time. We're going to look at what all four candidates are doing at this hour, this evening, this last day of their campaign. First to Charles Bierbauer in Santa Barbara, California. Charles.
Well, Don, the president has been watching the early returns at his hotel headquarters here in Los Angeles. In a few minutes, he'll be heading out for dinner with some old friends, kitchen cabinet members that go back a long time with the governor and then the president. That's been a tradition of his on election nights. As for the rest of his staff, the entourage, they've been making their way around. We've talked to some of them. Jim Baker, the chief of staff at the White House, passed by here a little while ago. He said they're very optimistic. He's looking at 58% of the total popular vote going to the president. That would indeed approximate the kind of landslide that they are hoping for. But perhaps even more significantly, what Baker is saying is that they may do better in the congressional and some of the Senate races than even they had hoped for. That is significant if there is enough of a Republican representation in Congress, particularly in the House, which has long been democratically controlled. If they can put together a coalition of Republicans and some of those boll-weevil Southern Democrats, that could be good for the president in the second term. And it appears that there may be some upsets in the making in the Senate races. Baker thinks that Jesse Helms is now safe in the Carolinas, in North Carolina. On the other hand, staff aides were saying that they have very slim hopes for Roger Jepsen in Iowa, but they're not sure about that one yet. This is perhaps the telling mood in the Republican and the Reagan campaign right now. The thing that they are going to start watching even more closely than the presidential race is those House and Senate races. Back to you now. And actually, I think we're going to go up to Minnesota and Tom Mintier.
Charles, they're still putting the final preparations on what they hope will be a celebration here in St. Paul, but they're still in rehearsals. And it's kind of like what Walter Mondale said the other day. He wished he still had 2 weeks to go in this campaign, and it might be enough. Walter Mondale himself won't be here until much later this evening. He is having a dinner with a few of his close aides from his national staff, and will not make a public appearance until much later this evening. Unlike the Republican headquarters out in California, here at the Democratic headquarters, you don't see any of the national staff aides coming around with optimistic projections. Those probably fell by the wayside the last couple of days. Last night, when Walter Mondale made his way from California back here to Minnesota, he ended his trip in his campaign for the presidency with a very compassionate, a very uplifting speech to people here in Minneapolis, St. Paul. It was kind of like he was saying, I gave it the best I did. It was the best I had, the best I could offer. And Walter Mondale will be coming to make some sort of statement here at the Civic Center in St. Paul, probably around 10 o'clock Eastern time tonight. Let's go now to Trinette Ledford, who's been traveling with Walter Mondale's running mate, Geraldine Ferraro. Trinette?
Thanks, Tom. Well, right now, Geraldine Ferraro is upstairs waiting for the election returns. She's due down here sometime after Walter Mondale speaks. They've just opened the doors here to let some of the people in. It should be filling up shortly. Over the past few days, Ferraro has been spending time in the Midwest and the Northeast. The hours have been particularly long, and sometimes they've been taking in 6 cities a day in 3 or 4 states. Although the polls show that she has little chance of being elected, Ferraro's remained very optimistic. Only once did she let her guard down, and that was at a labor rally when she said, I don't know if we will win, I know that we can win. And I don't think it looks very good for her right now. Now let's go to Gene Randall.
Vice President Bush has spent a relaxing day here in Houston. He got on a round of golf this morning, and this afternoon took time out to play an inning of softball with the correspondents who've been covering his campaign. The Vice President, by the way, managed a scratch single, and using his jogging style, even scored a run in that first inning. Bush and his wife voted early this morning, though they had to wait in line 15 minutes to do it. Afterwards, to use his own favorite word, the Vice President was upbeat. He told correspondents, I did the right thing. Asking about making a run for the presidency on his own in 1988, the Vice President stayed with his campaign line that it is much too early to consider that. Well, obviously, he will consider that at some early point in the next 4 years, if, in fact, there are 4 more years for Reagan Bush. This evening, the Vice President and his family had a private dinner in Houston. They'll be in this hotel later on tonight, the Westin Galleria, to watch the election returns. At some point during the evening, of course, we expect the Vice President to come down to this room to make a statement, but the timing of that will depend on a few things. Number one, when election returns nationwide appear to be decisive, and when President Reagan makes a statement of his own in California. The vice president says he will give no interviews tonight. There have been times during the fall political season when Mr. Bush and his staff felt misused by the media, and this could be a sign of that. In any event, going into today's voting, Vice President Bush was very confident about the outcome. His staff aides, drawing the worst-case scenario, said they would win 42 states with the Reagan-Bush ticket. They expected to do much better than that. The vice president has scheduled a news conference for Wednesday afternoon in Washington. He'll leave Houston on Wednesday morning. That's the situation in Houston. Now back to the Atlanta National Desk.
All right, Gene Randall, thank you. Now let's take a look at the situation nationwide in terms of the raw vote totals. That's the way it looks right now. Approximately 3% of the national precincts reporting. Walter Mondale far behind with just more than 1 million votes at 38%. Ronald Reagan had considerable almost 2-to-1 lead. In Alabama, very small turnout so far, not turnout, but in terms of votes actually counted. Mondale with 43%, Ronald Reagan with 56% in Alabama. That's the national outlook so far. Let's go on to some other states now. Indiana with 12 electoral votes, 40% of the returns are in, 37% for Mondale, 62% for Ronald Reagan, indication of a strong victory there, which was predicted for long before today. In Kentucky, Walter Mondale with 37%. This is 62%, almost 2/3 of the votes counted in Kentucky by now. 37% for Mondale, 63% for Ronald Reagan. And, of course, we've told you earlier about the Senate upset there, a Democrat Huddleston losing in the state of Kentucky. In Maine with 4 electoral votes, very small percentage, almost none actually. Mondale has 28% of the votes counted. Ronald Reagan has 72%, but those numbers you can count on both hands and both feet just about so far from Maine. In Kansas, again, just a handful of votes. Ronald Reagan leading handily, as he was expected to do when a sizable chunk of the votes are counted in Kansas, 84% to 16%. In New Hampshire, again, a small but important number, I suppose. New Hampshire heavily favored for Ronald Reagan before tonight. He obviously is the winner there, according to what we can determine at this point. Reagan 73% to Mondale 23%. In Florida, again, it's a Reagan victory as far as we can tell at this point, with very few votes in, but it looks quite clear. 66% for Reagan, 34% for Walter Mondale. And so it goes in South Carolina, another Reagan expected victory there, 65% of the vote to 34% for Walter Mondale. South Carolina has 8 electoral votes. Virginia with 12. It's a Reagan victory there, we think. 141,000 raw votes, 71% to Mondale's 33%. It seems like a broken record as we go around the states in the South and the East. North Carolina, a few votes in, but again, it looks as though President Reagan has a strong lead, but it's very early there, 60-40. And of course, the all-important race in North Carolina for North Carolinians is the Senate race between Hunt and Helms. More on that a little later. In Ohio, a small vote count so far, but it seems, as far as we can tell, Ronald Reagan is going to win Ohio, and that's a key state. 63% for Reagan, 37% for Mondale. Ohio, one of those bellwether states over the history of this country. And in West Virginia, an entrenched Democratic state for many years, but it looks as though it's very close there right now, too close to call with so few votes actually counted right now. 51-49. West Virginia could be a drama before this night is over.
In a night without too much drama so far. As you can see, we are going to give you a look at the states as they decide who they want to vote for, who they have voted for. We will look at the national picture, and we also will bring you up to date on the regional picture. Right now, we want to go to our Midwestern desk and Ralph Wenge for a look at that area. Ralph.
Chris, a lot of things are starting to happen now. As you pointed out, the polls have now closed in Illinois and Michigan. It appears that in Illinois, 1st District Democrat Charles Hayes has won re-election over token opposition. And in the state of Michigan, Democrat Dale Kildee in the 7th District and Democrat Sander Levin in the 17th District also appear to have won re-election quite easily. Now let's take a look at one of the other interesting races in Indiana. We've been talking a lot all through this campaign, especially tonight, about the possible coattail effect. CNN has already indicated that it appears that President Reagan has won the state of Indiana. Now, Andrew Jacobs Jr. is running in the 10th District of Indiana. That's Indianapolis. He was running against Joe Watkins, the first black Republican to run for Congress in the district. Now, with 71% of the vote already in, it appears that Jacobs has 78,000 votes to 58,000 votes for Watkins. Jacobs' vote total running is about the same as in 1982. However, the Republican vote for Watkins is about 10 to 15,000 votes higher than the GOP vote in that same district in 1982. And the only thing we can determine on that is that the coattail effect did have some effect on Watkins, although it doesn't appear he's going to win. There were a lot of people in his own party, in the Republican Party, especially Republican officials, who felt that it was too early for him. He had never run for public office before. He's a minister, and they felt that before running for Congress, he should have perhaps run for some lesser office. He did not. He's doing respectable, but it doesn't appear he's going to win. Now, right now, let's go back to the national. No, we're not. We're going to the Southern Desk and John Holland. John?
Ralph, in Kentucky, CNN expects two-term Democrat Senator Walter Huddleston to lose his race for a third term. The Republican challenger and apparent winner is Mitch McConnell, who was a county judge, and many people considered him a political unknown before this race. There is a heavy voter turnout throughout the southern region today. As we have been telling you, in Georgia it has been especially heavy in the urban and suburban areas. And connected with that heavy turnout, we now have returns on virtually all the congressional races. In the first congressional district in Georgia, Lindsey Thomas, the Democrat incumbent, the apparent winner. In the second race, Charles Hatcher, the Democrat incumbent, also the apparent winner. In the third congressional district in Georgia, Richard Ray, the Democrat incumbent, again the apparent winner. We don't have enough information to make a call in the fourth district. In the fifth congressional district, Wyche Fowler, who was unopposed, the Democrat incumbent, is of course the winner. We have in the 8th Congressional District, Roy Rowland, the Democrat incumbent, the apparent winner. In the 9th District, Ed Jenkins, the Democrat incumbent, the apparent winner. And in the 10th Congressional District, Doug Barnard, the incumbent, again, the apparent winner. In the 3rd District of Kentucky, CNN expects Romano Mazzoli, a 14-year veteran of the House of Representatives and the sponsor of the Simpson-Mazzoli immigration bill, to defeat Republican Suzanne Warner handily. The last time we checked vote totals, they were about 2-1, Mazzoli over Warner. And as it turns out, Suzanne Warner did not even get into this race until virtually the last minute. There was another Republican woman candidate who got into some trouble over the facts about her background as she had stated them, and she was involved in an automobile accident. She was replaced, as I say, by Suzanne Warner, the Republican, in that race at the last minute, and nobody much in the area knew Warner. Consequently, Congressman Mazzoli is defeating her, we believe, by a handy margin at this time. We're going to go now to our Northeast desk where Charles Crawford is standing by. Charles?
Well, the polls are closed now in Massachusetts, and House Speaker Thomas Tip O'Neill, as expected, has won another term in office. O'Neill's only opposition in the 8th District came from Laura Ross, a communist. O'Neill's victory tonight means he'll be returned to Washington to carry out a 17th term. Those O'Neill figures are still not in, but in 1982, O'Neill collected 75% of the vote from constituents living in Cambridge and the Boston area. In the hottest race in Massachusetts, between Republican Ray Shammy and Lieutenant Governor John Kerry. Shammy could have perhaps made a victory by riding the coattails of Ronald Reagan, but it appears at this moment that Lieutenant Governor Kerry has won the seat that was held by retiring Senator Paul Tsongas. In New Hampshire, initial returns show incumbent Governor John Sununu ahead of rival Chris Spiro, a Democrat. CBS News has declared the one-term governor the winner based on their exit polls. History shows that no governor who wanted a second term in office has been denied that chance in New Hampshire. The main issue in this gubernatorial contest has been the ill-fated Seabrook nuclear power plant. In Vermont, polls closed just over an hour ago, and the Secretary of State's office told CNN no final figures will be in until tomorrow. Many towns in the rural state still count ballots by hand. However, officials report voter turnout was extremely heavy in all areas of the state, and CNN appears that President Reagan is the winner in New Hampshire, which elected Ronald Reagan in 1980 by 58 percentage points. Apparently also Ronald Reagan is the winner in Delaware with 3 electoral votes, and that northeastern state is considered a bellwether state. Delaware voters have voted for the winning president in the last 8 presidential elections. And it also appears that Ronald Reagan will take the state of Connecticut with its 8 electoral votes. And now we go back to the national desk.
Charles Crawford, thank you very much. We will continue our election night coverage after a quick break with Daniel Shore, senior correspondent who has covered many such political evenings as this. We will get his unique insights as our election watch coverage continues.
We have been fascinated from the beginning. As a machine, the human body remains a supreme invention. To unlock its potential, we offer Soloflex. Simple and efficient, like the body itself. Which may explain why Soloflex looks less like a machine and more like a work of art.
MasterCard, I'm bored. Oh, my interest is piqued. MasterCard, I'd follow you anywhere.
Freedom's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freedom's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freedom's the one.
Freedent gum not only won't stick to your dental work, it helps clean in between to freshen your breath while you chew.
Freedom's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Freedom's the one.
Freshen your breath with non-stick Freedent.
You won't believe what they say on Crossfire. From the outspoken. But I'll tell you this much. To the outrageous.
You think that's funny?
From the unrehearsed.
Let's look at the other side of the coin.
To the unexpected.
No one ever asked me whether I was gay.
Can they say that on TV?
I certainly do think so.
Catch Crossfire and get caught up in the excitement.
I don't know if I'd have been able to control myself.
Weeknights at 1 a.m. Eastern. Look for Crossfire on CNN.
With that lovely picture of the White House showing there, it's appropriate that we go to our senior correspondent in Washington, Daniel Shore, for some observations at this point on this election night. Dan.
Yes, Don. Mondale appears to have won the 3 electoral votes of the District of Columbia and no state so far. We are not giving results until we have actual results. Others are giving projections, and CBS has already projected that Reagan has won with 280 electoral votes so far in 11 eastern and midwestern states. We'll wait and see if that is true. What does appear to be true is that Reagan is running about as strongly in terms of popular votes as some of the polls predicted, at least maybe 60 to 40%, and the indications are that they run an entire gamut of old and young. The yuppies who might have voted for Gary Hart have voted for him in large numbers. They apparently have accepted his view, that his optimistic view, and all the things that Reagan said to these people are apparently on the whole being accepted so far, at least in places where they've had a chance so far to express their opinion. In a sense that you might say that until now President Reagan was running against Walter Mondale. Now, in a sense, his opponent is Thomas Tip O'Neill, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who himself has just been elected to the House. In recent days, Reagan has targeted O'Neill more directly than Mondale, at least by name, and for a very good reason. Assuming that President Reagan is reelected, his ability to move ahead with the Reagan Revolution, what he himself calls the Second American Revolution, that will largely depend on the balance of power in the House of Representatives. Reagan is fond of saying that Democrats have controlled the House for 29 years, and while that is true, it is also true that the 33 seats that the Republicans picked up in the 1980 landslide enabled Reagan to forge an effective coalition with conservative Democrats that gave him substantially what he wanted in 1981 and 2 on tax cuts and spending and policy in general. Well, in the election of 1982, the GOP lost 26 seats, and Reagan lost effective control of the House. And that was when he began running into trouble on such matters as the MX missile, anti-satellite weapons, on aid to rebels fighting against the Sandinista regime in Nicaragua, cuts in domestic and non-defense spending. Now, unless the GOP gains, what shall I say, 25 to 30 seats tonight in the House, President Reagan although re-elected, and although perhaps re-elected by one of the historic landslides of our history, will have trouble achieving some of the goals that he has set for a second term. In a general sort of way, it appears he wants tax reform. He may not get a tax reform bill to his liking in a House that he doesn't control. He wants budget cuts to his liking. He wants a defense buildup on a scale that is to his liking. He wants a free hand to deal with the situation in Central America. The Democrats had a margin of 99 seats in the 98th Congress. The Republicans will have to cut that by at least a third, or the House will be in a position, whatever happens in the Senate, to slow down the Reagan Revolution. So now, if it is true that the election of the president is about over, and we seem to know about the White House, the House is the place to watch.
All right, Dan Shore, thank you very much. A couple of Democratic senators are winning tonight. We want to tell you about them quickly. In Oklahoma, Senator David Boren, the incumbent, is the apparent winner over Bill Crozier, the Republican challenger. And in Tennessee, Albert Gore, the congressman, the son of the late senator, is apparently the winner in the open seat vacated by the majority leader of the Senate, Howard Baker, a Republican. So the Democrats, it looks as though, have picked up a seat in Tennessee that is not unexpected, but it's an important victory for the Democrats in a seat that was held by a Republican.
And as we promised, we will keep you up to date on what the other news agencies and news networks are telling you, so we'll give you all the information from here. We'd like to bring you up to date on what CBS has said. They are calling this election for Ronald Reagan, saying that he has 280 electoral votes to Walter Mondale's 3 electoral votes. And ABC is saying that it's Ronald Reagan's election as well, with 284 electoral votes also to Mr. Mondale's 3 electoral votes.
Of course, it takes 270 to win in the Electoral College. We'll keep you up to date on all of that. And our live continuing coverage will be back in just a couple of minutes here from CNN's election headquarters in Atlanta.
News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by Freedent Gum. Freshen your breath with delicious non-stick Freedent Gum. And by your nearby federally insured savings institution. By DuPont. Better things for better living.
Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freedent's the one.
Freedent Gum not only won't stick to your dental work, it helps clean in between to freshen your breath while you chew.
Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Freedent's the one.
Freshen your breath with non-stick Freedent.
For 50 years, there's been a rather unique insurance corporation. A corporation that insures only one thing, your money. But what makes it even more special is that none of its customers has ever lost a penny. The Federal Savings and Loan Insurance Corporation. Considering all the time you spend making your money, don't you want a guarantee that you won't lose it?
Beautiful cars are still part of the American dream, but keeping them perfectly beautiful isn't always easy. That's why DuPont developed a computerized system with 25,000 paint formulas to help body shops match your car's original color. So while DuPont paint makes new cars beautiful, DuPont technology makes them beautiful again. And again. DuPont, better things for better living.
My family gave me Radio Shack's portable Model 100 computer for Christmas last year. 5 built-in programs, including telephone communications. And this Christmas, it's on sale. A super gift for my son. He can take notes at college. And one for my wife, for the household budgeting. And maybe one for, nice computer. They're on sale at Radio Shack.
Save $200 now on the Model 100 portable computer, only at Radio Shack.
From Turner Broadcasting, this is Cable News Network.
The New York Times supports Walter Mondale, but crossed party lines to strongly endorse Bill Green. The New York Times said Bill Green delivers for his district and for the city, and this Democratic city benefits from Republican representation in Washington. That's why Bill Green is endorsed by Freeze Voter 84, Voters for Choice, the National Education Association, Handgun Control, the Jewish Political Caucus, and WCBS-TV. It's important to cross party lines because, as the New York Times said, Bill Green delivers. On Tuesday, vote for Bill Green.
Do you realize that the candidates you elect on November 6th help shape our future? Voting is just not a right. Voting is your responsibility. Don't let somebody else make your choices, because in a democracy, every vote counts. So please, don't let us down. Be a responsible citizen. On Tuesday, November 6th, get out and vote!
Manhattan Cable TV urges all eligible persons to get out and vote on November 6th. Remember, voting is not just a right, it's a responsibility.
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night, 1984. CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by MasterCard International. So worldly, so welcome. Olivetti, bringing electronic wizardry to your fingertips. And by Stouffer Hotels, bringing new cities and new excitement to you. Now, here are Don Farmer and Chris Curl.
Well, if you live in Arkansas or North Carolina, you know that it's too late now. Your polls have just closed. But 26 states are still voting, and as you've heard, if you've been with us, the voter turnout around the country is very heavy today. So if you have a chance to vote, your polls are still open, why not? Go ahead. Exercise your franchise. At this point, President Reagan is leading in the returns, and as you can see, with 5%, this is the raw vote from around the country, 5% of the precincts reporting. The president has almost a 2-to-1 lead. Well, not quite. It's 61% to 39% with 3.3 million to 2.1 million over Walter Mondale. CNN believes that President Reagan has scored a victory so far in 17 states as the votes have been tallied. Those states represent a total of 214 electoral votes. Walter Mondale apparently has carried so far only the District of Columbia. The district represents 3 electoral votes. Chris.
Well, Ronald Reagan's campaign manager, Edward Rollins, says that the president has won a landslide victory over Walter Mondale. As for Mr. Mondale, he was non-committal as he arrived at a staff dinner at a hotel in St. Paul. He said it's a little too soon yet to know how the evening will turn out. We want to go now to our Midwestern desk and Ralph Wenge to find out what's happening in that region. Ralph.
Thank you very much, Chris. It appears that the Republican coattails are still spread wide open tonight, at least in the state of Indiana. We're going to take a look at 2 of the districts in Indiana right now. First of all, let's look at the 2nd Congressional District, in which Philip Sharp was defending his seat from Ken McKenzie, and it appears now that McKenzie has taken the lead 53% to 46% in that race, with 43% of the precincts reported. In the other district, which is the 8th district, Richard McIntyre, state representative, is ahead of Frank McCluskey right now, the incumbent. This is a rather interesting district, one that switched party control 3 times in 10 years. And in both of these cases, we were looking at a toss-up. And right now it appears that the Republicans are ahead of the Democratic incumbents in both the 2nd and the 8th districts in the state of Indiana. Another race we've been watching very closely throughout this campaign, a race in which we're still waiting for some numbers, is that between Charles Percy and Paul Simon. A Senate race in which Percy was criticized by Illinois voters for worrying about affairs outside of the state of Illinois, so he went to work trying very, very hard to convince the voters that indeed he was concerned about their affairs, about helping the economy, helping the farmers in Illinois, and so forth. Well, we're going to go to Jeff Levine now, our CNN correspondent at Percy's headquarters in Chicago. Jeff?
Ralph, the feeling here is that Charles Percy is going back to the U.S. Senate for the 4th time. Even though the pollsters say that this race is extremely close, the mood among the Percy campaign staff is optimistic, and they're feeling that a victory will come their way later this evening. The senator voted this morning in his home near suburban Chicago. He spent the day doing some 11th-hour campaigning. Then, to wind up, he took his grandson to the zoo. The senator says that he will appear here later this evening, but not until there is some definitive word on how the voting is going. And as you know, the voter turnout here in Chicago has been extraordinarily heavy, as it has been downstate, so we could be here for quite some time before there are some results we can count on and tell you definitively about. The story of Senator Percy's campaign can really be wrapped up in two words: Ronald Reagan. The senator has wrapped himself in a mantle of conservatism in hopes of catching on to the president's coattails. By the way, Senator Percy does have the reputation of being a gentleman and a high-style campaigner, but as you mentioned, Ralph, this election has been extraordinarily bitter. It's been a tough fight with liberal Congressman Paul Simon. Again, the feeling here is that Percy will prevail, but it has been a struggle. With more on the Simon campaign, let's go to correspondent Jill Doherty at Simon headquarters at the Ambassador West Hotel in Chicago. Jill?
Yes, Jeff, just as you said that Senator Percy has a lot of confidence, there is a certain amount of confidence here at Simon headquarters in Chicago, if only in the fact that the race is so very, very tight. As you mentioned, the polls showed a very tight race. Percy this morning was leading 51% to 49% for Simon. In fact, Simon had his own personal poll that showed him leading by 1/16 of 1%. So that shows you how incredibly tight it is. But there are some other reasons for a bit of confidence on Paul Simon's part. One is the voter turnout, as you mentioned, in Chicago. It's a record 83%. That's the highest it's been since 1968. Chicago being a very democratic city, that should bode well for Paul Simon. Another thing that his candidacy has managed to do is to bring together the local Democratic Party, which was split, as you know, by the so-called council wars. Now we have, or we had, up until today, Washington, the mayor, and his opponents out beating the bushes, trying to outdo each other to bring out the vote. So that, again, should help Paul Simon. Also, Simon has been able to take some of the traditional support that Charles Percy used to have, and that is with blacks, Jews, and union members. So again, it promises to be very close. As Jeff said, we'll be here till the end. Jill Doherty reporting live from Simon headquarters in Chicago, back to the national desk.
All right, Jill, thank you. You know, one of the major headline stories after this election, should President Reagan go on to win tonight, will be what will his economic policy be in his second term of the Reagan administration. And a key player in that regard, of course, is the Secretary of the Treasury, Donald Regan. He joins us now live in our Washington bureau with our colleagues, the syndicated columnists Evans and Novak. Gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary, I just talked to a top aide of the House Democratic Campaign Committee, and he told me that the estimate of the Democrats is 18 to 24 seat loss as of now. Is that going to help you and the president get your whatever this economic program is going to be through a Democratic-controlled House?
Oh, yes, very definitely. The more seats we can win, the easier it's going to be for us to get our programs through starting in January.
Where is the tax simplification reform program that was supposed to come out the week after the election? Is that ready, Mr. Secretary?
No, it's supposed to come out in December, and it will be ready in December. Right now we're off the computers, and we're starting to look over what those computer runs have shown us about certain things that we could put together to make a tax simplification plan.
But you are behind schedule, sir, are you not?
Oh, no, we're right on schedule. The president asked for it around the 1st of December, and we're going to be ready.
You're going to have it the 1st of December?
Oh, yes, right around that time.
You like more like December 15th, would you say?
Nope, you're wrong on that one. We're going to be ready on time.
Mr. Secretary, there's been a lot of published reports just coming before the election that what you plan to do in this sounds like it sounds like it's fulfilling Walter Mondale's predictions. That you're saying you're going to tax the unemployment compensation paid to people, you're going to tax workman's compensation, you're going to take away the deductions of the ordinary taxpayer for sales tax and income tax. Are those accurate reports?
No, those are not accurate reports. That's uninformed speculation by people trying to guess as to exactly what we're going to do. When you see the program in its totality, it will be none of those things. What we're trying to do here is to simplify it, but make it also revenue neutral. That is, not to raise taxes, nor lose taxes by tax simplification, merely to change it to make it easier on all of us to understand what's going on in the tax system of the United States.
Well, Mr. Secretary, if Tip O'Neill remains Speaker of the House and you have a strong House Democratic majority, what's that going to do to your tax simplification program?
Well, I think this is something that taxpayers want, regardless of which side of the aisle they may be represented by. And I think that enough Democrats will join us Republicans in pushing through tax simplification because it's an idea whose time has come.
Mr. Secretary, the Federal Reserve Board Open Market Committee is about to meet this week, and there's a lot of speculation that which is causing a lot of glee in the stock market, that they're going to ease up on money a little bit. And there's also some talk that the reason they didn't ease up earlier was they didn't want to seem to be helping Mr. Reagan in the election. Do you think those are accurate assessments?
Well, I don't know exactly what motivated the Federal Open Market Committee to do what they have been doing. Certainly there's room enough due to the lack of money supply over the past few months since June for them to be more accommodative, that is, to supply more money to the system to keep this recovery going.
So you think it's overdue?
Well, I think that it is past due, yes. I think there's plenty of room.
Mr. Secretary, the third quarter growth rate was very low compared to the first and second, below 3%. What do you see for the fourth? And now that apparently Mr. Reagan's going to have another term, what do you see for the first quarter of next year?
We're predicting a growth rate in the current quarter of about 4%, and we think for all of 1985 it'll be in that same ballpark.
Mr. Secretary, when we talked in Dallas, you were quite critical of the Republican platform for accusing the Federal Reserve Board for being destabilizing toward the economy, but you've been rather critical of the board yourself in saying they've been a little too tight. Do you think that in hindsight, that the Republican platform was not that far off?
Well, I think at that particular time they were far off. It's only in recent weeks that I think the Fed has gotten a little bit on the tight side, and we didn't speak out until last Monday.
Mr. Secretary, let me ask you to put on a political hat. I know you have one in your closet there. Talk to us just for a second about politics. Don't you think the president made a mistake not to get involved in the effort to elect more Republicans to the House so late in the game?
Well, we lost the connection with the hotel in Washington, and we'll throw it back to Atlanta. This is Robert Novak, Roland Evans, CNN Election Watch in Washington.
Very much. I think we had a slight serenade there for a moment. I don't know where exactly it was coming from. It was, I'm telling some celebration going on somewhere, I'm sure. We want to bring you up to date on a couple individual races around the country. It appears that Bill Bradley, a Democrat, has won in New Jersey. There you have the numbers there, with 61% of the vote for the Senate seat again. He is the incumbent, of course. And I'd like to go on now to Delaware. A very interesting thing has happened here, although Delaware apparently has gone for Ronald Reagan presidentially. It looks like Joseph Biden, who is a Democrat, the incumbent, against John Burris, has won. You see the totals there. Biden winning with almost twice as many votes. A little bit of a note about Joseph Biden. He is what's known as a Kennedy liberal. He also, you may have heard his name a lot recently, and if you don't know exactly where you heard it, it's probably because his name is one of those listed as a possible contender for president in 1988. He's sort of a second rank individual among all of those names, but you're undoubtedly going to be hearing more of him, not just in connection with his return to the Senate. Don.
And we have some more Senate races to tell you about now. The polls are not yet closed in Texas, but there are a lot of indications at this hour that Phil Gramm is going to win the Senate seat there. This is the seat that was vacated by Senator John Tower, the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, a powerful man in the Senate for many years. We are now saying that Phil Gramm is the apparent winner in Texas with 68% of the vote counted so far. Phil Gramm, a former Democrat, he was one of those boll weevils, and now he's a Republican, apparently beating Lloyd Doggett. Now, let's go on to Kansas. And in Kansas, the only incumbent senator, female senator, running for re-election is an easy victory, it would appear. Nancy Kassebaum, way ahead of her opponent in Kansas. One more to call for you right now in Michigan. A man who calls himself a liberal progressive, Carl Levin, the incumbent Democrat from Michigan, appears to be winning at this point, although the polls have not yet closed in Michigan. His opponent, by the way, is Jack Lousam, who's an ex-astronaut, who's a Ronald Reagan Republican who ran on a campaign, among other things, to have a constitutional ban on abortion. Jack Lousam would appear to be the loser tonight to Senator Carl Levin in Michigan.
As the votes are counted up, we find out what the tallies are, and we bring them to you as quickly as possible. We're also telling you what the other news agencies are reporting, so we hope that you will stay with us as we continue with our election night coverage here on your network of record.
MasterCard, I need to do nothing.
MasterCard International.
Absolutely nothing.
So worldly, so welcome,
MasterCard, when it comes to nothing, you're really something.
International.
Wizard! Yes, sire? Send this day to my knights, this to all the serfs on the beach, and this to all the vessels in the castles. As you wish! Higher!
If you don't have time for repetitious typing, you need Olivetti electronic typewriters. They have memory, can work together, even take you all the way to word processing.
Sire, it is done. How did you do it? Magic.
Olivetti, electronic wizardry at your fingertips. Call the wizard near you.
New cities, new excitement. The new Silver Hotels, Washington, Boston, Houston, Chicago, Seattle, Mobile too. So exciting, exciting and new Silver Hotels, St. Louis, Atlanta, New York, Philadelphia, Maui, Hawaii too. Exciting and new Silver Hotels.
Welcome to Stouffer's.
So exciting and new.
Weeknights, turn to CNN's 10 o'clock evening news for the most complete picture of the day's events. You'll get clear, in-depth news reporting, follow important events around the globe, see the stories making tomorrow's headlines. From Atlanta, Don Farmer and Chris Curl explore all the issues. From Washington, Bernard Shaw completes the team that brings you the ultimate hour of news. Don't settle for less news at a later time. Weeknights, get the news you need, the coverage you expect. On CNN's 10 o'clock evening news. Look for it on CNN.
People are still voting in about 26 states in this country, so if you live in one of them and haven't voted, we urge you to do so. We should tell you, however, that in the states where the polls have closed, Ronald Reagan is doing very, very well. By our count, Mr. Mondale has only 3 electoral votes so far, those being in the District of Columbia.
This is about the time of election night when a lot of different things are happening. People still are voting, and in other states, the votes, in polls where they've closed, are being counted. So we're going to check in with the various regions of the country and find out what's going on. Right now, we'll go to John Holloman at our southern desk. John.
Chris, CNN expects Democrat Congressman Albert Gore Jr. to be the winner in Tennessee's Senate race. Senate Majority Leader Howard Baker's old seat was up for grabs, and we expect the Democrat to take that former Republican seat. The seat once belonged to Gore's father, who held it for 18 years. Mr. Reagan and Vice President Bush visited Tennessee this fall, trying to offer some help for the Republican Victor Ashe. He's a 39-year-old Yale graduate. However, Gore's representation in Washington for the Democratic Party and his work back in the district for district projects as a congressman seemed to help him overcome Ashe's Republican challenge, despite that help from the Reagan administration team. In the North Carolina governor's race, the polls closing at 8:30 this evening Eastern Time. CNN is expecting now Congressman Jim Martin, the Republican, to beat Attorney General Rufus Edmiston, the Democrat, seeking to replace Governor James Hunt, who took on Republican Senator Jesse Helms. Edmiston is 43 years old, Martin 48. President Reagan worked very hard in North Carolina for Senator Jesse Helms and for Republican Jim Martin. And in other races, we have several congressional races that we believe we have apparent winners in the state of Florida. In Florida's 3rd District, Democrat Charles Bennett, the incumbent, has apparently won. In the 4th District, Democrat Bill Chappell is again the incumbent and again the apparent winner. In the 7th District, Democrat Sam Gibbons, the incumbent, is the apparent winner. In the 8th District, Republican Congressman Bill Young, the incumbent, again the apparent winner. In the 9th District, Republican Michael Balarkis, the incumbent, the apparent winner. And in other races in Florida, Republican Andy Ireland, the incumbent, who was in a very hotly contested race with Pat Glass, a female Democrat in the state of Florida. Andy Ireland, the apparent winner there. In the 14th Congressional District in Florida, Democrat Dan Mica, again the incumbent, again the apparent winner. And in the 19th District, a race that's important not only in Florida but nationwide, Congressman Dante Fascell, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, a 30-year House veteran and the incumbent, has apparently won re-election.
CNN expects Arkansas Democrat Senator David Pryor to defeat his Republican opponent, Congressman Ed Bethune, and continue in the Senate. Representative Bethune asked for and got help from President Reagan. Again, coattail effects. But apparently the Reagan coattail effects did not help. And one more thing, CNN expects Bill Clinton, the Democratic governor of Arkansas, to defeat Elwood Woody Freeman, the Republican congressman there. Now, we're going to go to Ralph Begleiter at CNN's Midwest desk. Ralph?
John, in Oklahoma, the challenger was calling it a David versus Goliath race, but David did not beat Goliath tonight. In the Senate, incumbent Democrat David Boren has held on to his seat against Bill Crozier, the former postal management trainee who was challenging him. David Boren has held on to his Senate seat. He will remain in office. Also in Oklahoma, one of the races that has been watched very carefully by both the Democrats and Republicans this time is the seat of Jim Jones, the Democrat who's the head of the Budget Committee. The Republican Jones, CNN believes, will remain in office, has held on to his seat despite President Reagan's overwhelming victory in the state of Oklahoma. The Republican right targeted Jones's seat. They would have liked nothing better than to see Jones leave his position, because it was Jones who fought the Reagan budget a couple of years ago and who fought many of the Reagan financial and economic moves on Capitol Hill. But Jim Jones, the Democrat, CNN believes, will hold on to his seat in that race against Frank Keating. Jones is a liberal Democrat, and that suggests that in Oklahoma, as perhaps elsewhere in the West, Republicans who are voting for President Reagan split their ticket and went for the Democrats in other races. Also in House races in Oklahoma, in District 3, incumbent Democrat Wes Watkins has been elected to a 5th term over Patrick Miller, an engineer and rancher. In the 4th District in Oklahoma, incumbent Dave McCurdy, Democrat, wins a 3rd term over State Representative Jerry Smith. In the 5th District in Oklahoma, incumbent Republican Mickey Edwards winds up his 5th term and wins a 5th term over Alan Greason. In the 6th District in Oklahoma, incumbent Democrat Glenn English beats attorney Craig Dodd. The big news from Oklahoma then, that Jim Jones, the Democrat, continues to hold on to his seat, and in the Senate race, also a Democrat, David Boren, holds on to his Senate seat despite President Reagan's victory in Oklahoma. Now back to the National Desk.
All right, Ralph, thank you. If you were George Bush tonight, what would you be doing? Chances are you wouldn't be bowling or riding horseback or even playing Trivial Pursuit. You'd be doing this, watching the election returns on television tonight. There are the Bushes, George and Barbara, in their hotel suite. That's not him, of course. That's a local reporter there in Houston.
I want you to notice that not only was George Bush and his wife Barbara Bush there with him watching one television screen, it looked as if they had a video living room. They were watching as many returns as they could get.
What they're seeing on their television screens in Minnesota tonight will not be as pleasing to the Democrats there, the longtime fans of Walter Mondale in his hometown. But there is a Mondale headquarters, and there are people there, including our correspondent, James Allen Miklashevsky. Jim.
Well, Don, I'm here. We're standing in an empty ballroom, which was supposed to serve as a briefing room for reporters, but as you can see, the room is empty, and it doesn't look like there'll be any briefing from Mondale staffers, at least here, for some time to come. Walter Mondale is here at this hotel, the Radisson in St. Paul, after he attended what was described as a very emotional but dignified dinner with 200 of his staff members. They said that Walter Mondale's speech didn't leave a dry eye in the house. He was greeted by an array of lights that spelled out, "To serve with love." Now, in his speech to his supporters and campaign workers, he didn't make any mention of the possible outcome of tonight's voting, but he gave what appeared at best to be a concession speech to his staff. He told them that he knows that they must have did what they did, work on his campaign, because they believe in a better America. And he said that they should at least come out of this with treasured memories. He also said that they should have learned more in this past year and a half of working for the Mondale campaign than they have in a lifetime. There's also indications that Walter Mondale will be giving his concession speech at the St. Paul Civic Center sometime after 11 o'clock tonight. We're going to go now to the Civic Center, where CNN's Tom Mintier is standing by with what's supposed to be a party. Tom?
Here at the St. Paul Civic Center, the preparations are still underway for Walter Mondale's celebration that may not be a celebration tonight. You know, of all the things that can go wrong in an event like this, it's hard to believe that you can be able to walk across the floor right in front of the podium when you would expect thousands and thousands of people to be here. Another interesting sidelight into the preparations that went on here, the lighting man who was going to do the lights for the podium for Walter Mondale backed out at the last moment, leaving the campaign in a lurch to scramble to find somebody to put up enough light for the national television cameras so that they could work here. So the crowd that you would expect to be filling this place has not materialized. They may be sitting at home watching the returns on TV and decide that rather than to come to a party that won't be a celebration, to just stay home. Back to you.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. Quickly, in West Virginia now, it does appear that Jay Rockefeller is winning the Senate seat there. It's an open seat vacated by Senator Randolph Jennings, who has retired. That's in West Virginia. Also, we can tell you that NBC News is saying now that Walter Mondale has 3 electoral votes. Ronald Reagan has 324 electoral votes.
All right, we will be back with more of our election night coverage in just a moment. We'll be talking with someone very close to President Reagan, Senator Paul Laxalt. He'll be with us as our election watch coverage continues.
Cable News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by Freenet Gum. Freshen your breath with delicious non-stick Freenet Gum. IBM typewriters. No matter how you look at typing, we're your type. And by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence.
Freenet's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freenet's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freenet's the one.
Freenet gum not only won't stick to your dental work, it helps clean in between to freshen your breath while you chew.
Freenet's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Freenet's the one.
Freshen your breath with non-stick Freenet.
I see your desk's got a computer on it.
Yeah, smart desk.
Going to the game? Me, I don't need a computer. I just call Bert. What if Bert's not in? I wait till Bert's back. Who's playing? Detroit.
You know, I don't know how I managed before.
Well, machines and I just don't mix, know what I mean?
Sure. I'll see you at the game.
Yeah, actually, I've got a little more to do.
Some people don't need an IBM computer on their desk.
Is that you, Bert?
The smart desk is for people who do.
He's at the game.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. Abraham Lincoln's dream was to save the Union. Wilson's was to bring America into the League of Nations. Roosevelt's dream was to get us out of a Great Depression.
Ill-housed, ill-clad, ill-nourished.
Like other dreams, presidential dreams don't always come true. But speaking the dream is one of the most important jobs a president has.
Ask what you can do for your country.
Precise measurements, perfect fits, flawless surfaces. General Motors employees are committed to giving you nothing less. And when the shift ends, their drive for quality continues. Because GM people sign up to take one of the cars home to evaluate. This kind of extra involvement helps build better cars. Nobody sweats the details like GM.
From Turner Broadcasting System, this is Cable News Network.
York Times supports Walter Mondale, but crossed party lines to strongly endorse Bill Green. The New York Times said Bill Green delivers for his district and for the city, and this Democratic city benefits from Republican representation in Washington. That's why Bill Green is endorsed by Freeze Voter 84, Voters for Choice, the National Education Association, Handgun Control, the Jewish Political Caucus, and WCBS TV. It's important to cross party lines because, as the New York Times said, Bill Green delivers. On Tuesday, vote for Bill Green.
This room is a haven for babies born too small, too soon. It's an intensive care nursery for newborns too ill or damaged to make it on their own. Sophisticated equipment, funded by the March of Dimes, monitors their every life sign. Doctors and nurses, specially trained under March of Dimes grants, diagnose and treat their birth defects. The things they do here will buy these infants a lifetime. You can be part of this March of Dimes lifeline too. Join the March of Dimes.
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night, 1984. And with the latest from across the country, national anchors Chris Curl and Don Farber, Mary Alice Williams and Bernard Shaw, and with detailed regional coverage, watching the Northeast, Charles Crawford, monitoring the South, John Holloman, following the Midwest, Ralph Wingy, tracking the West, Ralph Bedletter, and covering the Far West, Lou Waters. State by state, region by region, the winners, the losers, till all the results are in. CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by MasterCard International. So worldly, so welcome. And by Friedent Gum. Freshen your breath with delicious non-stick Friedent Gum. And by your nearby federally insured savings institution. Now, here are Don Farber and Chris Curl.
Good evening if you're just joining us. If you're not, we're glad you've been with us for the last several hours as we continue our coverage. It's 9 o'clock here at the Cable News Network headquarters in Atlanta. The polls have now closed in 39 states. At this point, President Reagan has an impressive lead. Let's look at the national totals. 10% of the raw vote now, 39% for Mondale, 61% for the president. So far, CNN believes that the president is carrying 28 states with a total of 318 electoral votes. It takes 270 to win. Walter Mondale, so far, we're told, is carrying only the District of Columbia with 3 electoral votes at this point. And CNN now believes that Jesse Helms is the apparent winner in the state of North Carolina, the most expensive Senate race in the history of this country, with just a few votes in. Actually, this is the raw total. Helms is ahead by 55 to 45. But looking at all things considered, CNN believes that Helms is the victor. Chris.
Walter Mondale held a meeting with his campaign staff and is reportedly preparing a concession speech at this time. However, both Mr. Mondale and the president have said they will make no statements until after the West Coast polls close. That's at 11 o'clock Eastern time. The Reagan campaign manager, Ed Rollins, is predicting a landslide, but when asked if the president will sweep all 50 states, Rollins replied, "Not yet, but it is close."
Now, one of the men closest to President Reagan in this country and in the United States Senate in particular is Senator Paul Laxalt of Nevada. And Senator Laxalt joins Daniel Schorr now in Washington. Gentlemen.
Yes, Don. Senator Laxalt's at the Shoreham Hotel, where there's a victory celebration being prepared, which I'm sure will be quite a victory celebration tonight. Senator Laxalt, who's been the chairman of this campaign, has a smile on his face, as I can see. Senator, what we've heard so far is that all we know for sure is that Walter Mondale has won the 3 electoral votes in the District of Columbia, and so far, no state. How far do you think this landslide victory for President Reagan is likely to go?
Well, Daniel, there's a potential of all 50. I don't know that's going to happen. This morning when we had our evening tracking, we showed Minnesota and Massachusetts in the Mondale column. I don't know where that'll all come, but as I heard Don indicating from Ed Rollins, we do have a potential of 50 states, and that, of course, would be a historic landslide.
That means that you think that even Minnesota is likely to go into the Reagan column?
I don't know about that. This morning we had our polls indicate that Minnesota was slightly in favor of Mondale, but the proportions of this landslide are such that if it brushes over into Minnesota, we could carry Minnesota as well.
What do your estimates tell you the popular margin is likely to be? It's clearly going to be a popular majority, which doesn't happen very often, although President Reagan did win one in 1980. What do you think the spread will be in the popular vote?
It's looking like a 60-40 race, if you can believe that. I never would have believed it. Our polls last night indicated that it would be a 20-point margin, but I'll be frank to tell you, we thought there'd be quite a bit of shrinkage during the course of the day, and I would have settled for 10 points, but it looks like it's going to be 20.
What made you think there was going to be shrinkage?
Well, just a traditional shrinkage, plus I talked to a lot of our people in these major industrial states, and there was a huge turnout. We didn't know where that would come down. Ordinarily, a huge turnout in the big industrial states does not operate in favor of the Republican candidate. Apparently here it didn't hurt us.
In the South, it appears that there's been a very heavy white vote for President Reagan, and some are talking about a racial polarization that is emerging in the South. Do you see that?
I hope not. I hope we don't have a racial polarization. We're finding not only in the South, but throughout the country, that the black support for this candidacy hasn't been as strong as we'd like it to be. I would hope that with the next 4 years that situation will improve. But I would hope that we're not seeing a racial polarization. There was some characterization during the Jackson effort that was what was happening down there, and we were the recipient of huge additional white votes in the South. I don't know whether that's the case or not. We'll know better tomorrow.
All right, Senator Laxalt, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll be coming back to you. Back now to you, Don and Chris.
Senator Dan Shore, thank you both very much.
To recap, we believe now that the president has carried 28 states with 318 electoral votes. And as you know, it takes 270 votes to get elected. That's 270 electoral votes. Chris.
All right, thank you. And we have word that perhaps Mr. Armstrong has won the Senate in Colorado. We will have more information on that in just a moment. We'll be taking a break and coming back to go around and look at what's happening in some of the regions in the Midwest. But first, an update for you.
That's right. Senator Pete Domenici, the chairman of the Budget Committee in the Senate, has won his re-election. It is apparent to CNN that that's the case at this point. Senator Domenici in New Mexico, the apparent winner at this hour for his re-election bid for the United States Senate.
And in Wyoming, Senator Simpson. We're coming up with a lot of winners right about now. Senator Simpson, apparently the winning senator there in Wyoming.
We'll be back with more live coverage from Atlanta as our CNN Election Watch special coverage continues in just a moment.
MasterCard, find me a bargain. Something in blue. MasterCard, you're so chic.
Freedom's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your bread. Yeah, Freedom's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your bread. Yeah, Freedom's the one.
Freedent gum not only won't stick to your dental work, it helps clean in between to freshen your breath while you chew.
Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum and puts the fresh in your breath. Freedent's the one.
Freshen your breath with non-stick Freedent.
For 50 years, there's been a rather unique insurance corporation. A corporation that insures only one thing, your money. But what makes it even more special is that none of its customers has ever lost a penny. The Federal Savings and Loan Insurance Corporation. Considering all the time you spend making your money, don't you want a guarantee that you won't lose it?
Wherever you live, whatever your weather, whenever you're on CNN, you can count on up-to-the-minute weather reports at the top of every hour. 24 hours a day, every day of the week. Look to CNN to learn the latest weather developments. Now with CNN weather reports at the top of every hour, you know just when to find the information you need, wherever you live. Whatever your weather, you'll see what's outside the door and just around the corner. Only on CNN at the top of every hour.
We have some more apparent winners and some official ones for you tonight, and we will, of course, through the evening. First of all, in the state of Minnesota, the incumbent Republican Senator Rudy Boschwitz of Minnesota apparently is the winner now over Joan Grove, a female candidate, obviously. She is one of 10 women running for the U.S. Senate. As we told you earlier, Nancy Kassebaum, the incumbent Republican from Kansas, is the apparent winner tonight. But in Minnesota, Rudy Boschwitz, a supporter of President Reagan, however, he is opposed to a prayer in school amendment and to an anti-abortion amendment to the Constitution. Boschwitz, yes, in Minnesota.
And in Michigan, one of the most vulnerable Democrats up for election this year, Carl Levin, for senator, apparently has beat Jack Lousma. You remember that name. He was the astronaut, his name made famous. So Carl Levin, the incumbent senator in Michigan, a Democrat, has won out, apparently, over Jack Lousma in Michigan.
Carl Levin is a liberal progressive by his own definition, but he also has, because of where he's from, he has voted on almost all of the issues favoring the auto industry, such as restrictions on imports and domestic content legislation. So, Carl Levin, the winner tonight. Now let's look at the Midwest in general, and we go to our Midwestern desk and Ralph Wingy.
Well, Don and Chris, there are two interesting gubernatorial races in the Midwest tonight. One of them is in Missouri. And according to CNN, it appears as though Attorney General John Ashcroft has won that race. He is the Republican there. This was an open race. The current governor, Christopher Bond, couldn't succeed himself for a third time, so it was a toss-up pretty much between the Lieutenant Governor, Kenneth Rothman, and John Ashcroft. And tonight, looks like Ashcroft has won that race. Fundamentalist, an avid churchgoer, a very colorful personality. He toured the state singing gospel duets. Apparently, his singing paid off for him. In Iowa, where the polls close at 9 o'clock Central Time, 10 o'clock Eastern Time, a close race tonight between Republican incumbent Roger Jepsen and Democratic challenger Tom Harkin. Now, this is perhaps the best chance for the Democrats to defeat a Republican Senate incumbent. The latest polls showed Harkin seen here with his family with a slight lead over Jepsen. Tonight, Harkin is waiting for the results in Des Moines. We're going to have results from that contest shortly. By the way, in Indiana tonight, the voters are returning Governor Robert Ord of the State House. The Republican is easily defeating Democrat Wayne Townsend. Now let's go to the Northeast desk and Charles Crawford.
Stand by, Charles. All right, we'll start with Maryland. Incumbent Representative Barbara Mikulski is the apparent winner in that state's District Number 3 for the House seat. Mikulski is a Democrat from Baltimore and is a four-term representative. In Maryland's District 4, incumbent Republican Marjorie Holt has won another term, beating contender Howard Greenbaum, a Democrat. And in the number 5 district, another incumbent has been given another 2 years on the Hill. Democrat, Steny Hoyer has apparently won over John Ritchie, a Republican. And Beverly Byron, a Democratic representative from Maryland's 6th district, apparently has beaten former state Representative Robin Ficker. And in the state's 8th district, voters returned, apparently, Michael Barnes to another term in office. Barnes is a 3-term Democrat. Still undecided are districts 1 and 2, where there are very close races, especially in number 2, where Republican Helen Bentley is trying for the 3rd straight election to oust Democrat Clarence Long. No predictions are being made in that race at this point. Now let's go to Massachusetts, and we'll start with the 1st district there. Here, no surprises. Incumbent Silvio Conte is the apparent winner over Mary Wentworth. In the 2nd congressional district in Massachusetts, Edward Boland, the incumbent, has apparently been returned to office over Thomas Swank, the Republican. In the 3rd district in Massachusetts, incumbent Joseph Early is the apparent winner over Kenneth Redding. And in Massachusetts' 4th district, Barney Frank, the Democrat incumbent, is the apparent winner over Jim Forte. In the 6th district in Massachusetts, Nicholas Maroulis, incumbent, is apparently returned to office. And in Massachusetts' 7th district, Edward Markey, the incumbent, has apparently defeated Lester Ralph, the Republican. Still outstanding in Massachusetts are results in the state's districts number 5 and 10. In number 5, State Senator Chester Atkins, a Democrat, is running against Republican Greg Hyatt for that state's only open House seat. And in number 10, incumbent Gary Studs is looking for a 7th term. But his election this year is riddled with news that he had a homosexual affair with a congressional page, an act that the House censured him for back in 1983. In the Going now to the state of New Jersey. Let's take a look at the districts there. In the first district, James Florio, the incumbent, has apparently been the winner over Frederick Bush. In the second district in New Jersey, incumbent William Hughes is the apparent winner over Raymond Massey. In the third district in New Jersey, incumbent James Howard is returned for another term over State Senator Brian Kennedy. In New Jersey's 4th congressional district, incumbent Christopher Smith, the Republican, is apparently the winner over James Hedden. In New Jersey's 5th congressional district, incumbent Marge Rokema is the apparent winner. And in the 6th district, incumbent Bernard Dwyer apparently has won another term over Dennis Adams. And in New Jersey's 7th district, Matthew Rinaldo, the incumbent Republican, will be returned to office apparently. In the 8th district in New Jersey, Robert Rowe, the Democratic incumbent, apparently has defeated his Republican challenger. And in New Jersey's 9th congressional district, incumbent Robert Torricelli has been returned apparently to office. In New Jersey's 10th congressional district, incumbent Peter Rodino, the Democrat, has apparently won over Howard Berkeley. And the 12th congressional district in New Jersey, Jim Courter is the apparent winner over Peter Bees. And in New Jersey's 14th congressional district, Frank Guarini, the Democrat incumbent, apparently has defeated his opponent. Still outstanding in New Jersey, the 11th congressional district, that's Joseph Minnis, the incumbent Democrat, who is apparently is in a tight race because of some redistricting that took away his normally strong Democratic constituency. In the 13th district in New Jersey, that race is still too close to call between Mayor James Smith and the Republican State Senator H. James Saxton. In Delaware, the polls have closed, and we understand that it's a very close race between Michael Castle, the Republican, and Lieutenant Governor. And we have called the race here. Apparently, the Castle is the winner with 53% of the vote so far counted, over 47% for Quillen. In the other governor's races in Vermont, former Lieutenant Governor Madeline Kunin apparently has won over Republican John Easton. Reportedly, Kunin has 54% of the vote there, over 45% for Easton. New Hampshire, Republican John Sununu has a wide margin over his Democratic challenger Chris Spiro, and New Hampshire, it appears that Sununu, the incumbent, will be returned to another term as governor. In the Senate races in New Jersey, Bill Bradley appears to be the winner over his Republican challenger, Mary Mochari. In Massachusetts, Lieutenant Governor John Kerry has a comfortable lead and appears to be on his way to victory over Ray Shammy. And in Delaware, Senator Joseph Biden, the incumbent, will be returned apparently to office. In Rhode Island, incumbent Claiborne Pell is the apparent winner over Barbara Leonard, even though we don't have any of the vote count. The polls just closed there in Rhode Island, but Claiborne Pell is considered the predominant favorite in that race to be returned. And finally, New Hampshire, the Senate race there, it appears as if Gordon Humphrey has won over Norman Demores. Now let's go back to the national desk.
All right, Charles, we have one more call for you. The apparent winner in the South Dakota Senate race is the incumbent, Senator Larry Pressler, the Republican. Larry Pressler apparently easily defeating George Cunningham, his Democratic opponent. That is no surprise.
We have the benefit tonight of the valuable insights of a man who's covered politics for decades. He is Theodore H. White, who is a Pulitzer Prize-winning author. You know him perhaps for his Making of the President books, which he's written since 1956 up through 1980, and he's with us tonight.
Mr. White, thank you for joining us. I want to, first of all, if this is, in fact, a landslide for Ronald Reagan, how much of this is an endorsement of his past policies, or how much of it perhaps is an expectation of his future ones?
It's partly an endorsement of his past policies and partly a hope for the future. But I want to make another point. Ronald Reagan is no longer running against Walter Mondale. He's running against history himself, and he's running against the champ, who is Franklin Roosevelt, who got 62% of the vote. Now, Nixon got over 60, LBJ got over 60, and Franklin Roosevelt did best of all. But in every case, anybody who gets over 60% is in danger. And possibly the country is too. Mr. Reagan himself. It drives them mad. After each one of these stupendous landslides, each of them had the greatest blunder of their career. Roosevelt packing the Supreme Court, LBJ plunging us into the war in Vietnam, Nixon going on to Watergate. There's something about, there's a hubris, a madness that comes to a man who has so great a victory. Now, Reagan is a very level-headed fellow, and I would think that this historic victory And if he does outdo Franklin D. Roosevelt, it is historic. Historic anyway, perhaps.
Is it your feeling, sir, that more people did not vote for Mr. Mondale because people are comfortable, that there aren't enough desperate people in this country?
I think basically Walter Mondale tried to swallow too much, the way McGovern did in 1972. I think there was an unspoken fear of all the cultural values of all the cause people who had clustered behind Mondale. There is then both a fear not of Mondale himself, but of the groups that now constitute the Democratic Party, and a real achievement on Reagan's part in bringing the country together
That's right.
again.
Theodore H. White, we will return to you shortly. Thank you for your insights so far.
Now let's go to the U.S. Capitol, where the Senate Majority Leader about to retire from that job, Howard Baker, joins us. Senator Baker, nice to see you tonight.
Thank you, Don. It's good to be here.
Well, do you wish you hadn't quit? Do you wish you could be in the next Congress to help Ronald Reagan?
No, but I'm glad we're going to keep that majority and maybe even improve it a little. I think it's going to be a great time and a great Senate to work with the president.
You know, historically, Senator, as you well know, second-term presidents have had a tougher time legislatively than in their first term. How do you anticipate the president's, assuming he wins, of course?
Well, I think that's a pretty safe assumption at this point, but I don't think that's the case. I think the president has had a pretty straightforward set of issues in the campaign, and he's been pretty explicit in what his program is going to be. And I think the country has approved that. I think he'll have a high level of cooperation from the Senate. The real question is going to be how he fares in the House. I've not yet seen many returns from the House of Representatives, but I expect, I hope, and I think that we're going to have a very, very much improved Republican delegation in the House, and that in turn will have an effect on how well the Republican majority in the Senate is able to perform on the president's commitments.
You know, there's been so much talk this year about tax increases or lack of them. Realistically, will not President Reagan have to either raise taxes or cut into people's tax cuts, tax benefits, tax deductions somewhere along the line soon?
Well, you know, only the president can lay out his plans in that respect, but one of the things he was very exact about was that he would not call for a tax increase, and I think everybody should take him at his word. Ronald Reagan is exactly what Ronald Reagan appears to be, and he's pretty straightforward about it. I would not be surprised, however, to see a fairly extensive modification of the general tax design, the general tax structure, without raising tax rates, but rather to broaden the base of tax-paying entities and people within the country, which might produce more revenue.
Let me ask you quickly about some of the issues that where Mr. Reagan may not get as much support as he would like as the Senate and the Congress take up the MX missile controversy and also start talking about U.S. policy in Central America. Will he run into some problems there?
I think the president is going to be much stronger in both of those categories. I think the country has clearly shown its approval of the president's determination to build a stronger America militarily. And in the question of Central America, I think the issue is clearly decided in the president's favor. So both of those issues, I expect, will be resolved favorably to the president's wishes in the winter and spring of 1985.
Senator Baker, it's always a pleasure. Hope to talk to you later on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bob.
Now, let's go to Texas, Chris.
Let's go to Texas and U.S. Representative Phil Gramm, a Republican who used to be a Democrat.
All over this country today, a welling up of the ancient pride and confidence that is part of America, and I think it was the key factor in this race. I went to Washington 6 years ago to change the direction of our country, and in the last 4 years in working with Ronald Reagan, we've done it. Let me say to those of you who worked in this campaign, to those...
That's Congressman Phil Gramm.
That was U.S. Representative Phil Gramm saying that he won. He's a Republican, used to be a Democrat.
All right. Let's go to Tennessee now, where the man who's running against Albert Gore is conceding defeat tonight. Mr. Ashe is the candidate. He has lost. Let's go there now live.
Again, my congratulations to Senator-elect Gore. This is his night. He's earned it. And we wish him and Tipper and their children the very best. And thank you very much, and God bless you. Good night.
Victor Ashe, the Republican challenger to Congressman Albert Gore. There was an open seat there, left open because Howard Baker resigned. Now it'll be a Democratic seat. Albert Gore, the son of the prominent former senator from there, Albert Gore Sr.
As this night continues and more votes come in and are tallied, a lot of people are giving their opinions and their views on what happened and why and what will be the result of it. We will be bringing you some of those expert commentaries as we continue our special CNN election night coverage.
Cable News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by Freenet Gum. Freshen your breath with delicious non-stick Freenet Gum. IBM Typewriters. No matter how you look at typing, we're your type. And by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence.
Freenet's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freenet's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freenet's the one.
Freenet gum not only won't stick to your dental work, it helps clean in between to freshen your breath while you chew.
Freenet's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Freenet's the one.
Freshen your breath with non-stick Freedent.
Don't do it, dummy.
Today's the day.
Those desktop computers are for PhDs.
I need one. Things are getting out of control.
They're for Einsteins and...
I can handle it.
Says who? Wait till the chief sees you fumbling around that keyboard.
Morning. What's going on?
The chief's getting a computer right on his desk.
Is that a fact?
Despite some nagging little doubts, more and more people are ordering IBM computers of their own. Smart people want smart desks.
Okay.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. Because our Constitution gave the vice president so little to do, the men in that office tended to become anonymous, the office itself humorous, the butt of 1,000 jokes. But beyond the humor is the hard fact that on 13 occasions, a vice president has become the president, stepping forward to find his own place in history.
Detailed studies of the human body, biomedical research, computer-aided design, 2 years and countless clay models, trying different shapes, new materials, doing it over, again and again, all to design a more comfortable, durable seat for General Motors cars and trucks. Leonardo would have loved it. Nobody sweats the details like GM.
From Turner Broadcasting, this is Cable News Network.
Hi there, I'm Willa Sands. Welcome to my Happy Hour show. I love New York. With its fabulous restaurants, superb clubs, and glamorous special events, one can have a happy hour almost everywhere.
Remember, come and have a happy hour with me on Wednesday, November 7th at 9:30 p.m. Channel J, Manhattan Cable TV.
If you're saddled with a weighty problem, try something new. See? This can get you a date. Learn to cook with style.
This is a high-budgeted show. Of course I wash the mushrooms.
Feast on food for thought.
Don't you disappoint me. You deserve to be the very best, and I'm going to get you where you want to go, okay?
Join the fitness movement. Reach for the Richard Simmons Show.
Say it. I can do it, too.
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night, 1984. CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by Olivetti, bringing electronic wizardry to your fingertips. And by your nearby federally insured savings institution. And by MasterCard International, so worldly, so welcome. Now, here are Bernard Shaw and Mary Alice Williams.
Ronald Wilson Reagan, the 40th President of the United States, knows tonight, Mary Alice, that he's brushing shoulders with history because the juggernaut continues to move from east to west in time zones. Right now, the President is watching returns. Let's listen to this interview.
I say that the count is definitely in and totaled, and that's that.
Mr. President, assuming you do have a very broad and deep mandate, what are you going to do with it in your second term?
We're going to carry on the program that we started 4 years ago.
Part of our national currency. What is your
company with economic growth without inflation?
Well,
strong defense, every effort we can make to get arms reductions.
Well, to what extent do you think you can do something new to get the Soviets to resume negotiations?
The Soviets know now they must deal with a very strong president. And,
everybody keeps asking,
in addition to that, I think
what are we going to do? They're the ones that walked away from the table. What are they going to do?
Do you expect big shake-up, sir? You're going to change the cabinet? A lot of new faces?
The president will.
No.
But I believe that judging from the quality
Perhaps no one knows the taste of victory and defeat in the electoral process this year than Colorado Senator Gary Hart, who waged a brave but unsuccessful run for the White House during the Democratic primaries. He joins us now from Denver. Welcome, Senator. Mr. Reagan talked about an historic realignment of the electorate. Based on what you've seen so far in the presidential race, do you see a shift away from the Democrats that the Democratic Party is going to have to pay for the next 20 years?
No, I don't, for two reasons. One, we are not losing Senate and House seats, at least as yet. I think this Congress is going to end up being still a balanced and even Democratic Congress. There seem to be short coattails of any. The second is the president's own campaign chose to wage a personality campaign and not a campaign based upon a vision for this country's future. Had the president chosen to do that and then won by a wide margin, then you could claim that the American people voted for that vision. But he didn't present that vision. He stayed away from specifics, and because of that, if there is a victory, it's a victory of personality only.
Senator, let's be gutsy for a moment. Do you think that at this point in time, if Gary Hart had been on the ticket instead of Walter Mondale, do you think we'd see a different picture now? Do I hear you chuckling?
Well, only at the word gutsy. I don't know what gutsy has to do with it. We'll never know the answer to that.
We're trying to get your feeling now.
I know you are, but you're not going to because...
Why not? Why not? Come on now, let's be honest about this.
It's not a question, if I may say so, of honesty.
Well, I didn't mean that the way you took it, but then tell us about your gut feeling. Do you wish you were there tonight instead of Walter Mondale, and would the outcome be different in your judgment?
I've been trying to answer that. No,
I'll shut up then.
I think we will not know the answer to that because history did not decide that that's the way it was going to be, and I don't think it's profitable to speculate as to what I or John Glenn or anyone else would have done. Walter Mondale was the choice of the Democratic Party. I suppose under the circumstances I ought to thank members of the party for not putting me on the ticket. But in any case, he waged a brave and courageous campaign and a decent campaign, and he's made all of us proud to be Democrats, and I'm proud to be his friend.
Senator, I'd like to go back to looking at the future of the Democratic Party. You appealed primarily to the young. The young have registered in droves as Republicans, the new registrants. Do you think that the New Deal programs that were so successful for the Democrats for so many years are over?
Well, let me go back, if I may, and question the premise. I'd like to dispute the fact that I appeal primarily to the young. I think the states where we were victorious, in New England and the South and the West, California and elsewhere, the appeal was across age lines and economic and demographic lines. And the notion that the Hart campaign was somehow a campaign only of young people or even one economic group, I think is not borne up by the fact. Our party must work very hard in the 1980s to win young voters back. I think we'll do that with new leadership and some new directions, rooted in the basic principles of the Democratic Party, equality and justice and opportunity, but experimental in the best Roosevelt and Kennedy sense. And that kind of approach, I think, will be very successful in coming elections.
Senator, since you're being very polite about this, I'd like to ask you, where in your judgment that this campaign began to turn away from Walter Mondale and toward Reagan Bush?
No, I think we have to put it the other way around. It's extremely difficult to beat an incumbent president, and any challenger starts behind. This president has the additional advantage of being personally popular. Everyone's aware of that. And then finally, there is an apparent election year recovery. And I underscore apparent in election year because all serious people know that this economy is going to turn down very early next year. But if you add those three factors, incumbency, personal popularity, and an election year recovery, it is almost impossible to defeat an incumbent president.
Okay, thank you very much for being with us, Colorado Senator Gary Hart. Presidential advisor Lynn Nofziger now says President Reagan might, that's a might, win all 50 states in his re-election bid. At this point, CNN has the feeling that the president has taken 28 states, has won 318 electoral votes. Polls will close in 30 minutes in Iowa, Kansas, Montana, Nevada, and Utah.
So far, it appears Walter Mondale has carried only the District of Columbia with 3 electoral votes. The actual total so far, this is how they appear. With 18% of all national precincts reporting, Ronald Reagan now in the 10.5 million category to Walter Mondale's 6, almost 7 million, 60 to 40% so far. We will return in a moment with more of our CNN Election Watch coverage.
Wizard? Yes, sire? Project my tax collections by the quarters of the moon and by the tides. The tides? Today. Today!
To get planning and forecasting quickly, get the Olivetti personal computer, a complete PC-compatible system that runs the software your business needs, and you don't have to be a wizard to use it.
It's done. All of it? But of course.
Olivetti, electronic wizardry at your fingertips. Call the wizard near you.
For 50 years, there's been a rather unique insurance corporation. A corporation that insures only one thing, your money. But what makes it even more special is that none of its customers has ever lost a penny. The Federal Savings and Loan Insurance Corporation. Considering all the time you spend making your money, don't you want a guarantee that you won't lose it?
MasterCard, I need to do nothing.
MasterCard International.
Absolutely nothing.
So worldly, so welcome,
MasterCard. When it comes to nothing, you're really something.
International.
Look who's talking on CNN's Freeman Reports.
I'm a rebel. I'm a maverick.
I never ever thought that we would be in politics. People really open up to Sandy Freeman. Celebrities.
I was out to win a popularity contest.
And newsmakers.
You probably got more out of me today than I've said heretofore.
Everyone's talking to Sandy. Even you.
Hello, you're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Get in on the conversation. Freeman Reports every weeknight at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on Cable News Network.
The man Tennessee voters have chosen to replace the Senate seat vacated by Howard Baker. Albert Gore is now giving his victory speech.
It was 1 year and 10 months ago that our distinguished senior senator and able majority leader in the U.S. Senate, Howard Baker, announced that he would not again be a candidate for re-election to the U.S. Senate. From that very moment, though I was not officially announced, I was a candidate for the office. And I immediately began what was to be a long and hard-working campaign seeking your approval and support. You have now responded with a vote so overwhelming as to assume historic proportions, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I thank each of you, one and all, Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. I thank you for your consideration, for your work, for your contribution, and for your votes. To my distinguished opponents, Mr. Victor Ashe and Mr. Ed McAteer, with whom I had very pleasant personal equations during our long campaign. I wish to say that I hope tonight is not devoid of satisfaction for you. Your vigorous advocacies of your views and proposals were contributions to the process of self-government, submitting issues and candidacies to the people for their choice. Now that the people of Tennessee have chosen, I thank you for your graceful acceptance of that choice. I look forward to visiting with you and look forward to your counsel. I have a special place in my heart for one rare and precious person who has borne with me, giving loving care to our 4 children, and yet personally campaigning in all of Tennessee's 95 counties, my wife, Tipper. I want to thank my children for putting up.
That was U.S. Representative Albert Gore, a Democrat, defeating Republican former State Senator Victor Ashe, a case of Harvard against Yale. Those two people were educated at the 2 rival schools. Gore, as he mentioned, did start very early, so early he seemed like an incumbent, and he had a very strong name in the state of Tennessee. His father was Senator Albert Gore Sr. As Election Watch continues here on the News Channel, so does the news, and we're going to break away now for a news update with Patrick Emmert.
Mary Alice, the United States and the Soviet Union will be meeting in Moscow later on in the month to talk about controlling the spread of nuclear weapons and technology to other countries. That word coming from an administration official who adds there are no immediate plans for talks between the superpowers on arms control. Meanwhile, Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko is accusing the United States of trying to dominate the world. In a speech marking the 67th anniversary of the Russian Revolution, Gromyko urged the United States to cooperate with Moscow in the search for world peace. Gromyko also charged, in his words, the American administration has lost a great deal of credibility over the last few years. National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane has given President Reagan 2 separate reports on a CIA manual produced for guerrillas fighting the government of Nicaragua. White House spokesman Larry Speake says both reports will be given to a Congressional Intelligence Committee, but he would not say if they would be made public. State Department and Pentagon officials are not commenting on a report a Soviet freighter is on its way to Nicaragua tonight, possibly carrying MiG fighter planes. CBS News quotes American intelligence officials as saying satellite photos show a dozen crates similar to those used to carry MiGs missing from a Black Sea port after the freighter left. Reagan administration officials have said MiGs in Nicaragua would be a serious development of regional concern. In Nicaragua itself, the votes from the weekend's election are still being tabulated tonight. With 69% of the votes counted, the country's electoral council says candidates of the ruling Sandinista Front had 62% of the popular vote. 3 moderate parties that took part in the elections share more than 27%. The country's main opposition coalition sat out the election, calling it illegitimate. The end has come for William Bartling, a California man with 5 potentially fatal diseases who wanted doctors to disconnect him from a life support system. Hospital officials say that Bartling died from complications from emphysema today while still connected to a respirator. Bartling has waged a long court battle involving the right to die, and his case was due to come before a state Supreme Court, or a court of appeals, that is, tomorrow. Bartling's lawyer noted the irony of the timing of his client's death, saying nature is more swift than justice in some cases. Appeals courts have stopped what would have been the nation's first double execution in nearly 2 decades, but one of the condemned men has received only a temporary reprieve. Florida's Supreme Court has granted an indefinite stay of execution to Chester Maxwell, ruling his mental retardation not fully considered by his sentencing judge. A federal appeals court has granted a temporary stay to Timothy Palms so that his lawyers can appeal the case to the Supreme Court. And now back to Election Watch.
And as they say, it's still not over till it's over. There are hours to go in this election night, 84. And right now, we're going to go and have an interview with Jerry Falwell, who joins us now from Lynchburg, Virginia. Welcome, Reverend Falwell.
Hello.
Do you see a danger in terms of the Republican Party's future in having been wooed by the extreme right, in aligning itself so closely with the extreme right?
Well, since I don't consider myself extreme right, I see no problem at all with religious conservatives, Jewish, Catholic, Protestant in this country, joining with political conservatives, giving and taking a bit on both sides to accomplish common goals. And although neither of these, the political conservatives or the religious conservatives, are a majority in themselves, together they form a massive majority. And we've been registering voters for years, about 8 million of them, and we have 102,000 priests, rabbis, pastors working with us. We actually learned this from Jesse Jackson and OW and others, and we've just done twice as much of it as they have, and thank God the results tonight.
Reverend Falwell, we're going to be hearing from Reverend Jackson shortly. Let us take your pulse. Let's go down and find out how you're really feeling. 4 years ago, some folks were saying that the moral majority and similarly minded groups were fringe, but no longer is your group a fringe. How do you feel about that tonight?
Well, if we were fringe 4 years ago, I would say we're mainstream now, and the liberal clergymen and World Council of Churches, National Council, William Sloane Coffins, etc., would be the cricks of the branches. I would just simply say that, as I understand it, the Constitution does not forbid religious Americans from being involved. It's just that now conservative religious Americans, for the first time, have realized their responsibility. They've registered to vote, gotten informed. Many have run for office, and we'll be registering 1 million voters next year, and the next, and the next, because we feel that we, according to our Lord Jesus, are to render to God that which is God's, and to Caesar, government, that which belongs to Caesar.
Reverend Falwell, there were many issues of importance to you during the last 4 years, because you sort of came onto the national scene in 1980, that President Reagan talked a lot about, but very little of that agenda actually was established as law, got through Congress, or passed the Supreme Court. What would your agenda be for the next 4 years?
You know, I don't think my agenda is important. I've watched Ronald Reagan for 4 years, and while many have said he hasn't done much, I see it just the opposite way. He first had to reverse a trend in this country. The total national media, liberal clergymen, politicians, were bent on a secular humanistic philosophy that grants no freedom for the unborn, religious freedom for conservative Americans, no voluntary prayer in schools, and even abolishes strong national defense, a strong stand against the Soviet-Cuban expansionism all over the world, in particular in this hemisphere. Ronald Reagan has reversed that mentality, and now, tonight, in spite of so many, the Norman Lears and the ACLU and all these organizations, the NEA, etc., assaulting him viciously in most of the major media, he has gotten around them to the American people. Millions of religious conservatives, now registered and informed and involved, have just refused anymore to bow down and capitulate. This country is moved to the right, and unless Tip O'Neill and the Democrats awaken to the fact that they have capitulated to radical special interests, the radical homosexuals, abortionists, and others, unless they come back to the grassroots, they're going to create a one-party situation in this country. Nobody wants that.
Reverend Falwell, isn't it rather glib on your part, sir, to say that the national media, most of the national media, have assaulted the president's policies? Isn't that rather glib, sir?
I can't remember an editorial in the New York Times, the Washington Post, or on any of the 3 networks have applauded any of the president's efforts with the Soviets. His approach has been, I think, a very intelligent one, a logical approach of peace through strength, but I don't know any branch of the national media that has done anything but malign him for that.
One quick question. The Supreme Court Armageddon. Do you feel you were misunderstood on these 2 issues during this campaign?
No, I wasn't misunderstood, just lied on.
By whom, sir? Lied on by whom?
I don't believe for a moment that anybody thinks that I had anything to do with appointing Mrs. O'Connor, though I think she's a great addition to the court. She's wonderful. Nor do I think anyone believes that I'm going to appoint the next members. Ronald Reagan will do that. He won't ask Jerry Falwell or anyone else about that. He will do it himself. And most of us, by the vote tonight, seem to trust the president to do what is right. And so, as far as Armageddon is concerned, the biblical definition of Armageddon is that there will be a war during the tribulation period in the next dispensation. It is not the last war. It doesn't abolish humanity. It is a nuclear war. It's divine intervention. And Ronald Reagan's belief in the coming of Christ and the eschatological views he holds in no way impair him or limit him in governing. I think the public has spoken to that.
Okay, you're going to have the last word on this, but lied on by whom? You said you were lied on by whom before we cut away.
Well, Mr. Mondale, Norman Lear, have tried to portray religious conservatives as ayatollahs and bigots and so on. Well, the fact is that we cross all ethnic barriers, and we're conservative religionists are Jews, Catholics, Protestants who love one another, who are not trying to impose our will on anybody, not trying to appoint the Supreme Court. We're just trying to prevent those on the left from imposing their non-values upon us.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Falwell, founder of the Moral Majority, for being with us from Lynchburg, Virginia. As Bernie mentioned just a few moments ago, we will also be speaking with Reverend Jesse Jackson, another religious person, I suppose you could say, religious leader in a sense, had a big impact on this campaign. We'll be back in just a moment.
Cable News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by Freedent Gum. Freshen your breath with delicious non-stick Freedent Gum. General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. And by AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freedent's the one.
Freedent gum not only won't stick to your dental work, it helps clean in between to freshen your breath while you chew.
Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Freedent's the one.
Freshen your breath with non-stick Freedent.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. He was a commanding presence who towered over his contemporaries. The military genius who led a tattered army to victory. In creating the new nation, many wanted him their king, but the squire of Mount Vernon had fought for a democratic government, and when instead he became our first president, George Washington changed the political direction of the world.
Digital readouts, onboard computer diagnostics, advanced electronics developed by General Motors for the 747. Now many of the same engineers are building the same technology into new GM cars and trucks. So you and your car can drive smarter. Nobody sweats the details like GM.
There are lots of ways to communicate over long distances, but with some, you may not be able to reach everywhere you want, anytime you want. And a faraway message may feel far away. But you can always count on AT&T, the only long-distance service that lets you call from anywhere to anywhere with operators standing by. And with AT&T, your calls will sound as close as next door. So why settle for anything less? AT&T, the more you hear, the better we sound.
Reach out and touch someone.
There is the darkness of night for Walter Mondale on this election night. As returns to come in, we reported the lone bright spot for the challenger to President Reagan. Mr. Mondale has 3 electoral votes in the District of Columbia. We now show him leading in Massachusetts so far as returns continue to come in from the Bay State. 13 electoral votes, that's what's up there. And with 20% of the precincts in, Walter Mondale has 54 to Mr. Reagan's 46%. Let's take a quick look now at the National Presidential Board to show you the way the balloting looks right now with 23% of precincts in nationwide. Ronald Wilson Reagan far ahead of challenger Mondale, Mr. Reagan, with nearly 13 million votes to Mr. Mondale's just over 8.5 million votes. Over in this newsroom behind Mary Alice and I are people who are watching the regions from coast to coast. Let's check in now with Charles Crawford at the Northeast desk. Charles?
And we've got a surprise. In the state of Connecticut, there's been an upset there. Apparently, Lawrence DeNardis, the Republican, has defeated the incumbent, Bruce Morrison. That was Connecticut's most expensive race, where Morrison's reportedly spent $760,000 in an attempt to hold his congressional seat, but Leonard DeNardis appears to be the winner, so the Republicans have picked up a House seat in the state of Connecticut. Elsewhere in Connecticut, in the 1st District, incumbent Barbara Kennelly apparently has been returned to office. In the 2nd District, the apparent winner, again, the incumbent, Sam Gadenson. And in Connecticut's 4th District, the incumbent Stuart McKinney apparently is a winner. In Connecticut's 6th District, which covers the Northwest and New Britain, the incumbent Nancy Johnson, the Republican, apparently has been returned over her opponent Arthur House, a Democrat. Undecided still in Connecticut is the Waterbury-Danbury district of 5, where incumbent William Ratchford is being challenged by State Representative John Rowland. In Rhode Island, the governor's race there, the apparent winner is a Republican. Edward DePrete has apparently defeated Anthony Solomon, the Democrat. He will become the first Republican governor in the state of Rhode Island in 16 years. And in Delaware, in the congressional race there, the incumbent Thomas Carper, the Democrat, apparently is the winner over Elise DuPont. Now, let's go on to the Midwest Regional Desk and Ralph Wingate.
Okay, thank you. A couple of House races are being settled in the Midwest right now. First of all, let's take a look at the state of Indiana and look at the 8th District, which is southwest Evansville. This is the district that switched party control 3 times in 10 years. And guess what? It appears that it has switched party control once again tonight, with Richard McIntyre, the Republican, now winning over Frank McCloskey. That is in the 8th District. In the 2nd District tonight, Philip Sharp has won over Ken McKenzie. McKenzie, the conservative, he had been grabbing for Reagan's coattails, but Sharp appears to be the winner there in the 2nd District in Indiana. And leading in the 3rd District in Indiana tonight, Mike Barnes over John Hyler. This was expected to be a very difficult area for Barnes to win. He hasn't won yet. He's a former state GOP governor for a GOP district. And it appears that he is leading now in that tight race in Indiana. Now let's go to Ohio. First of all, going to the 5th District, where Delbert Latta is leading James Shirk 64% to 36%. There was an outside chance for Shirk to win this race. Delbert Latta now in his 13th term, heading for the 14th term in the 5th District in Ohio. In the 9th District, Marcy Kaptur, the Democrat, ahead of Frank Benner. She is the incumbent. She is ahead 56% to 44% now, with 27% of the precincts reporting in that district in Ohio. In the 12th District right now, John Kasich, the incumbent, Republican incumbent, is ahead of Richard Sloan, 69% to 31%, with less than 1% of the precincts reporting. And finally, in the 19th District, with less than 1% reporting, the incumbent, Edward Fain, the Democrat, leading Matthew Hatchatorian, 51% to 49%. And that's a look at the House races up to this minute in the Midwest. Right now, let's go to the South Desk and John Hollow.
Ralph, we have a couple of congressional races to talk about this evening now in the state of Georgia. In the 4th District race in Georgia, attorney Republican Pat Swindle has defeated 5-term Congressman Elliot Levitas, who you may remember because of his involvement in the Environmental Protection Agency probe of last year and the year before that. He was one of the major accusers and holder of hearings in which EPA Administrator Ann Burford and Superfund Administrator Rita Lavelle were called to testify as witnesses. It appears Congressman Levitas will not be reelected, that Republican Pat Swindle has won that race. And in fact, this is one race in which President Reagan's coattails were said to be very important to Swindle. He tied himself very much to that. Another Georgia congressional race, which we've just received some information on, is the one involving George Buddy Darden in the 7th District of Georgia. You'll remember back when the Korean Airliners Flight 707 was shot down, that Congressman Larry McDonald was aboard that plane. Darden won the run the election to replace McDonald in that. And Darden has apparently won re-election over the Republican challenger, William Bronson, who is in fact an airline pilot. The three Senate races that we need to talk about a little bit more. Republican Senator Jesse Helms has won re-election in North Carolina. Alabama Democrat Senator Howell Heflin, who tied himself very much to Ronald Reagan, despite the fact that he is a Democrat, also won re-election, apparently, at this point. And Congressman David Pryor, or Senator David Pryor in Arkansas, has won re-election, apparently, over Congressman Ed Bethune. That's it from the South desk at this moment. We're going to return briefly to the Northeast desk for a quick update.
And we have another surprise. The Republicans have taken a second seat in the state of Connecticut, in Connecticut's 5th District, covering Waterbury and Danbury. State Representative John Rowland, the Republican, apparently has defeated the incumbent, third-term incumbent William Ratchford. So the Republicans have picked up 2 seats in the state of Connecticut. And now let's go back to the national desk.
Thank you, Charles. You know, this night appears to be a test of strength between the power of Reagan's coattails and the power of incumbencies. And based on the senatorial and congressional races that have come in so far, it looks like the incumbents are doing very well. CNN's Election Watch is going to take a break now. When we come back, we'll be speaking with the 2 correspondents who have been following the 2 major candidates. Stay with us.
From Turner Broadcasting System, this is Cable News Network.
Weeknights on CBN Cable. Classic comedy beginning at 11:30 Eastern, 10:30 Central. The best of Groucho. Burns and Allen. The Jack Benny Show. Plus John Forsythe and Bachelor Father, followed by a collection of famous comics from the past. Weeknights on CBN Cable, beginning at 11:30 Eastern, 10:30 Central.
If you're saddled with a weighty problem, try something new.
See? This can get you a date.
Learn to cook with style.
This is a high-budgeted show. Of course I wash the mushrooms.
Feast on food for thought.
Don't you disappoint me. You deserve to be the very best, and I'm going to get you where you want to go, okay?
Join the fitness movement. Reach for the Richard Simmons Show.
Say it. I can do it, too.
I've got a new opening, and I'm going to beat you with it, Grandma.
That's what you think. Chess is the sport of the mind, a sport for life. Play chess.
In November, a sports channel feastable you'll be thankful for. The Islanders are hungry, eager to gobble up the Rangers, Canadiens, and Caps. The Nets have not lost last year's appetite for winning and are ready to carve up the likes of the Bullets, Kings, and Knicks. And the Cosmos premiered as a new entree in the MISL against the Baltimore Blast. Sports Channel. A horn of plenty in November, where the only turkeys will be the opposition.
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night, 1984. CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by MasterCard International. So worldly, so welcome. And by Stouffer Hotels, bringing new cities and new excitement to you. And by Friedent Gum. Freshen your breath with delicious non-stick Friedent Gum. Now, here are Bernard Shaw and Mary Alice Williams.
The polls have now closed in 44 states. Only a few western states are still voting. At this point, President Reagan appears to have a commanding lead. This is the latest, with 23% of all precincts reporting. Mr. Reagan having carved out 60% there, nearly 13 million votes to Walter Mondale's 40% total, or 8,661,000. As CNN views it, President Reagan has scored a victory in 34 states. Those states represent 345 electoral votes. So far, Walter Mondale has carried only the District of Columbia. D.C. has 3 electoral votes.
The Grand Old Party has carried the stigma for, well, since Herbert Hoover and the Great Depression as being the party of hard times. Well, that may be changing tonight. The stigma may be dissipating. We're going to check in with the correspondents who followed the four principal candidates throughout this election, starting with Charles Bierbauer in Santa Barbara.
Mary Alice, here in the ballroom of the hotel in Los Angeles where the president is staying, just about everything you can see is ready. A few moments ago, a voice came over the loudspeakers saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and Mrs. Reagan." However, it was only a test. The president certainly could have appeared by now. It is safe to say, with so many people now declaring him a winner, he could have made that concession. But of course, the polls are still open for another hour in California, and both campaigns have agreed that they will not make any formal statements until that happens. So indeed, the president has gone to dinner with some old friends from his kitchen cabinet. But they're handing out the flags here, the balloons are hung, everything is just about ready for the president when he does get here in about 2 hours. And what the Reagan campaign is now watching most attentively are those congressional returns to see just how long the well-known coattails are, whether the president will have a Congress with which he can work in a second term. That's the view from Los Angeles, where we're waiting for the president. Tom Mintier is in St. Paul.
Charles, as you can guess by the numbers that have been reported so far, there are a lot of long faces here in the Civic Center in St. Paul. The band has started playing. They're doing a satirical skit on Ronald Reagan. There's been very, very few applause lines. The crowd is, however, starting to move in, and Walter Mondale is expected to arrive here probably within the hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes, to make his speech before his supporters. He has been spending the evening with his staff, had dinner with them, and has been watching the election returns in his hotel suite here in St. Paul. So it's definitely not a party atmosphere, people milling around, talking to themselves and talking to a few others, wondering what went wrong here. Let's go out now to Gene Randall in Los Angeles. Gene?
This is the Westin Galleria Hotel in Houston, where George Bush and his family tonight have been watching election returns on television. All the networks, of course. People in this room, 1,500 of them, are ready to celebrate. We are told there is at least an equal number of people in spillover rooms. They were not allowed inside here. We understand the Vice President will come into this room sometime within the next hour, depending a large part, of course, on when President Reagan is ready to make his victory statement. But people here are ready to celebrate. This is George Bush headquarters in Houston. Trinette Ledford is in New York with the Ferraro campaign. Trinette?
Well, Ferraro arrived at the hotel about 6:45 this evening and went directly to her suite with her family to watch the returns. With the results of this election, Ferraro is expected to concede here in the ballroom sometime after Walter Mondale does. A few minutes ago, the press was allowed into the suite where the mood was surprisingly lively. There were a lot of jokes. At one point, a reporter wished them good luck. And John Zuccaro said, "We'll survive, we always do." I did talk to some staffers a few minutes ago, and I have to admit that there were some tears. I'm sure that the result of this election is rather overwhelming for them. Ferraro's dream to be the first female vice president looks to have been shot down, but she did say in a conversation a few days ago that despite it all, it's been the most thrilling experience that she's ever had. I'm Trinette Ledford at the Ferraro campaign headquarters in New York. Now back to the national desk.
Thank you very much, Trinette. Let's go up to Washington, where the Reverend Jesse Jackson has settled himself in. He's with Roland Evans and Robert Novak. Gentlemen.
Reverend Jackson, can you hear me, sir? Reverend Jackson?
Yes, I can hear you.
Amid all the excitement of this presidential congressional race, there's one very disconcerting note, sir, and that is a monolithic white vote for Republican candidates from Reagan on down in the South. A lot of politicians think that your campaign may have had an impact, obviously one you didn't plan, of helping to racially polarize the South all over again. Would you tell us whether there's any truth in that?
Well, I really do not think so. The fact of the matter is the Heflin won in Alabama because of a record-breaking black vote tonight. The race with Helms and Hunt would not have been close without a record-breaking black vote. 4 years ago, Reagan won that state by 39,000, Helms by 99,000. But tonight an overwhelming vote for Reagan, and yet Hunt remains close only because of that vote.
But, sir...
Gore has won in Tennessee because of that vote. I think there's some real challenge to white male leadership to keep that part of the bargain in the coalition. Where you get 40 to 50% white vote, which is not too much to ask, of a candidate, that's enough to win.
But I understand that, sir, but my question was, there has been a racial polarization. Clearly, the black vote has come out very large in the South, and obviously your inspiration, your campaign had a lot to do with that. My question, though, was, is there a lesson for the future and some damage, some basic undermining harm to the system with the polarization of whites voting Republican, blacks voting Democratic?
It's not the assertion of the black vote. It may be the lack of assertion of white male leadership. For example, most people in the country perceive the people in poverty to be basically black when they're basically white, or to be male when they're basically female. I think that for too long, we've not really exposed the true face of poverty, and I am rather convinced that where leaders stand up, as Hampton has in Alabama, as Gore did in Tennessee, that we're going to keep getting our share of votes. After all, we were blown out in 1972. We regrouped and took the White House by 1976. I think that can happen again.
Reverend Jackson, this is Robert Novak. You said that in some of these states, if you can only get 40% of the white votes, you could elect the Democrat. I've heard in some places 35% of the white vote, 30%. But the fact is, in the South today, you're not getting anything like that. You're a practical politician. As a practical politician, how do you get the white people of the South to vote for Democratic candidates that have overwhelming black support?
Well,
what do you do?
One, you may put a Southerner on the ticket. After all, when Jimmy Carter was on the ticket in '76, he carried the South. Lyndon Johnson on the ticket, he carried the South. Geraldine Ferraro's ratings among white males in the South and white females was very low. They perceived Mondale and Ferraro to be a bit too liberal for them without enough balance. Furthermore, there was not a lot of campaigning in the South by the top of the ticket to really bring the South into the campaign. After the fiasco over the Burt Land situation, there appeared to have been a rupture in relationships that was never repaired.
Well, Reverend Jackson, you were, of course, a strong advocate of a woman on the ticket. You were delighted when Ms. Ferraro was put on the ticket. Do you think in 2020 hindsight, you would have had a better chance for the Democratic ticket if they'd have taken Senator Lloyd Bentsen of Texas, for example, as the running mate instead of Representative Ferraro?
Well, to be certain, Bentsen would have brought a lot to the ticket. But again, it remains to be seen. Our nation 53% female. I do not quite know yet just where the break-off in women's support for a woman on the ticket once they finally had their dream realized. One would have expected a record-breaking turnout of women for the Democratic ticket this time, and Italians for the Democratic ticket. And somehow some of the members of the Democratic family, including labor leadership, has not at this point lived up to their part of the bargain. And of course, in any regrouping or reevaluation, we must take all of this into account. We must not finger point, we must reach out. There definitely must be a regrouping of the members, the constituency groups of the Democratic Party.
Reverend Jackson, this is Shaw in Atlanta. You alluded to my question a few seconds ago. My question is, did Walter Mondale kiss off the South? And if he did, was it a major blunder in this campaign?
Well, of course, the South should not be kissed off. I mean, from Virginia around to Texas is the critical region. It's the winnable region, among other things. It is economically the poorest region in the country. It should be fair ground for a Democratic program focusing on jobs and job training. Take South Carolina, for example. In the last 3 years, 68 plants have closed and 22,000 jobs lost. It's now the #1 toxic waste dump. We could have put much more focus on that state. We could have won that state because toxic waste is no respect of persons when it gives out cancer. When those jobs close in South Carolina and go to South Africa, Taiwan and South Korea, it's no respect of persons. Our basic approach of moving from racial battleground to economic common ground is the way to go. And I'm glad each time we went south, we were invited by a Democratic state chair and a Rainbow chair. Our coalition of Rainbow and regular Democrats across the South is the coalition for the future. It's going to bear fruit as early as 1986.
Reverend Jackson, Roland Evans, thank you very much, sir. Back to the National Desk in Atlanta.
Very well.
And thank you, Roland. Before we take a break, we're going to look at the national board and update you on the presidential race across the nation. With 27% of precincts in the nation reporting, Walter Mondale is standing at 41% to Ronald Reagan's 59% of the electorate. ABC Network has just given the state of Minnesota to Walter Mondale. That's, of course, his home state. It was a state that was considered too close to call by all the news organizations tonight. That's how close it was. But Mondale has apparently, according to ABC at least, carried his home state of Minnesota. Now, we are going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to be talking to our regional political experts with a view to what motivated the voters who apparently turned out in such overwhelming numbers to speak as they have. Stay with us.
MasterCard, I'm bored.
Chicago, Seattle, Mobile too. So exciting. Exciting and good. Sofa hotels, St. Louis, Atlanta, New York, Philadelphia, Maui, Hawaii too. Exciting and good. Sofa hotels.
Welcome to Stouffer's.
So exciting and new.
Freedom's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freedom's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freedom's the one.
Freedent gum not only won't stick to your dental work, it helps clean in between to freshen your breath while you chew.
Freedom's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Freedom's the one.
Freshen your breath with non-stick Freedent.
Now let's quickly go down to our regional desks and check in first in the Northeast. Charles Crawford.
Okay, we've got some other upsets here, or some surprises. In the state of New Jersey, in the 11th District, State Assembly Minority Leader Dean Gallo is leading incumbent Joseph Minish by some 20,000 votes, with 71% of the precincts reporting. In New Jersey's 13th District, the Republican State Senator H. James Saxton is also leading and would appear to be the winner in the open seat against Democratic Mayor James Smith. In Maine, William Cohen appears to have been returned, the incumbent senator there, over Elizabeth Mitchell. And in Vermont, Jim Jeffords, the Republican there, appears to be the winner in return for a 5th term. Now, let's go to our political analyst in New York, Professor Edward Rogowski of the Urban Studies at Brooklyn College. Professor Rogowski.
Good evening.
And what do you make of these? Let's take first the upset in Connecticut by the Republicans, where they've done a flip-flop. The Republicans now control 4 seats, the 4 House seats in Connecticut, and the Democrats only 2. Was that a coattail effect?
Clearly, that has to indicate the strength of the president's coattails. Connecticut is one state where it would have been expected that if Reagan was running strong, he would bring members of the House in with him, and he appears to have done exactly that. It does change the congressional makeup in Connecticut, and they've got the 4-2 advantage now.
And how do you view what's happening in New Jersey, apparently, with Joe Minish, it looks like, on his way to a defeat?
We've got a couple of House seats there also, like the ones in Connecticut, where the president's coattail seemed to have been carrying members of the House in with him. Again, New Jersey and Connecticut were 2 states where we expected that, depending on the size of the Reagan vote, he could bring in members of the House.
What do you make of an entire analysis now, taking a broader picture, a broader look at the whole Northeast and what Reagan has apparently done there this evening?
Well, the Northeast was one region of the country where if there was going to be any kind of a Mondale upset, it would have to show there. Clearly, it has not. Except for Massachusetts, which is still not certain. Mondale is not winning anything in the Northeast. The president's strength is deeper and broader, perhaps even than the polls gauged. Walter Mondale will, at best, win only Massachusetts and then, of course, the District of Columbia. The strength of the president's vote is absolutely impressive. The question is, how strong does he run, and does the Northeast help to contribute to an historic mandate kind of victory? That's still what we're waiting to hear. New York apparently is in the president's column as well. That was considered close as early as this morning, but the Republicans turned the tide there. The New York City vote is not strong enough to overcome what's happening in the downstate suburbs in Westchester and Rockland and in Nassau, and the Republican vote elsewhere in New York. The president is doing well every place you look. The Northeast is one place that might not have happened. It's happening there. It's happening across the whole country as well.
Professor Rogoski, we thank you for your insight and your analysis of what's happened in the Northeast region this evening. Now let's go to the Southern Desk and John Holloman. John?
Charles, here in the South, our political analyst is Dick Williams, syndicated columnist for the Atlanta Journal. Dick, good evening. Thanks for being with us. Let's talk first about what appears to be a major story developing in the South tonight, and that is the racial polarization in the South, with most blacks voting virtually a straight Democrat ticket, and many whites voting a more straight Republican ticket. How does that break down to you?
Well, we haven't, John, we haven't seen all the figures South-wide yet, but clearly that is a tendency that is developing in the South. You've got to remember that white Southerners, in effect, this was their first chance to vote in 1984. The turnouts among white Democrats were terrible back during the Democratic primaries. In Georgia, for instance, only about 24% of the white Democrats bothered to even vote. They've been waiting to vote for Ronald Reagan. There is a conservative trend in the South, and the Reagan Republican national ticket better expresses that than Mondale and, to use the phrase, the San Francisco Democrats. That polarization is what could, in many ways, unfortunately, lead to a true two-party system throughout most of the South.
Well, Jesse Jackson was on our broadcast just a few minutes ago. He says there is a very, very huge black turnout in this election, which may well grow even larger in future elections. Do you see that trend developing?
Yes, and I think, John, that's what, in the long run, unless the polemic politics of today, this liberal-conservative split, change, I think you're going to see that lead to the two-party kind of a thing. That's already happening in Mississippi, where the Democrats are increasingly a black party, and the Republicans, which had no strength there for years and years, are increasingly a white party. The black voter turnout is large, and I think that will be the inevitable course as long as this liberal-conservative split is there.
Well, Dick, we don't know a great deal about the House races in the South yet. Senate Majority Leader Howard Baker says he expects the House to be much more Republican after tonight, that the Republicans may gain more than 20 seats. Some Republican Party leaders have been predicting a retaking tonight of many of the House seats that the Republicans lost 2 years ago. Do you see that? And if it happens, what would it mean?
Well, I think you've got two things there, John. One is that by rough count, and we haven't seen a lot of these races yet, particularly in North Carolina and Alabama, but by rough count, I would say at this hour it looks like as many as 8 to 10 Southern seats may go to Republicans, perhaps more. When you put those Southern Republicans who were clearly elected with Ronald Reagan, promising to carry out his programs, when you put them with the boll weevils, the Southern conservative Democrats, you really have a strong bloc in Congress for the president to work with.
Dick Williams, thank you very much for being with us. We're going to go to Ralph Winging in the Midwest Desk now. Ralph?
All right, John, thank you very much. First of all, let's take a look at Missouri, where the Republicans have apparently picked up another seat. It is in the 2nd District in Missouri, in the race between Robert Young, the incumbent, and Jack Buechner. Buechner apparently winning with 52% to Young's 48%. Young had a lot of labor support, some very strong support, but Buechner had help from Ronald Reagan, who had a lot of strength in that district. So right now, Jack Buechner ahead of Robert Young, 52% to 48%. Also, we might remind you that in Missouri, Attorney General John Ashcroft, the Republican, has won the race against Lieutenant Governor Kenneth Rothman. That was the gubernatorial race. It was an open race. The current governor, Christopher Bond, couldn't succeed himself for a third time, so now Attorney General Ashcroft appears to be the winner there. In Illinois' 19th district, with just a handful of precincts reporting, Republican incumbent Daniel Crane is defeating his Democratic challenger Terry Bruce, 54% to 46%. Crane, you remember, was censured by the House of Representatives for having sex with a teenage page. We're going to keep a close eye on this race throughout the night. Also updating our report on the Senate race between Paul Simon and Charles Percy. Simon, right now, with 28% of the precincts reporting, is ahead of Charles Percy, 53% to 45%. Well, it's certainly too close for us to call right now, but the mayor of Chicago, Harold Washington, says he thinks that Simon is going to win this race. Speaking in Chicago just a few minutes ago, Washington said he's proud of the effort to turn out the vote in heavily Democratic Chicago.
We feel good about it, but it's going to be some time before we get the final results. We're on a roll. You feel good. You should feel good. The projections are that Paul Simon will win. The feeling is he should win. And I might conclude by saying it's a monumental problem that here a man of Paul Simon's fine talents, worth, and integrity has to fight so hard against a man who obviously and clearly is simply not qualified to hold office any longer.
All right, right now we're going to talk to Professor Michael Mazie of DePaul University to talk about some of the things that are happening in the Midwest tonight. First of all, any reaction to what's happening tonight between Percy and Simon so far?
Well, Ralph, what's happening between Percy and Simon is what should have been expected. Chuck Percy has essentially run a campaign where he's alienated a bunch of his traditional constituencies. Percy always did very well among the black vote, always did very well among labor, and his recent born-again conservatism has alienated him from those groups of voters. He hasn't garnered the conservative support that he might have expected from that sort of switch, and as a result of the voter registration efforts of Mayor Washington and his opponent in the City Council, Alderman Radoliak, there's a very large city vote against Percy, and there is a strong downstate vote for Simon, at least stronger than usual for Democrats, because Simon's from that area. So without the Reagan victory, without the Reagan landslide, Simon would be, I think, an easy winner at this point. The Reagan thing is what's making it close for Simon.
We've seen the Republicans picking up a handful of seats tonight, especially in Indiana's 8th district. There's a good example. But it doesn't appear to be an overall Republican landslide tonight. What does all this ticket splitting tell you?
Well, in some states, like Illinois, for example, Michigan, there was a strong Democrat at the top of the ticket right after the president. That is, you had Carl Levin in Michigan, you had Simon here in Illinois. So voters are moving from the presidential column back to the Democrats for senator, and then on down for the House of Representatives seats. I think the same thing is likely to happen in Iowa also, as we begin to see figures there. It's very tough to beat an incumbent congressman, and you need everything going against an incumbent congressman in order to beat him, as it was in Indiana. This is not going to be true throughout the Midwest. So I don't think that the president's coattails are going to be very long in most of the Midwest.
The Democratic strategists have been saying all along that a heavy turnout would certainly help their presidential candidate, Walter Mondale. Well, there was indeed a very heavy turnout throughout the entire Midwest region. What happened?
Well, there's a heavy turnout, but there are a lot of people who just didn't want to vote for Walter Mondale. I think particularly as we see the votes come in, and if we can get to analyze them, you'll find in the white ethnic neighborhoods of Chicago just a standing decision there on the part of many people to give Ronald Reagan their vote and then move over to the Democratic Party ticket. There's some rumors here in Chicago that some of the ward bosses were just making that clearly understood, that they weren't asking very much for Mondale, and they were hoping for support, working for support for Simon and other Democratic Party candidates here in Illinois.
All right, Professor, thank you very much for some of that insight. Professor Michael Mazie at DePaul University talking about some of the events that transpired tonight in the Middle West. Right now, let's go to see what's happening in the far, far West. Here's Lou Waters.
We'll be hearing more from the far west now, Ralph. We have 3 polls closed, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. No raw numbers yet, but we can tell you that the Democratic incumbent in Montana, Ted Schwinden, whose priority has been fiscal management, and he's conducted the delicate task of satisfying Republicans without disturbing his own party, has been elected governor of the state over Pat Goodver of Great Falls. And in Utah, Scott Matheson, who is retiring, made room for the first Republican governor in Utah in 20 years. State House Speaker Norman Bangerter has the electoral winds at his back. Ronald Reagan strongly supported in Utah. Former U.S. Representative Wayne Owens waged an aggressive battle, but it was not enough. Mr. Owens has a reputation as a liberal. That didn't go in Utah. We are going to be joined now in Los Angeles by Professor William Allen, who is a professor of government at Harvey Mudd College. Mr. Allen, the polls won't close in California for a while yet, but Ronald Reagan has never lost an election in California. I don't imagine there's any reason to believe he'll lose one tonight, do you?
No, we aren't particularly expecting that. You're right, we're still looking over our shoulders, seeing what's happening in the East while we wait to finish our deliberations in California. The final results, the field poll of last week, showed some slight narrowing, but the results we see elsewhere in the country tonight indicate that that may not even occur. He should be expected to come through in California as he has elsewhere.
The Democrats spent a lot of time in California, even though they had not expected to win there. What was the reason for that? Why they took so much time for California, left out the states that they really needed to concentrate on?
Well, this is when we have to crystal ball. The inside view of this seems to be that the California Democratic Party made it a matter of urgent importance to appeal to the Mondale campaign to come to California to encourage voter turnout. We must encourage voter turnout, they seem to say, because we have some propositions on the ballot which threaten to overturn the Democratic control of California's state legislature as well as its congressional delegation. The Proposition 39, the reapportionment initiative, threatens to overturn a system that was installed a couple of years ago that is fairly well locked in solid incumbent seats throughout California with the possible exception of 2 districts. The irony in all this, of course, is we are seeing a record voter turnout across the nation tonight, but to this point in California we've been running behind turnout levels of 4 years ago. We're not certain what that means yet because we do have a record absentee ballot turn-in, and it has to be counted. The final results must come in before we know if California, like the rest of the nation, is expressing itself in a larger than usual number, or whether California, unusually considering the rest of the nation, is going to vote at a lower rate.
Now, the Republican National Committee, of course, has concentrated heavily on California. They targeted 10 races in the state, most notably the one in Orange County between Patterson and Dornan. What do you expect the Republicans to pick up if they pick up anything in California this time around?
Well, it may be the case that we're depending on the coattail effect here also. Certainly, the target of opportunity is the Patterson race in Orange County. There, an interesting development has happened only in the last few days. Representative Patterson has tied himself very strongly to Ronald Reagan, of all people. And interestingly, an error in the local newspaper, the Santa Ana Register, printed the parallel records of Patterson and Dornan from their respective years in Congress, but by mistake placed Dornan's votes under Patterson's name and Patterson's votes under Dornan's name. The Patterson campaign took a copy of that newspaper error, created a campaign brochure, and spread it throughout the district under the banner, "The record speaks for itself." Jerry Patterson is expecting that he can hold in, if he can reassure solidly Republican Orange County, that he is a solid conservative. The odds are, however, given the publicity on this latest snafu, if we want to call it that he stands in some danger tonight.
Mr. Allen, thank you. William Allen, Professor of Government at Harvey Mudd College. William Allen, Professor of Government at Harvey Mudd College. Now to the far west desk, here's Ralph Begleiter.
polls are now closed. The polls are still open in North Dakota, but the power of the incumbency in the West appears to be much stronger than the power of Ronald Reagan's coattails in the West. Despite the fact that it's strong Reagan territory, in Oklahoma, Democrat Jim Jones, the House Budget Committee chairman, has managed to hold on to his seat in the fight against Frank Keating, the Democrat. Also in Oklahoma, Senator David Boren, also a Democrat, has managed to hold on to his Senate seat in Oklahoma. He's also an incumbent. In Texas, one of the more interesting races of the evening, Congressman Phil Gramm, the Republican who was once himself a Democrat, but who was targeted by the Democrats for an upset, has managed to hold on to his seat, also an incumbent, retaining that as a Republican seat in Texas. In Kansas, Republican Senator Nancy Kassebaum is holding on to her seat, and interestingly enough, at the moment, she is leading her opponent by almost 4-1, an 80% victory margin at the moment with the early returns in. That would suggest that Nancy Kassebaum is doing much better even than President Reagan in Republican Kansas. In New Mexico, Senator Pete Domenici has managed to hold on to his seat as well, also a Republican seat, but an incumbent seat. In Wyoming, Alan Simpson, Senator, the incumbent, Republican, also holding on to his seat. In South Dakota, Republican Larry Pressler hanging on to his Senate seat, an incumbent. And in Colorado, Senator William Armstrong, the Republican, also holding on to his seat. In Nebraska, a Republican state, nonetheless has held on to Senator James Exon, the Democrat, will hold on to his seat, even though the state has gone overwhelmingly for President Reagan. In Texas, interestingly enough, the turnout is said to be the second highest ever. Blacks are said to have gone to the polls in greater numbers than in many years in Houston. But Hispanics appear not to have gone to the polls as heavily as Democrats had hoped. And for that reason, Walter Mondale is not doing well in Texas. Ronald Reagan is doing well. We are keeping tabs on a number of House races, which at the moment are too close to call, but are teetering between Republicans and Democrats. It's not clear whether those seats will be taken over by Republicans in the next House of Representatives. With us all evening and into the evening later on to keep tabs on the vote counts and perhaps to help us analyze them, from Texas, from Dallas, Paul Burka, senior editor of the Texas Monthly. Paul, let me ask you first, what went on in the Gramm race, the Phil Gramm race? Why did that come out the way it came out?
Well, Texas is a conservative state, and it was very unusual for a liberal to be running. This is only the second time in recent years that Texas has had a liberal Democrat running statewide, and it's just not a state where liberals do well. Doggett, who is the Democratic candidate, made no effort to move to the center at all, to compromise with the conservative Democrats, to run in the rural areas, and Gramm just wiped him out. The result was that not only Doggett lost, but a number of Texas Democratic congressmen are in trouble. The early returns indicate that Republicans have a chance to pick up as many as 5 seats. What happened in Texas in 1982 was that the Democrats had very strong conservatives on top of the ticket. You had Lloyd Bentsen running. He had a weak Republican opponent, and the result was a Democratic sweep. This time you had a liberal Democrat at the top of the ticket, and the result is a Republican sweep. The real question is, in Texas now, will the conservative Democrats be able to mount strong candidates in the future? Gramm, I think, has really brought about the chance for the realignment that people have been talking about. And interestingly enough, Ralph, Texas looks like the only state in this whole area where the realignment may be taking place.
Paul Burka, thank you very much with the Texas Monthly. We hope to come back to you later for further analysis, but that's the point to watch in the West. The rest of the states appear to be giving Ronald Reagan a personal victory, not carrying that through to incumbent Democrats by throwing them out of office. But in Texas, that may be different. Ronald Reagan's coattails may be longer in Texas than they are in the rest of the West. That's it from the West area right now. Back to the National Desk.
Thank you, Ralph. And of course, that is one of the excellent things you're getting tonight on our Election Watch coverage. We're giving you the figures, but you're also hearing from the experts. That explanation by Mr. Burka, by Professor Allen out in Los Angeles, and Dick Williams here in Atlanta. It certainly puts flesh on the figures and lets you know who's doing what to whom and why. Okay, you've been keeping track on the electoral vote count, and let's bring you up to date. CNN now shows President Reagan with 36 states in his column and that of Mr. Bush's. The president has 359 electoral votes, 359 to Walter Mondale's 3, and of course it only takes 270 electoral votes to win it. President Reagan out on the West Coast a short while ago was asked about Walter Mondale losing, going down the tubes.
I'm quite sure that there isn't anything I can say that'll make him feel better.
120 miles in space with no
I hope that
was no picnic.
I hope that we can
noses were stuffy, sinuses
close ranks for the good of the country, and
so they took active
once the contest is over.
And of course, correspondent Charles Bierbauer told us that the president later on will be coming down to that ballroom, and of course when he appears there amidst all of the celebration, we'll be going out there live. Mary Alice, you have 2 races.
I do. The race for the Iowa Senate was one of those considered pivotal to Republican power in the Senate. Well, the Republican has lost this one. First-term Senator Roger Jepsen has been retired by Iowa voters. He has been replaced by Representative Tom Harkin, a Democrat, after a seesaw campaign that took on a tone of nice guys finish last. If this election year has been marked by negative campaigns, it was on the basis of, among others, this race. In the Nebraska Senate, 2-term Democrat James Exon is being sent by Nebraska voters back for a 3rd term. He defeats Nancy Hawk, who is a University of Nebraska regent. The race was targeted by the Republican Senatorial Committee as a possible takeover for the Republicans, for Nancy Hawk, but it was not to be. You know, Exon is one of the conservatives who voted with the coalition of Republicans and so-called boll weevils 70% of the time to help push President Reagan's programs through.
Okay, our CNN Election Watch coverage tonight will continue in a moment.
Cable News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by Freedent Gum. Freshen your breath with delicious non-stick Freedent Gum. IBM typewriters. No matter how you look at typing, we're your type. And by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence.
Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freedent's the one.
Freedent Gum not only won't stick to your dental work, it helps clean in between to freshen your breath while you chew.
Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum. And puts the fresh in your breath. Freedent's the one.
Freshen your breath with non-stick Freedent.
Don't do it, dummy.
Today's the day.
Those desktop computers are for PhDs.
I need one. Things are getting out of control.
They're for Einsteins and...
I can handle it.
Says who? Wait till the chief sees you fumbling around that keyboard.
Morning. What's going on?
The chief's getting a computer right on his desk.
Is that a fact?
Despite some nagging little doubts, more and more people are ordering IBM computers of their own. Smart people want smart desks.
Okay.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. Since Andrew Jackson, our first man of the people president, candidates have set out to prove they have the common touch. They will eat almost anything. They will wear almost anything. They will kiss babies coast to coast. Even when it isn't planned, the common touch can still show up.
Detailed studies of the human body, biomedical research, computer-aided design, 2 years and countless clay models, trying different shapes, new materials, doing it over, again and again, all to design a more comfortable, durable seat for General Motors cars and trucks. Leonardo would have loved it. Nobody sweats the details like GM.
From Turner Broadcasting, this is Cable News Network.
Arts and Entertainment presents the Oneida Line.
It strikes me that I'm the only member of this family with both feet firmly on the ground.
The saga of two families fighting to rule the seas, set against the backdrop of mid-19th century Britain. Follow their adventures, their lives, and loves when this dramatic series from the BBC brings romance and action to the high seas. Mondays at 10 p.m. on the Arts and Entertainment Network, now on Channel Q.
If you're saddled with a weighty problem, try something new.
See? This can get you a date.
Learn to cook with style.
If this is a high-budgeted show, of course I watch the mushrooms.
Feast on food for thought.
Don't you disappoint me. You deserve to be the very best, and I'm going to get you where you want to go, okay?
Join the fitness movement. Reach for the Richard Simmons Show.
Say it! I can do it, too!
In just 16 minutes, the polls will close in California, Hawaii, Idaho, North Dakota, Oregon, and Washington State. And while we're waiting for that to happen, we're going to have a news update from Patrick Emery.
Mary Alice, State Department and Pentagon officials are not commenting on a report a Soviet freighter is on its way to Nicaragua tonight, possibly carrying MiG fighter planes. CBS News reports one possible American response being considered as a surprise attack to destroy the planes if they are indeed aboard. The network says the U.S. does not have any proof that the planes are aboard, but they quote an intelligence official who says satellite photos show a dozen crates similar to those used to carry MiGs missing from a Black Sea port where the freighter left in September. Meanwhile, National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane has given President Reagan two reports on the CIA manual prepared for guerrillas fighting the Nicaraguan government. White House spokesman Larry Speake says the reports will be passed along to congressional intelligence committees, but he does not say if the reports are ever to be made public. President Augusto Pinochet of Chile has declared a state of siege in his country, saying such action is necessary to combat a recent wave of violence. At least 10 people have died in the past week during terrorist attacks on police and widespread rioting in general. That violence has led to the resignation of Pinochet's entire cabinet, but the military leader had refused to accept the resignation of his interior minister. An administration official says the United States and the Soviet Union have agreed to hold talks in Moscow later this month on controlling the spread of nuclear weapons and technology to other nations. But beyond that meeting, the official says there are no plans for the superpowers to talk about arms control worldwide. The talks that will take place on November the 28th are the fourth in a series of meetings that began late in 1982. The judge who will preside over the trial of the first FBI agent ever indicted on espionage charges has warned lawyers in the case to show restraint in talking with the media. Richard Miller is accused of conspiring with two suspected Soviet agents to turn down American intelligence or turn over American intelligence documents to Moscow officials. Miller's trial was originally scheduled to begin next month, but has been postponed until February to give lawyers more time to examine the documents. Officials at Hughes Aircraft have confirmed their company is being investigated by the FBI for alleged kickbacks. The kickbacks reportedly involve major defense contractors in California, Florida, Massachusetts. A Hughes spokesman says the investigation involves several companies whose contract work with the Defense Department is under suspicion. The FBI spokesman has no comment, though, on the investigation. We'll go back now to Election Watch. Here's Bernard Shaw. Bernie?
Thank you very much, Patrick. As you followed here on CNN tonight, the numbers are going up and down in the Senate. They're going up and down in the House. We hear that there have been record voter turnouts, especially in the South, especially in the Republican Party, as many southern states plucked out for Reagan Bush. Let's go up to our analyst in New York, Mr. Theodore White. There's a major argument going on among analysts tonight, as you know, Teddy, and throughout the country about realignment. What does it mean? Is it underway? Is it 2 years away? What do you think?
Well, Bernie, realignment is a word that historians place upon a very important election 2 years after it happened. What they talk about in the realignment is the ground quaking, an earthquake of the structure of American politics. But as of tonight, you can say that it's a series of puzzle boxes. The first thing necessary in a realignment is what goes on in the minds of the president. What does he really want to do with his victory? As Roosevelt did, then he shapes it. That's realignment. Realignment means how deep does this go? In this particular election, how deeply does it go in the South? If the South really switches from the Democratic to the Republican Party, in a name as well as in deed, then the Republican Party, which was born to free the blacks, becomes the party that becomes the guardian of the whites. In that case, there's a fundamental shift in the topography of American life. And there's a third thing in the realignment. What does it do to the youngsters? They say in politics, it's easier for a man to switch his religion than to switch his party registration. If these youngsters who voted tonight have voted Republican, then there's bedrock under the Republican Party, and then the realignment takes place. A different system of taxation, a different system of defense, a different system of welfare, a different view of the world. And it'll take us 6 months to a year to find out whether what we saw tonight becomes the realignment of American politics that historians look back to.
Okay, 2 points based on what you've just said. What about the effect of the population shift from the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt? And the other point is, you alluded to it the last time you were with us about an hour ago, you alluded to what FDR and especially LBJ, after that major landslide in '64, Lyndon Johnson sat down with a friend and said, we're really in trouble now. What about that jinx once a president has won a landslide?
Well, I'd rather answer your first question first. There has been this enormous shift from the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt. In the past 10 years, the weight, the gravamen of the electoral votes and of our population lies in the South and in the West. Ronald Reagan's victory was won by Californians. Almost all his staff was Californian, with the exception of Jim Baker, who comes from Texas. So there is that shift which we must recognize as permanent in American politics. Now, forget your second question there, Bernie. I was so interested by the first. Give it to me again.
Well, the question about the boogaboo, once you've won as an incumbent, once you've won that landslide, people would think that you could go into Congress and do whatever you please, but that hasn't proven to be the case.
That's exactly what they think. They think they can do whatever they please, as LBJ thought. He thought he could plunge us into the Vietnam War, and he got the consent of Congress to do that. He had the Congress in the palm of his hand. It was probably the greatest disaster in American military history. Roosevelt thought he controlled his Senate and Congress in 1936 and could diddle with the Supreme Court and take it away from the sacred function it fulfills. I think there's a kind of intoxication, a madness of power that comes over a man with a landslide. Now, if Reagan can preserve his equanimity, and he's a very affable fellow, he may lead this country to some sort of withdrawal from the advanced social programs of the past 20 or 30 years to an advanced realism. If he tries to push such things as abortion and school prayer and the fundamentalist rhetoric too hard and too fast, he may lead us over the cliff to a real division in this country.
Teddy, in talking about realignment, the last major sweeping realignment of this nation happened some 50 years ago during the 1930s, in the Roosevelt era of the New Deal. Is that really possible now in the modern era, that sweeping kind of realignment, given that television connects the whole population, that weakens party organizations, and that people ticket split?
I think it certainly is possible. I think this Reagan victory tonight means that the people have thoroughly repudiated you news correspondents and have relied more upon the use of television by the president. He may carry them over the brink, or he may use television to make a more civilized country than we have right now. Yes, in answer to your question, it is possible now, as it was in 1932, and as it was indeed in 1860 and 1896. These realignments are possible, and that's what makes American elections so interesting. History changes before our eyes, or at least it gives the new president the tools with which to remake history. That's what we're seeing tonight, and that's what we're going to watch for the next 6 months or a year.
Thank you very much, Teddy White. Democracy, one of the greatest shows on earth. And while he goes back and continues to look at more data so he can come back and talk with us, we're going to pause, aren't we?
We'll take a break and we'll be back.
CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by Soloflex, America's home weightlifting machine. MasterCard International. So worldly, so welcome. And by Freedent Gum. Freshen your breath with delicious non-stick Freedent Gum.
We have been fascinated from the beginning. As a machine, the human body remains a supreme invention. To unlock its potential, we offer Soloflex. Simple and efficient, like the body itself. Which may explain why Soloflex looks less like a machine and more like a work of art.
MasterCard, I need to do nothing.
MasterCard International.
Absolutely nothing.
So worldly, so welcome,
MasterCard, when it comes to nothing, you're really something.
International.
Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum and puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum and puts the fresh in your breath. Yeah, Freedent's the one.
Freedent Gum not only won't stick to your dental work, it helps clean in between to freshen your breath while you chew.
Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum and puts the fresh in your breath. Freedent's the one.
Freshen your breath with non-stick Freedent.
Lots of responses tonight, Mary Alice, from people who've won and who've lost. Let's go up to Massachusetts, where the Lieutenant Governor, John Kerry, has handily defeated Raymond Shammy, the Republican.
What a wonderful, unruly, boisterous group you are. We're going to have a great party. But not long after that campaign in 1972, a young county commissioner from Lowell won the race that I did not win. And he went on from that to win a race for the United States Senate. And in one short term, he left an indelible mark on the United States Senate as a determined fighter for equal rights, for peace, for economic growth, and for justice. And all of us know that no endorsement that I received since the primary has meant or can mean more to me than that of Paul Tsongas. And I consider no responsibility that I have greater than to follow in Paul's footsteps and to make every effort I can to try to fill his enormous shoes. Thank you. Now, this campaign for a successor to Paul's seat has been long and it's been tough. Ray Shammy and I have fundamental differences over the direction of our state and of our nation. But this is, as you would know, and as I have felt before, a disappointing evening for Ray, for his followers, and for his family. And I want to wish he and Edna well as they return to private life. As this election comes to an end, I hope that we can take a look at it and understand what the real meaning of this race in Massachusetts was. Because I believe that this race gave Massachusetts a real choice about the future. And the results speak loudly about which direction this great Commonwealth of ours wants to move in. What the people of Massachusetts said in this Senate race is that we emphatically reject the politics of selfishness. reject the notion that women must be treated as second-class citizens. We reject the idea that we cannot halt the nuclear arms race, and we reject the extension of that race into outer space. And finally, I think we all join in rejecting the simplistic slogans that masquerade as solutions to very difficult and complex problems. Now, not long ago, I visited the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, and it is not a long walk from that rather remarkable black slab of marble with the names of 57,000 men on it. It's not a long walk from that memorial to the gleaming white marble of the Capitol, but I can tell you that it's been a long journey to try to bring home to our leaders and some of the people in this country the meaning of those 57,000 names. Tonight, we shortened the distance between the Capitol and that memorial, and I am proud of that. I have an enormous number of people to thank here tonight, and as I said, I can't thank them all, but there are a few that I do want to single out. Yes, indeed. Let me run this show for a few minutes. First of all, I want to thank the great mayor of the city of Boston, Ray Flynn, who came out early and worked long and hard.
Lieutenant Governor John Kerry, a highly decorated Vietnam veteran who returned to organize Viet veterans against the war. And that was certainly an issue in a very tough, heated horse race between him and millionaire businessman Ray Shammy to fill the Massachusetts Senate seat left by the retiring of Paul Tsongas.
Mary Alice and I are going to give ourselves the hook. Don Farmer, Chris Curl will settle in, and keep your pens and your papers ready because they're going to bring you up to date on how they're doing in all those Senate and gubernatorial races. Stay with your network of records, CNN, as election night coverage continues.
Cable News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound. And by General Foods Jell-O Gelatin. Make it Jell-O and create a sensation. And by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence.
Hey, everybody, it's Uncle Joe.
We all like to spend the weekends with family and friends. That's why AT&T saves you 60% on long distance every weekend, and they don't stop with savings. They give you service, too. Calling from anywhere to anywhere. Operator service, calls that sound as close as you feel, and 60% off.
Joe, knew you'd make it somehow.
Savings and service. That's AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
Reach out and touch someone.
Make a big splash with orange juice, apple juice, or grape juice.
Make it Jell-O Gelatin, create a sensation.
Instead of cold water, add Minute Maid fruit juice to Jell-O. Set and serve. It's a terrific snack.
It's juicy, it's light, and Mom thinks it's dynamite.
Make it Jell-O Gelatin, create a sensation. Jell-O.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. Across the span of our history, they have stood beside their husbands, and many have stepped forward on their own to help educate the deaf, to lead the Girl Scouts, to fight for human rights, to beautify our land. The wives of our presidents, living in our biggest fishbowl, they have made their mark on America.
Make sure you sign it then.
Marianne Sanford makes over 20 critical checks on seatbelt systems in GM cars. She's only one of over 1,800 GM people who make more than 6,000 safety inspections on over 6 million GM cars worldwide to build safer cars because it's important to you and to her.
Okay, guys, buckle up.
Nobody sweats the details like GM.
From Turner Broadcasting System, this is Cable News Network.
You can win a giant Panasonic 37-inch projection color TV or one of 700 other prizes in the Weather Channel Weather Word Sweepstakes starting November 5th. And all you have to do is watch the Weather Channel. Every day starting November 5th, you'll see a new weather word 8 times every hour. Get all 7 weather words correct for the week and send them along with your name, address, zip code, and the channel number where you see the Weather Channel, and you'll be eligible for our weekly grand prize drawing. First prize every week for 4 weeks, this Panasonic cable-ready projection color TV with a suggested retail price of $3,095. Every week we'll draw for 50 second prizes, a Casio solar cell water-resistant sports watch. 100 third prize winners will get the Weather Channel knit ski cap, and all other correct entries will get the Weather Channel official ice scraper. It starts November 5th, so get ready to win in the Weather Word Sweepstakes on the Weather Channel.
Most of us don't think about our health until something goes wrong. But many future problems could be avoided if we learned how to take better care of ourselves today. That's why Lenox Hill Hospital offers TelMed, a free telephone health library. If you call 794-2200 during business hours and tell us which health topic you're interested in, we'll play you a tape from our extensive collection. And you will be completely anonymous. That's 794-2200 to learn about the health topic of your choice, or to find out how to get the free brochure which lists all our programs.
TelMed, may I help you?
You're never too young to take care of your health. Lenox Hill Hospital's TelMed is supported in part by the Exxon Corporation.
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night, 1984. CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by MasterCard International, so worldly, so welcome, and by Olivetti, bringing electronic wizardry to your fingertips, and by General Motors, extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. Now, here are Don Farmer and Chris Carl.
It's now about 7 minutes after 8 o'clock on the West Coast. Do you know where your public officials are? Chances are they're where you are, watching the returns tonight, as the polls have now closed in California, Hawaii, Idaho, North Dakota, Oregon, and Washington State. And that leaves only Alaska, where the voting will be going on for another couple of hours. It now appears President Reagan has won, and has won big. His aides say they're seeing a victory of historic proportions. There's the national totals, the raw votes with 39% of the precincts reporting. The president with 58%, Walter Mondale with 41%. The only question remaining now is whether Mr. Reagan will be able to carry all 50 states. Apparently, Mr. Reagan has won 39 states so far, giving him a total of 376 electoral votes. So far, Walter Mondale has only 3 electoral votes, those coming from the District of Columbia. However, apparently, Mr. Mondale is leading in his home state of Minnesota and in Massachusetts, but it's still too close to call for sure.
in both of those states. Chris.
And a little comparison for you now. President Reagan's aides now say the president's popular vote total could turn out to be bigger than Lyndon Johnson's record, 61.1%. That was in 1964. The biggest winning margin ever was rolled up by Richard Nixon in 1972. Nixon defeated George McGovern with a 23 percentage point spread. Remember, though, that the popular vote does not elect the president. The electoral vote does. If a candidate carries the popular vote in a particular state, then all of that state's electoral votes go to the victor.
If there's one man who should be enjoying this night more than President Reagan, or at least almost as much, it is Ed Rollins. He was the architect of the Reagan-Bush campaign, its director, in fact. He joins us now live in California with our correspondent, Charles Bierbauer. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Don. Indeed, Ed Rollins, the campaign director, is here. Let's find out exactly what, as Chris and Don pointed out, Reagan aides are saying. What are you claiming? Is it historic? Is it a victory, landslide, mandate? How far would you go with it?
Well, I certainly think that it's a mandate. I certainly think it's a landslide. All the results aren't in yet, so you can't tell whether it's historic at this particular. But the far most important thing, I think, is that it certainly gives the president the opportunity to move forward on his very, very important agenda. He was the first successful president of the last five to have completed a term, and the American public responded to his leadership by re-electing him, and overwhelmingly. So I think we consider it a very good night.
We've heard this term mandate. You say move forward on the agenda. Can you be more precise? What does that really mean? What do you see him doing in the second term?
Well, certainly what I see him doing is giving America 4 more good years of leadership and providing the strength as a world leader, which he certainly has done over the past 4 years. I think there's no question some of the things that he wants to move on very quickly is arms control. He now feels that he has our defense preparedness in such a position that we're prepared for peace, that we can sit down and negotiate with the Russians and some sort of a legitimate arms control that we feel is benefits both sides.
Those are fairly broad stroke pictures that you're drawing.
But important pictures.
Important without question. The campaign, one of the criticisms made of Mr. Reagan in the campaign is that it was a broad brush campaign, that it painted a picture of patriotism, prosperity, peace. Mr. Mondale said he never got specific. Was this obviously this was a purposeful decision to depict it that way? Is that what you think the success of your campaign is?
The success of our campaign was the fact that Ronald Reagan had done a very successful job over the last 44 months in leading this country. A 3-month or a 6-month campaign is irrelevant if he hadn't been an effective leader. He's been an effective leader. The campaign only tried to basically spell out to the American public how effective a leader he had been, and I think that we did a pretty good job of that.
Was it an easy sell for you?
Very easy sell. When you've got my attitude is when you've got the best horse, you let him run and do his thing, and Ronald Reagan has done that very, very effectively.
Did the Democrats, from your perspective, self-destruct, hurt themselves in the primary process? Did that make it easier for you? Was Mondale vulnerable because of that?
Well, I think Walter Mondale was not a fringe candidate as a McGovern was in 1972. I mean, he was the endorsed candidate. He had the support of all the leaders: Tip O'Neill, Ted Kennedy, everyone else in the Democratic Party. He ran on their mainstream proposals today, which I just think are out of tune with the American public. He certainly gave the American public no reason or no alternatives to why they should vote out this very popular president.
Did Geraldine Ferraro hurt that ticket?
I don't think in the final analysis she helped or hurt. I think the bottom line is the American public focused on the president's record, and they re-elected him. Mondale became almost insignificant.
What about Bush?
Well, I think Bush did a very credible job of carrying our record to the American public. He did a tremendous amount of campaigning, and I think was very, very effective.
What about Ed Rollins from here, just as a final point? You had a successful campaign. Do you look forward to another one in '88?
Well, I'm the first campaign manager on the Republican side since 1956 to survive. I think I'll just take my laurels. And
Mr. Rollins, Mr. Bierbauer, let me interrupt you, gentlemen. We have to go to North Carolina now for a live speech, a speech by Jesse Helms, the victor in the most expensive Senate race in the history of this country. Jesse Helms, the Republican, defeating the governor, Governor Hunt. Jesse Helms spent almost $14 million for this victory tonight, and now he's going to enjoy every penny of it. Jesse Helms.
question. Aren't we proud of our great president? What a victory he has achieved today, and he remembers, and I think you remember, that it all began in 1976 in North Carolina. So, Mr. President, wherever you are, thank you very much. We love you. Now then, just look at what you have done to me again. Someone handed me, as I came down, a copy of the October 23, 1983 edition of the Washington Post. It says Jesse Helms has a problem he's destined to lose in 1984.
Jesse Helms fought one of the toughest Senate races in this country this year. He ran against James Hunt, the governor, the Democrat. Helms spent $13 million plus. Hunt spent $8 million plus. Jesse Helms, by the way, is next in line to become chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee should Senator Charles Percy, the incumbent Republican from Illinois, lose tonight. Helms has said he'd rather stick with the Agriculture Committee, of which he is the chairman. But those things can change, as can all things, when they organize the next Congress. So this could be a significant victory. It already is. It could be even more significant, depending on the outcome of the Percy-Simon race in Illinois.
And that race got an awful lot of media attention. In the last 5 weeks alone, there were nearly 8,000 television commercials split up between Hunt and Helms. So if you live in North Carolina, you know that. If you don't, you're probably glad you don't, just because of that. Right now, we want to go to a man who knows a lot about the strong speeches and words that Walter Mondale has been saying in recent weeks. He is the speechwriter for Walter Mondale, Martin Kaplan, who is with Tom Mentir now in St. Paul. Tom.
Thank you, Chris. Martin, you just had to listen to probably one of the toughest speeches a man's going to have to deliver. Walter Mondale transcribed his speech that he's going to give here before his supporters in Minnesota to you.
He spent some time this afternoon saying out loud in his living room what he's going to be saying here this evening, and I was essentially his stenographer putting it on the typewriter. It's a moving statement of thanks to the people who've been with him, and it's also characteristic of the graciousness and the strength of the man. It's a tribute to the democratic process. This is a moment when our entire nation must rally around our president. It's also a moment when the fight that Mondale has fought must be seen to continue. The fact that he didn't win tonight is no measure of the worth of the fight that he's been in.
Did we hear the beginnings of it last night in Mason City, Iowa, and here in Minneapolis?
Absolutely. In fact, on the last leg of that very long last journey between Los Angeles and Mason City, Mr. Mondale took out a yellow legal pad and wrote out in longhand his thoughts about Minnesota, what the campaign meant to him, and he summed it up in the single word decency. Those words were his. They were moving. There were a lot of tears on a lot of faces last night, and that was an overture to what we're going to be hearing tonight.
We heard a news speech from Walter Mondale just yesterday at noontime in Los Angeles. A very strong speech, a very emotional speech. Why not 6-7 months ago with that speech?
Well, I've got some fond memories of 6-7 months ago. I suspect that if you went back and looked through those tapes again, you might share my opinion of them. The question in this race is, who would be the best president? We took our best shot at it. The American people made their choice. Now let's get on with the fight about the things that we care about.
If you had anything that you could do over, a speech that you could write over, would there be one, or are you satisfied?
I think I would have bet red instead of black in Monte Carlo.
Okay. Martin Kaplan, we understand that Walter Mondale is in the building and will be up on the podium to make the speech that Mr. Kaplan was talking about in just a few moments.
All right, Tom Mentir, thank you very much. Now let's go to West Virginia, where Governor Jay Rockefeller apparently has won the Senate seat there. The Senate seat left open by the retirement of the senior senator from West Virginia. There's the governor on the podium with his family. Governor Jay Rockefeller.
Hello, Joe. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. You know, I'm looking out, and I'm seeing so many good friends. And we're not here to claim victory, but I'm surely not here to claim defeat. You know, the fact of the matter is that the networks have basically said that that together we have won, but on the other hand, the entire tally isn't in. The entire score isn't in, and I think it would be premature to say anything too much, except I'm feeling awful good.
Jay Rockefeller with his wife, the daughter of Senator Percy, there on his left.
We will leave them hedging there to go back to Mondale's headquarters.
And James Allen Michalczewski.
This is Tom Mentir. The crowd is starting to get worked up here in the St. Paul Civic Center. They, of course, have been told that Walter Mondale is in the hall and will be coming up to the podium in just a few moments. It was interesting. We just talked to Martin Kaplan, and he said that Walter Mondale started to make the rough draft yesterday on his campaign airplane moving from Los Angeles, coming back to Minnesota. Some of the things that he will probably say here tonight to this crowd. He said last night when he arrived in Minneapolis that he had taken his best shot. He'd done all that he could do. And he said last night that it was up to the American people now to decide. Well, now they have decided, and he's coming here to make what may be the last major speech of his political career. Earlier in the evening, they were trying to warm up the crowds here by telling them that it's been a tough day for Walter Mondale. They wanted them to hold their breath, and when Walter Mondale walked into the room here, to let it out, to let him know how they felt in a very difficult time for Walter Mondale. But as we were told, he is in the building. There are so many signs and flags being waved that anyone who is not standing within 4 or 5 feet of the podium probably won't see him. There he is. Walter Mondale has now walked onto the stage and is shaking hands with his supporters. You can just barely see him through the sign. His whole family is up on the stage with him. And he is now taking the podium. Don?
Commentator, how long do you think Walter Mondale has known that he didn't have a chance to win this election?
Well, I could see it about 2 weeks ago in California when we were in San Jose. Walter Mondale, after he finished the speech, came back to his campaign plane, and he stood at the top step, and he gazed at the sunset, the California sunset, and then he came down the steps and he shook hands with the motorcade drivers in a very relaxed manner. You could see the pressure start to be taken away from Walter Mondale. You could see him start to relax. You could see it and hear it in his speeches out on the campaign trail. Walter Mondale was not uptight and wound up like a clock as he was before. So I think Walter Mondale is known for some time. And of course, as Marty Kaplan told us, he knew for sure last night. There's Eleanor standing at his side on the podium. I think we're going to hear now from Walter Mondale the speech we waited for.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. A few minutes ago, I called the President of the United States and congratulated him on his victory for re-election as President of the United States. Please. He has won. We are all Americans. He is our president, and we honor him tonight. Again tonight, the American people, in town halls, in homes, in firehouses, in libraries, chose the occupant of the most powerful office on earth. Their choice was made peacefully, with dignity, and with majesty. And although I would have rather won, Tonight we rejoice in our democracy. We rejoice in the freedom of a wonderful people, and we accept their verdict. I thank the people of America for hearing my case. I have traveled this nation, I believe, more than any living American. And wherever I've gone, the American people have heard me out. They've listened to me. They've treated me fairly. They've lifted my spirits, and they've added to my strength. And if there's one thing I'm certain of, it is that this is a magnificent nation with the finest people on earth. I thank above all my family. How lucky I am. Joan has campaigned with class all over this nation. Where are you? And we're very, very proud of our kids, Ted and Eleanor Jane and William. Everywhere they went, they got us support. And I thank Geraldine Ferraro. We're very proud of Jerry. Very proud of Jerry. We didn't win, but we made history, and that fight has just begun. And once again, here I am in Minnesota. In over 24 years, never once have the people of Minnesota turned me down, including tonight. Minnesotans, this is a special state, a remarkable state with a special spirit. And time again in the past, Minnesota has led the way for our nation, and I think you did it again tonight. And I want to especially thank my staff, Jim Johnson and the whole crew, my workers and my volunteers all over this country. What a special group of Americans they are. I know what you've sacrificed for me and for my country. And I want to say a special word to my young supporters this evening. I know how you feel because I've been there myself. Do not despair. This fight didn't end tonight. It begins tonight. I've been around for a while, and I have noticed in the seeds of every victory are to be found the seeds of defeat, and in every defeat are to be found the seeds of victory. Let us fight on. Let us fight on. My loss tonight does not in any way diminish the worth or the importance of our struggle. The America we want to build is just as important tomorrow as it was yesterday. Let us continue to seek an America that is just and fair. Tonight especially, I think of the poor, the unemployed, the elderly, the handicapped, the helpless, and the sad, and they need us more than ever tonight. Let us fight for jobs and fairness. Let us fight for these kids and make certain they have the best education that any generation ever had. Let us fight for our environment and protect our air, our water, and our land. And while we keep America strong, let's use that strength to keep the peace, to reflect our values, and to control these weapons before they destroy us all. That has been my fight. That has been our fight in this campaign. And we must fight for those goals with all of our heart in the future. I am honored by Minnesota, by all the people of this country that have permitted me to wage this fight. What an honor it is. And I'm at peace with the knowledge that I gave it everything I've got. I am confident that history will judge us honorably. So tonight, let us be determined to fight on. Good night, and God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Walter Mondale now made his concession speech here at the Civic Center in St. Paul. In his concession speech, he went over some of the themes that he has tried to stress in his campaign, basically saying he tried to get his message across. Now it is up to you to decide to move on. Walter Mondale has campaigned for 4 years for this evening, an evening that's filled with sadness for the Mondale campaign. But Walter Mondale says that he gave it his best shot. And they're going out on a song. Let's go out to Charles Bierbauer now, to where there is a victorious celebration in California. Charles?
Tom, indeed, there is a difference in the atmosphere here in Hollywood, or just outside of Hollywood. You're tempted to say that when you look at some of the people who are in the crowd. Not too many of them were paying any attention to Walter Mondale's concession speech. It took the old Hollywood rifleman, Chuck Connors. He got up at the podium and said, "I don't think all of you boys and girls know this, but Walter Mondale has just conceded." There was a cheer, and then there were some more of Ronald Reagan's Hollywood friends friends, Pat Buttram, Cesar Romero. They made a few jokes while Mondale was making a more compassionate speech. Pat Buttram joked that you'd see Walter Mondale in an American Express commercial. Perhaps that is the kind of jubilation that can be expected. It is a happy crowd, to say the least. And Ronald Reagan aides are saying that indeed he has that mandate that they've been talking about so much. Ask them what the mandate is. They say to carry on for the next 4 years, to get involved more in arms control, to keep the economy building. Kind of the broad brush strokes, the strong emphasis on patriotism and doing well that you heard all throughout the campaign. The president himself has been at dinner. He received that phone call from Walter Mondale. He is expected here at the Century Plaza Hotel ballroom in about 1/2 hour. And of course, we will hear from the president himself then. That's the view from Century Plaza in Los Angeles. And I know you'll be coming back to us, but we'll go back to our election watch people in Atlanta now.
All right, Charles Bierbauer, thank you very much. You know, it's interesting. Walter Mondale, a classic organized organization Democrat in the classic sense, saying tonight, in effect, his time is not now. But he's also a smart enough politician to know that what goes around comes around in politics, and he tells his people, hang on, our time will come again.
Yeah, you noticed that there was a very, very large crowd, but they had booked the Civic Center there in St. Paul, Minnesota, and when we had the extreme wide shot, as we call it, you could see that the entire hall was not packed. It's late there, it's probably cold there as well, but again, Walter Mondale was saying that he was the loser. It was a concession speech, not a triumphant speech.
We have all kinds of figures to report to you, winners and losers and recaps and such, and we'll get straight to it as our Election Watch coverage continues live from Atlanta in just a couple of minutes.
MasterCard, find me a bargain.
MasterCard International. So worldly, so welcome. So worldly, so welcome.
Maybe something in blue. MasterCard, you're so chic.
Wizard! Yes, sire. Send this day to my knights, this to all the serfs on the beach, and this to all the vessels in the castles. As you wish, sire!
If you don't have time for repetitious typing, you need Olivetti electronic typewriters. They have memory, can work together, even take you all the way to word processing.
Sire, it is done. How did you do it? Magic.
Olivetti, electronic wizardry at your fingertips. Call the wizard near you.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. December 1918. Woodrow Wilson travels to Europe to negotiate the Treaty of Versailles. The largest crowds in history turn out to greet him. It is the beginning of a new international role for the American president, chief diplomat. From then on, he would pursue our aims and carry our dreams all across the world.
Detailed studies of the human body, biomedical research, computer-aided design, 2 years and countless clay models, trying different shapes, new materials, doing it over, again and again, all to design a more comfortable, durable seat for General Motors cars and trucks. Leonardo would have loved it. Nobody sweats the details like GM.
Cable News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by DuPont. Better things for better living. General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. And by AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
Nothing much changes in Waukeeta, Oklahoma. Even when Conoco, DuPont's energy subsidiary, comes to explore for oil. Because we invented a remarkable way to search for oil. By gently shaking the ground and recording the sound waves that echo back. A method that lets us go about our business without interfering in anyone else's. So DuPont or not, nothing changes in Waukeeta. Well, almost nothing. DuPont. Better things for better living.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. Most of our chief executives have found places to retreat from the pressures of the Oval Office, if only for a day or two. Here he can just be himself and have a little fun. And yet, no matter where he goes, a president is still president. The burdens of the office are always with him.
Marianne Sanford makes over 20 critical checks on seatbelt systems in GM cars. She's only one of over 1,800 GM people who make more than 6,000 safety inspections on over 6 million GM cars worldwide to build safer cars because it's important to you and to her.
Okay, guys, buckle up.
Nobody sweats the details like GM.
Evenings from 5 to 11, AT&T saves me 40% on long-distance calls. What could be better?
Sold for 100. Weekends, I get 60% off with AT&T.
What could be better?
You don't have to give up any service to save. That's what's better. Only AT&T gives you operator service, calls from anywhere to anywhere, and up to 60% off.
Now, that's what I like to hear.
That's AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
Reach out and touch someone.
From Turner Broadcasting, this is Cable News Network.
Weeknights on CNN, Sandy Freeman invites you to meet the people in power.
If you want to understand the foreign policy of the United States, look at the decisions of the president.
And the folks who make you smile. Yeah! The stars who light up the stage.
Well, I could act better than anybody.
And bring life to the silver screen.
Boy, did I have a lot of guts.
Weeknights, share an hour with the people who share their lives with the world on Freeman Reports.
It's very much about people now.
Freeman Reports, weeknights at 9 Eastern on CNN. At 10 p.m. Eastern, the CNN Evening News brings you a full hour of news. From Washington to Wall Street, cold fronts to quarterbacks, CNN's 10 o'clock Evening News is America's national newscast. Weeknights turn to CNN for Freeman Reports at 9 Eastern and the CNN Evening News at 10. On CNN, evenings are more intriguing than you'd expect.
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night, 1984. CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by MasterCard International. So worldly, so welcome. IBM typewriters. No matter how you look at typing, we're your type. And by AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound. Now, here are Don Farmer and Chris Curl.
It's been an interesting 20 or 30 minutes here on the news channel on our election coverage tonight. We've heard from Walter Mondale live and Jesse Helms and Jay Rockefeller and any number of other people. We heard from the people. Now we're going to talk about some of the facts and figures for you, some of the winners and losers around the country.
Let's first of all take a look at the national picture. As you can see there with 40% of the precincts reporting, we have 47%. We have Mr. Mondale with 41% of the vote and Mr. Reagan with 58%.
Now let's take a look at the presidential votes state by state. Alabama, 9 electoral votes, 80% reporting, President 60 over Mondale's 39. Arizona with 7 votes, 1% reporting, but it's a call for Reagan, 60 to 38. Arkansas, 6 votes, just over a quarter of the precincts reporting. Again, it's a call for Mr. Reagan, 59 to 41. Colorado, 8 votes, a quarter of the precincts reporting. No, it sounds like a broken record, but that's the way it is tonight. Ronald Reagan, 64 to 35%. These are raw votes, by the way, numbers of precincts reporting. Almost all the votes counted in Connecticut with 8 electoral votes. It's a Reagan victory, 61 to 39. Delaware, it's all over in Delaware, 3 votes there, as expected. Mr. Reagan won that one. In Florida, again, a Reagan victory, no surprise, 66 to 34. The red arrow keeps popping up against Mr. Reagan's name there. In Georgia, 12 electoral votes, 52% reporting. He won that one. Idaho with 4 votes. Reagan again, 77 to 22. And we move along to Illinois, a key state. Reagan won that one with 52% of the vote. That's with less than 40% of the precincts reporting. Again, the red arrow in Indiana, a victory for the president with more than 3/4 of the precincts reporting, 62 to 38. Iowa, only a few raw votes, and it could be close there, but right now it's 58 to 42 for Mr. Reagan. In Kansas, a Reagan victory, 66 to 34, about 40% of the precincts reporting in Kansas. Kentucky, 9 votes. Again, Ronald Reagan, 61 to 39. Louisiana, it's all over there. The president won there, 62%, 38% for Mr. Mondale. Big turnout, even though the state races had already been decided. In Maine, Ronald Reagan, again, with 60% to Mondale's 40%. Maryland, it's a call now. Maryland is a victory for the president with 52% of the votes, of those counted so far to 48%, but it now appears Mr. Reagan has, in fact, won Maryland. We move along now to Massachusetts, a key state. Walter Mondale needed to win this one, and right now he's ahead with 42% of the vote, 51 to 49%. Michigan, 20 electoral votes, a major state, near the Mr. Mondale's home state, but it's a Reagan victory, 65 to 35. In Minnesota, the home state of Walter Mondale, he's ahead there with only 10% of the raw vote in right now. That one is too close to call, at least obviously with the raw vote the way it is. He's hoping to squeak that one out so he does not win only the District of Columbia, but right now he is ahead 58 to 42.
And we want to take a look at the next state coming up with 77% reporting. Mr. Mondale way behind, 37% for him. Mr. Reagan there, 62%. In Missouri, with 11 electoral votes, Mr. Reagan has 62% there.
All right, there's Montana with 4 electoral votes. 64, it's an easy victory for Mr. Reagan in Montana, as expected. Nebraska, again, a Reagan victory, 71 to 29, with about not quite half of the precincts reporting in Nebraska for its 5 electoral votes. Nevada, no question there. Ronald Reagan is an easy winner in Nevada, almost 80% of the vote as is counted so far. New Hampshire, again, no surprise. The president, 68 to 31 with a quarter of the votes. New Jersey, again, 67% reporting, 60 to just under 40. New Mexico, the state with the largest per capita population of Hispanics in the country, a Reagan victory, 60 to 39%. New York, the big one, Geraldine Ferraro's home state, but it's a Reagan victory, 55 to 44. North Carolina, the Hunt-Helms race there of national interest and so expensive. Ronald Reagan won the state handily with 40% reporting. He's way ahead, as you can see. North Dakota also way ahead with only 14% reporting, but it's a sure thing for Mr. Reagan now in North Dakota. Also in Ohio, again, a very important state. Walter Mondale's people were hoping he could somehow win that one. Apparently he will not. Mr. Reagan comfortably ahead with half the votes counted in Ohio. In Oklahoma, more than half the votes counted. It was a sure bet for Ronald Reagan before they went into it. It is at this hour, 68 to 31. Pennsylvania, another one of those key so-called Rust Belt states that Mr. Mondale had to win. They said he did not. Mr. Reagan is the apparent winner in Pennsylvania. Rhode Island, often a Democratic state. Not tonight. Mr. Reagan has won Rhode Island, it would appear. South Carolina, Mr. Reagan again with a large lead with about half of the votes counted. South Dakota, Mr. Reagan, an easy victor there. No question about it from the start. 63-37 right now. Tennessee, even though the Democrat Al Gore won the seat formerly held by the retiring Senator Howard Baker, the Republican Majority Leader, President Reagan has taken the Tennessee, and as you can see, has taken Texas with 29 key electoral votes. Utah, no question there, a runaway for Ronald Reagan. I could do these, but I can't memorize them all without looking at them. There's Vermont, no question there, 60 to 40 for the president with about 40% of the reports, the votes reported so far. 12 in Virginia, 12 electoral votes, easily going to Ronald Reagan. West Virginia, a Reagan victory there. Wisconsin, well, that one's not quite definite yet. As you can see, it's very close. Wisconsin, Wyoming, no question about it. Ronald Reagan has 3/4 of the few votes counted so far. This is Walter Mondale's sole sure victory now. District of Columbia, Mondale, 85 to 15.
And now we're going to interrupt for just a moment to take you to New York. You've already heard from Walter Mondale. Well, Geraldine Ferraro, his running mate, is going to have a few words to say. Let's turn it over to correspondent Trinette Ledford, who has been following the candidate.
congratulate President Reagan, and I have just telephoned Vice President Bush to convey my best wishes to him as well. They ran a skillful, I thought I finished with hecklers last night. They ran a skillful, spirited campaign, and today they have achieved an impressive victory. Tonight, the campaign ends. The race is over. This is not a moment for partisan statements. It is a moment to celebrate our democracy and to think of our country. The American people have put their trust in President Reagan. And in the interest of the nation, with hope for the future, I ask all Americans to join together, work together, and pledge our support for our president in the search for a more just society, a strong America, and a world at peace. Tonight, I would also like to thank my running mate and my friend, Walter Mondale. For more than 2 decades, he has forsaken personal gain to promote the public good. He has fought for people who need our help. He has stood up for every decent cause in the last 25 years. And even though he did not win this race for the presidency, in 1984 he waged another battle, a battle for equal opportunity, and that battle Walter Mondale won. For 2 centuries, candidates have run for president. Not one from a major party ever asked a woman to be his running mate until Walter Mondale. When he asked me to be campaigned by his side, he opened a door which will never be closed again. That is a victory of which every American can be proud. Campaigns, even if you lose them, do serve a purpose. My candidacy has said the days of discrimination are numbered. American women will never again be second-class citizens. Elections also focus the nation's attention on the things that truly matter. In this campaign, Americans have all been made more aware of the danger of the nuclear arms race. We have all recognized the needs of our changing economy. We have all been reminded of the millions of Americans who have been counted out before their talents have been added up, and we can all take pride in those accomplishments. We live in a time of exciting change. This country built the space shuttle, the most sophisticated machine ever to fly, and a black and a woman were among the first to fly in it. From Argentina to the Philippines, there's a new awakening of freedom. And all over the world, people are calling for the opportunity to choose their own destinies. I think America can be the vanguard of change. I have faith in the American people, and I believe in this country. Our society is the fairest on earth, but we can work even harder for fairness. Our nation is at peace, but we can do even more to reduce the risk of war. America is a great nation. America is a great nation, but if there's one thing that our campaign has stood for, it is that our country can be even greater. That cause, our country's cause, is never finished. And I, for one, will continue to work for it. Tonight brings an end to a long campaign. This is a moment to rejoice in our democracy. It is also a moment for us to be proud. All of us can go to sleep tonight confident that we did everything we could to win this election. So let me say to our supporters throughout the country, to my staff, my family, and my friends, we fought hard, we gave it our best, and we made a difference. To be proud of what we have done. I am, and I thank you very, very much.
You see the backs now of the Ferraro-Zaccaro family. John Zaccaro, her husband's back to us now, and her children were there. And her mother, who has been with her on several campaign stops, at least in the New York area, was there behind her and next to Geraldine Ferraro for a while.
One of the questions now, of course, is what happens to Geraldine Ferraro? Is she a viable future candidate? Or has she tarnished herself for a time because she ran and lost with Mr. Mondale, lost so completely and so heavily? I think people will be asking and answering those questions for the time to come as the Democrats sort of regroup and go back to the drawing boards. We're going to do the same thing, and when we come back, we'll have more of live election coverage for you from Atlanta as CNN's Election Watch continues.
We'll be right back.
MasterCard, I need to do nothing.
MasterCard International.
Absolutely nothing.
So worldly, so welcome,
MasterCard, when it comes to nothing, you're really something.
International.
I see your desk got a computer on it.
Yeah, smart desk. Going to the game?
Me, I don't need a computer. I just call Bert.
What if Bert's not in?
I wait till Bert's back. Who's playing?
Detroit. You know, I don't know how I managed before.
Well, machines and I just don't mix. Know what I mean?
Sure. I'll see you at the game.
Yeah, actually, I've got a little more to do.
Some people don't need an IBM computer on their desk.
Is that you, Bert?
The Smart Desk is for people who do.
He's at the game.
If you visited all the places some nationwide long-distance companies don't serve, you'd be on the road a long time. There are a lot of services you take for granted with AT&T that most companies don't have, like calling from anywhere to anywhere, operator service, and immediate credit for wrong numbers. Looks like most companies still have a long way to go to measure up to AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
Reach out and touch someone.
A lot of people feel
that was an official
way
yawn from
tonight.
Charles Crawford there.
Let's take a look at the electoral votes. We've been tallying them up for you so far, and we want to make sure that you are kept up on the numbers. Mr. Mondale with 3, that represents the District of Columbia, the only area he has taken, not a state, the District of Columbia. Mr. Reagan with 376 electoral votes, and as you know, it takes 270 to elect. That represents 39 states.
Now let's take a look at the Senate Senate and how it stacks up. Right now, there are 55, well, before tonight, there were 55 Republicans in the Senate, giving them control, of course, 45 Democrats. 36 of the 55 Republicans were not up for re-election this year. As you know, only a third of the Senate is up on these 6-year revolving terms. 31 Democrats were up. At stake then, 19 Republicans and 14 Democrats. Now, here's the important part. You can see that 14 Republicans have been elected tonight. 14 Democrats have been elected. So that means the Republicans have lost one. The Democrats have won one. At least that's the net change right now. A net gain of 1 for the Democrats. So they had hoped to gain about 3, maybe even 4 tonight. But so far, that's not apparently happened, and we'll keep you informed on that.
And now we are going to go to Los Angeles, where James Baker, the chief White House aide for President Reagan, is standing by with Charles Bierbauer. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Charles.
Indeed, Jim Baker, the White House chief of staff, just came back to the hotel here in Los Angeles after having dinner with the president. I can't let that pass. How was the dinner? How was the mood?
Well, the mood was euphoric, and the dinner was superb.
What can you tell us about Mr. Mondale's phone call to the president when he conceded?
Well, I can tell you that they talked 43 seconds, and the former vice president called the president and congratulated him on his win and said, I think something to the effect that, as he did in his concession speech, now it's time to unify the country.
And the president said?
Thank you very much. I appreciate those kind remarks, and thank you so much.
It's not a very long conversation.
It was a very short conversation, about 40 seconds.
Any reason for that?
No, I think that's probably customary in terms of a concession phone call.
Is there any feeling other than euphoria in the campaign? We've heard the word mandate used so often. Could you tell us what mandate really means?
Well, I think mandate means different things under different circumstances. In this case, if the projections hold up and the president carries all but Minnesota and the District of Columbia, which is the last information that I had, I think that it means that the president will have significant political strength going into his second term. Now, that doesn't automatically translate into legislative victories. The president has talked a lot about wanting to continue to attack federal spending. He's talked a lot about wanting to simplify the tax code. These things are not easily accomplished. And even if we gain a number of seats in the House, and even if we can minimize any loss of seats in the Senate, it's not going to be an easy job.
Well, you're getting into coattails as the shorthand that we use for this. We understand you're picking up some House seats, but not perhaps enough that would be necessary to get a kind of coalition that he needs.
I don't know where that's going to end up. As I understand it, the last information I have is that the Republicans were 6 up in House seats, but that didn't give effect to races west of the Mississippi. And if we're going to pick up substantial seats, we'd pick a lot of them up west of the Mississippi.
The president has suffered a lot of criticism, people saying, well, he'll be even more aloof, he'll be harder to deal with in the second term. Let me turn that around. One of my colleagues has suggested that, on the contrary, in the second term, he won't be running for office, he'll be running for history, that he'll want to make a mark. What would you say that would be?
Well, I really don't think the president's approach to the job is going to be much different, Charles, than it was in the first term. He is, when he was governor of California, he instructed his cabinet, and he did the same thing when he became president of the United States. He said, I don't want you to consider politics. I want you to do what's right for the country, and I want your best judgment on issues with respect to what's right, not with respect to what's politically good. So I don't think you're going to see a lot of difference in his approach to the job.
But he doesn't have to consider politics anymore. He
doesn't have to. That's
won his last election.
But I don't think he really considered politics much, if at all.
The other day in Sacramento, he said his first priority is arms control, peace and arms control. In the historical record, if he doesn't achieve an arms control agreement with the Soviets, is that a failure?
No, the worst failure would be to achieve an arms control agreement that was a bad one. And he does what he wants is a meaningful arms reduction agreement that's equitable and that's verifiable. If he can achieve something like that, where something that would reduce the level of nuclear weapons rather than an agreement that would just legitimize a continuing escalation such as SALT II, that's the objective. A bad agreement is worse than no agreement at all.
Do you now go to the Soviets and say, look, 48 or 49 states in this country, and an overwhelming percent of the people say...
I don't think you do that with the Soviets, but I think they can read the election returns just like we can.
Let me ask you about where the rest of the administration goes from here. The president himself tonight said he realized that some people can only spend so much time working in government. They have their own lives to lead and their own careers. Do you expect a lot of changes in the cabinet and the staff?
Quite frankly, no. I don't think that you're going to see a lot of changes. The president's view, as he expressed it over the course of the past several days, is that you don't break up a winning team, and he'd like for people to stay if they feel they can stay.
Are there any who feel that they have to leave now?
I don't know. You may see one or two, but I think for the most part the team will stick together.
And the one or two?
Well, I wouldn't want to elaborate on that. I just say at most you might see that, and that would be something that would develop over, I think, the course of the next 2 to 3, 4 weeks.
And what about James Baker?
Well, I've said all along that I'm going to do what the president wants me to do, and the president has now said that he wants to keep the team together. So that would argue strongly, I suppose, for my sticking around for a while.
All right, we will hear from the coach of that team shortly this evening. James Baker, White House Chief of Staff. Thank you. Back to Atlanta.
Thank you very much, Charles Bierbauer in Los Angeles with James Baker.
We'll be right back with more of our live, continuous coverage in just a moment.
Cable News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound. And by the many fine products of General Foods.
From Turner Broadcasting System, this is Cable News Network.
Weeknights on CBN Cable. Classic comedy beginning at 11:30 Eastern, 10:30 Central. The Best of Groucho. Burns and Allen. The Jack Benny Show. Plus John Forsythe and Bachelor Father, followed by a collection of famous comics from the past. Weeknights on CBN Cable, beginning at 11:30 Eastern, 10:30 Central.
Hi, we're the cast of Fame. We're here to ask you to take a second look at marijuana.
New studies show that pot damages your lungs a lot more than you think, especially if you're still growing. So anyone who tells you pot's harmless is wasting their breath, whether it's school, sports, or working out.
You can't fly if you're high!
The American Lung Association.
That pays you benefits in and out of the hospital. It pays the initial Part A deductible, all eligible in-hospital co-payments, plus the eligible Part B medical and doctor co-payments not covered by Medicare. And it guarantees to match Medicare's hospital increases dollar for dollar every time they go up. And listen to this, it pays cash direct to you, not to the doctor, not to the hospital, unless that's what you want. And best of all, if you're 65 or over, you can't be turned down for any reason. And the rates are affordable. They should fit easily into your budget. So I urge you to protect yourself now against the cost Medicare may leave you to pay. And there is no obligation whatsoever. So call today. Give yourself the security you deserve during the best years of your life.
Call 1-800-257-1257 or write to Medicare Supplement, Post Office Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia 30306.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. The power of a prime minister, the ceremonial duties of a king. The American president has both. Beyond the endless hours of hard work are the endless rituals and greetings. The presence of the president can turn even a modest event into a memorable moment. For no matter what he does, the president is acting for all of us.
Every new car program at General Motors has to prove itself the hard way. Again, and again, and again, and again. We think you'll agree it's worth it, just to be on the safe side. Nobody sweats the details.
like GM.
What?
When you play telephone, if you can't hear everything, that's part of the game. But when you pay for calls, it's no fun. AT&T thinks that every long-distance call should sound as close as next door, and isn't that why you call?
Want to try it too?
Calling anywhere, anytime, long-distance operators over a century of commitment. That's AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
Reach out and touch someone.
There's a trail down there most folks use to get to know this mountain. I've gotten more out of going my own way. Lots of cereals seem to satisfy most folks, too. Grape Nut cereal makes breakfast my way, and my way's all natural. No added sugar, nothing artificial. The natural sweetness of wheat and barley. Goodness in every crunch. See, there's no question Grape Nuts is right for you. Question is, are you right for Grape Nuts?
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night, 1984. CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by MasterCard International, so worldly, so welcome, and by IBM typewriters. No matter how you look at typing, we're your type. And by AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound. Now, here are Don Farmer and Chris Curl.
Welcome back to our election night coverage here on Cable News Network, your network of record, we hope.
Now that the president has won an impressive, some might say historic victory, the big question is, what about the coattails? What about the next session of the Congress? So what will be the makeup of the Congress? And what will the Congress do? What will the Congress do about the president's legislative program in the next 4 years? We hope to be talking with the Speaker of the House about that momentarily. Meantime, let's run down to some Senate races for you.
Let's start in Oregon, where it looks as if Mark Hatfield, a Republican incumbent, is beating his opponent, State Senator Margie Hendrickson, one of the women who is running this year. As you can see there, Mark Hatfield has 64% of the vote, quite a wide margin there in Oregon. You'll remember that Hatfield had a little problem with his wife and some of her finances. It doesn't seem to have bothered him. And in Idaho, James McClure, a Republican, also an incumbent, is leading. He's a conservative. He has 80% of the vote there, with 1% so far reporting. No problem there in Idaho for McClure.
Now, this race is still not being called, with fewer than half of the precincts reporting. The incumbent, Charles Percy, running somewhat behind with 45% of those votes, behind Democratic Congressman Paul Simon from Illinois, a 10-year veteran of the House of Representatives. This is a key race for a lot of reasons. Percy's chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. If he should lose, now that we believe that Senator Helms has won re-election, that could change the makeup, the chairmanship of the Foreign Relations Committee. Now let's go to the Capitol of the United States, where we'll be joined now live by the Speaker of the House, Thomas Tip O'Neill. Mr. Speaker, welcome. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, did Ronald Reagan get a mandate tonight? And if so, how can you deal with that in the next Congress?
No, that's not a mandate at all. That's a personal popularity vote of the President of the United States. The fact that at the present time we've only lost 4 congressmen and about 5 other empty seats that had been that members had not run for re-election. We've gained about 5, we've defeated about 5 Republicans. There's a net loss of 4 at the present time, and going over the seats that are out, I would say that we could lose 10 to 12 seats, and that would be exceptionally high. It appears to me that the popularity of the president probably is the highest in the history of this country, despite the fact that there were pockets of poverty and unemployment in certain areas. Every facet of the people voted him, from the college student to the poor, to middle class, to the aged, Catholics, Protestants, Jews, everybody you look at, labor, the percentage was with him. There was just a tremendous popularity vote.
And that's not
on the other hand, you would have thought there was a tremendous coattail effect. That apparently appears that in the Senate we've won a couple of seats, and in the House we won't lose a dozen at the tops. And it seems to me that instead of a mandate, they put us here as a safety net, because so many of the things of the president that they don't like, his handling of Social Security and Medicare and taxes and things of that nation, what they're going to do in the next session. But Any piece of legislation that's reported by committee that the president is interested in, we'll be happy to bring to the floor. And we hope that we will help him with his mandate, if he thinks it's a mandate, of no new taxes over his dead body, he said, and no cutting of the Social Security or things of that nature.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
You have been obviously a staunch supporter of Mr. Mondale and Ms. Ferraro. Both, it now appears, out of work. What of their political futures? What options do they have ahead?
Well, all I can say is the Speaker of the House and a Democratic Speaker at that, I know all of our members across the nation are very, very grateful to them. It was a foregone conclusion for months that they were fighting a tremendous uphill battle, and they were really never making any headway with it, but they fought until the bitter end. And their fighting to the bitter end brought to the American people the issues of the campaign, and the issues of the campaign are the things that are going to be brought up in this Congress. And by their carrying the fight the way they did all the way through, it created that the American people wanted a safety net out there, and that's why I think we did as well as we did in the House and in the Senate. Mondale and Ferraro, I don't know what their future in American politics is. All I can say to you is I don't think we could have had better candidates, and I don't think anybody that we could have put on the ticket at this particular time would have fared any better than our candidates did this year.
Mr. Speaker, if your figures hold up, and you're a pretty good head counter, if you only lose about 12 seats in the House,
right?
Then what will you do as the leader of the Democratic majority, working majority in the House, to reduce the federal deficit if you say you will try to help the president not raise taxes?
What will we do?
Yeah, you said the president didn't want to raise taxes.
The first thing we'll do is assess our position, find out what the policies of the president are going to be, see if he's going to live up to the campaign promises that he made. And the leadership will meet with the caucus, and we'll decide the strategy. This is something you can't just conceive on an election night as to what road you're going to go. My party is not a party of an individual. It's a party of 260-odd Democrats who will decide the future of our party.
Mr. Speaker, who is going to lead the Democratic Party in the next 2 years?
Who is going to lead them?
Yes, sir. You're the most powerful elected Democratic official. Will you be the not only teacher but the effective leader of this party now, or will it be someone else?
Well, I can't say that. We have to see who our chairman of the Democratic National Committee is going to be. We have to see if Mr. Mondale is going to take an effective part, whether he wants to stay with it or he wants to step back. You can't make judgments on an election night at a time like this. Those judgments will be made along the line.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for joining us live this evening from Statuary Hall in the Capitol.
And now let's go live to North Carolina, where Governor James Hunt, opposing Senator Jesse Helms, is giving his concession speech.
You know, Adlai Stevenson once said, a politician who slings mud ends up losing ground.
How long
this was a very mudslinging campaign. Jim Hunt.
The people of North Carolina, the people of North Carolina have made their choice. While we may disagree, we must respect it. And I wish Senator Helms the best as he exercises the responsibility of public office. Yes, we have suffered a disappointing defeat, and yes, it hurts. But we are not beaten in spirit. We have fought for what we believe. We have given our all for this cause. We have carried the torch forward, and that flame will never, never die. Let me tonight thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. To me, you're the most wonderful people in the world. I want to thank my wonderful wife, Carolyn, who's been such a super campaigner. I want to thank my children, my mother and father, my brother Robert and his family. I want to thank my wonderful campaign staff under the leadership of Joe Grimsley and Joe Pell.
And that was Governor James Hunt conceding to incumbent Senator Jesse Helms.
And this is Tom Harkin, who apparently is the winner over the incumbent Roger Jepsen in Iowa tonight. Tom Harkin, a Democrat. It was a close call. It was a close and expensive race. Harkin has been a congressman for some years from Iowa. And Mr. Jepsen was one of those who won in 1978. He was finishing his first term. Jepsen was expected to hold his seat as a Republican. President Reagan carried Iowa, as you know. This is Tom Harkin.
Let me say something that really comes from the heart. I love every one of you.
When the votes are officially tabulated, the new senator-elect, Democrat from Iowa, Tom Harkin, who upset the incumbent Roger Jepsen in a spirited, expensive, and nationally campaign of national interest tonight. Tom Harkin saying thank you very much.
We are bringing you the speeches of the winners and the losers as they happen live, as you can see. We'll be taking a break in just a moment, but we want to bring you up to date on something we reported earlier. Nancy Reagan tonight says that she is recovering well from a hard blow she received on her forehead 2 nights ago. You probably remember it was reported that she stumbled from a platform bed in her hotel and hit her head on a chair. The White House says the accident left her a little bit dizzy. Twice today she stumbled, but now she says she feels fine.
We are still expecting to hear from Vice President Bush and, with any luck at all, from President Reagan before the night is through. We urge you to stay with us as our live and continuing coverage will return here on CNN from Atlanta in just a couple of minutes.
MasterCard, I'm bored.
Do it, dummy.
Today's the day.
Those desktop computers are for PhDs.
I need one. Things are getting out of control.
They're for Einsteins and...
I can handle it.
Says who? Wait till the chief sees you fumbling around that keyboard.
Morning. What's going on?
The chief's getting a computer right on his desk.
Is that a fact?
Despite some nagging little doubts, more and more people are ordering IBM computers of their own. Smart people want smart desks.
Okay.
A little confusion can be fun. but not when you're looking at long-distance phone companies. Because all companies aren't the same, you have to watch out for the unexpected. No operator service and no service from many small towns. Different levels of transmission quality and no immediate credit for wrong numbers. Only one company comes with no surprises. AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
Reach out and touch someone.
For all the sirloin he didn't get to sample, and for all the beef he didn't get a bite of, we introduce New Gainsburgers, the beef burgers for dogs, with more beef than ever. New Gainsburgers has this much beef, pure beef. Unlike the leading can, there's no meat byproducts and no messy can. It's a complete meal. So for all the times he only got to window shop, give him New Gainsburgers, the canned dog food without the can, and more.
Cable News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. Because our Constitution gave the vice president so little to do, the men in that office tended to become anonymous, the office itself humorous, the butt of 1,000 jokes. But beyond the humor is the hard fact that on 13 occasions, a vice president has become the president, stepping forward to find his own place in history.
Detailed studies of the human body, biomedical research, computer-aided design. 2 years and countless clay models, trying different shapes, new materials, doing it over, again and again, all to design a more comfortable, durable seat for General Motors cars and trucks. Leonardo would have loved it. Nobody sweats the details like GM.
You can help your hamburger, you can make it a delight.
Just smile and say cheeseburger macaroni tonight. Say cheese.
Hamburger helper.
Say cheese.
Helped her hamburger. Hamburger helper helped her hamburger. Helper, make a great meal.
Hamburger Helper Cheeseburger Macaroni turns your plain hamburger into a savory, tangy cheddar cheese and macaroni supper your family will smile about.
Hamburger helper helped her hamburger. Helper.
Say cheese.
Make a great meal.
Those are about 4,000 of Ronald Reagan's closest friends, right? They're rallying in Los Angeles tonight, and they hope to hear from the president a little later on. You know, every member of the Senate is important. Obviously, they call it the world's most exclusive club. But when it comes to passing legislation, it's the numbers on both sides that count. We're going to give you a rundown now of some of the winners from the Democrats and the Republicans state by state. Let's take a look. First of all, in Alabama, Howell Heflin is the winner, the Democratic incumbent there. He did not run with Walter Mondale. He ran away from him, and he won. In Arkansas, it's David Pryor, the incumbent again. Pryor has winning his second term in the U.S. Senate. Let's go to Delaware. Joseph Biden. Here's a man who some are saying could be a presidential candidate come soon. Joseph Biden winning handily again in Delaware. In Georgia, Sam Nunn, the man they say is the smartest member of the Senate when it comes to defense policy. Sam Nunn had very little opposition in Georgia. It was a runaway. He must have spent at least $4 on his campaign. In Louisiana, Senator Johnston won before the polls even opened today, because in Louisiana, this was all settled a month or so ago. In Massachusetts, Senator Kerry, Mr. Kerry now, Mr. Senator now, formerly Mr. Kerry, is the new senator from Massachusetts. He's a former Vietnam vet and activist. Carl Levin in Michigan is the apparent winner. He's the man they call a liberal progressive from Michigan, therefore very interested in automotive matters and union affairs and keeping America's auto industry safe. Carl Levin beat back a strong challenge in Michigan. In Tennessee, it's all Al Gore's night tonight. He's a congressman. He's now a senator-elect. His daddy was a senator from Tennessee. Al Gore takes the seat that was left when Howard Baker, the majority leader, resigned. In New Jersey, another slam dunk, I promise I won't say that again, by Bill Bradley, former basketball star, popular senator from New Jersey. Senator Boren in Oklahoma, the incumbent, won again. In West Virginia, the governor is now the senator-elect. Jay Rockefeller won. It was close there for a while, but he prevailed. In Rhode Island, Claiborne Pell, one of the venerable members on foreign policy. He won without too much trouble, although Rhode Island went for President Reagan tonight. Senator Exxon won in Nebraska. That was close for a time, but no big surprise. And as we showed you just a short time ago, Roger Jepsen lost to this man, Tom Harkin. The congressman from Iowa is now the senator-elect from Iowa. The Democrat beat Roger Jepsen tonight. Let's take a look at the Republicans now. The Republican winners tonight. Bill Armstrong in Colorado, known as an intellectual, very conservative senator from Colorado. He won a second term. In Kansas, the only woman incumbent to run and win tonight, Nancy Kassebaum. The granddaughter, I think it is, of Alf Landon, right? Nancy Kassebaum won tonight. In Kentucky, an upset. This man, Mr. McConnell, beat Senator Huddleston in an upset, Republican victory. In Maine, Senator Cohen won again. There was really no contest there. Let's go to Minnesota, where a strong supporter of Ronald Reagan, Rudy Boschwitz, won, Republican in Minnesota. He's won re-election there. In Mississippi, there was some question for a time, but Thad Cochran pulled it out, and he won re-election in the state of Mississippi. And the venerable Strom Thurmond, the man who keeps going on and on, he won another 6-year term in the Senate from South Carolina. In Virginia, John Warner is the victor. Some people said he might not make it, but in fact he did and has and will be in the second term in the Senate from Virginia. In Texas, it was one of the more fascinating races of this campaign. Phil Gramm, once a Democrat, a boll weevil Democrat to be sure, now a Republican. Phil Gramm has won in Texas. In North Carolina, the $22 million election, Jesse Helms won it, spending about twice as much as his opponent. In New Mexico, Senator Domenici, chairman of the Budget Committee, re-elected handily in New Mexico. In Wyoming, Alan Simpson is the newly elected, not newly, actually it's his second term. And Larry Pressler in South Dakota. And in New Hampshire, Senator Humphrey won again.
In Los Angeles just a moment ago, we showed you lots of people waving their hands. They're waiting for one man. Charles Bierbauer joins us now to tell us about that man right there, Ronald Reagan in Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles.
Well, the president came into the room just a few moments ago, and you can hear the cheering. It's going to be a little hard for me to talk over it. Eventually, it'll calm down, and the president will be able to talk over it. We know that he has had a phone call earlier this evening from Walter Mondale. It lasted only 43 seconds, but the content was very simple. Mr. Mondale conceded. The president said, essentially, thank you. And really, there's not much more to say. That's the essence of what this evening is all about. The president has won re-election and is about to address his followers, his fans, his supporters here in Los Angeles. Let's listen.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. I think that's just been arranged. Well, thank you all very much. It seems we did this 4 years ago, and let me just say, well, you know, good habits are hard to break. Just a short time ago, Walter Mondale phoned me, and he'd concede. No, and he told me the people had made their decision, and therefore we were all Americans. We'd go forward together. But Nancy and I would like to express they're yelling for you. They're yelling for you. Nancy, thank you. You know, we could spend the rest of the next 4 years thanking all of those who have made this night possible. But there are a few I'd like to mention this evening. First, Nancy and I want to express our warmth and our deep gratitude to George and Barbara Bush. George, yes. And George, if you're watching down there in Texas, thank you for campaigning so magnificently all across this country. And believe me, I'm very proud to have you as my partner for this next term. As far as I'm concerned, there has never been a finer vice president. And a thank you too to Paul Laxalt, our campaign chairman. Paul is in Washington, and I understand he's there watching in a room like this with people like yourself who are there for the same reason. And there is no better personal friend than I've ever had, and there's no better ally to have at your side when you're in a campaign. And Paul, we're grateful for all that you've done over the years. And all of you there in the Shoreham Hotel ballroom, a deep thanks for all that you have done. And Paul would be the first to say how much help he had and what an outstanding job was done by Ed Rollins, our campaign director. And Ed, please know how grateful I am for the way you put together the finest campaign organization, I think, in the history of American politics. Our thanks, too, to Mayor Margaret Hance, our deputy campaign chairwoman. She gave of her time so generously. Back in Washington, we owe so much to the great work of the Republican National Committee and its chairman, Frank Fahrenkopf. Frank and all those dedicated people who worked with him they give politics a good name. We wouldn't have enjoyed this victory tonight without them. And now I have a special thank you for something that began here in this state almost 20 years ago. First by the dozens, and then by the hundreds, and finally by the thousands, we've seen our friends, all of you volunteers and workers who came to our side to help. From California, then across the United States, you have each given selflessly of yourselves. And I have no words to properly thank you for all that you've done. We set out, I remember, back those almost 20 years ago, and said that we could start a prairie fire here in California, one that would capture the intensity of our devotion to freedom and the strength of our commitment to American ideals. Well, we began to carry a message to every corner of the nation. A simple message. The message is, here in America, the people are in charge. And that's really why we're here tonight. This electoral victory belongs to you and the principles that you cling to, principles struck by the brilliance and bravery of patriots more than 200 years ago. They set forth the course of liberty and hope that makes our country special in the world. To the extent that what has happened today reaffirms those principles, we are part of that prairie fire that we still think defines America, a fire of hope that will keep alive the promise of opportunity as we head into the next century. 4 years ago, when we celebrated victory in this same room, our country was faced by some deep and serious problems. But instead of complaining together, we rolled up our sleeves and began working together. We said we would get inflation under control, and we did. We said we would get America working again, and we've created more than 6.5 million new jobs. We said that we would work to restore traditional values in our society, and we have begun. And we said we would slow down the growth of government and the rate of its spending increases, and we did. We said we'd get interest rates down, and we did. We said we would rebuild our defenses and make America prepared for peace, and we have. Now I wish I could take credit for this, but the credit belongs to the American people, to each of you. But our work isn't finished. There's much more to be done. We want to make every family more secure, to help those in our inner cities, on our farms, and in some of our older industries which are not yet back on their feet. And the recovery will not be complete until it's complete for everyone. By rebuilding our strength, we can bring ourselves closer to the day when all nations can begin to reduce nuclear weapons and ultimately banish them from the earth entirely. You know, so many people act as if this election means the end of something. But the vision we outlined in 1980, indeed the passion of the fire that we kept burning for 2 decades, doesn't die just because 4 years have passed. To each one of you I say, tonight is the end of nothing. It's the beginning of everything. What we've done only prepares us for what we're going to do. We must continue not only into those next 4 years, but into the next decade and the next century to meet our goal of sustained economic growth without inflation and to keep America strong. Our society is a society of unlimited opportunity which will reach out to every American and includes lifting the weak and nurturing the less fortunate. We fought many years for our principles. Now we'll work to keep those principles in practice. That's what we have to leave to our children and to their children, and they are what this campaign was all about. We've come together again. We're united again. And now let's start building together and keep that prairie fire alive. And let's never stop shaping that society which lets each person's dreams unfold into a life of unending hope. America's best days lie ahead. And you know, you'll forgive me, I'm gonna do it just one more time. You ain't seen nothing yet. God bless you. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Victory celebration in Los Angeles. And as the president said, one more time for that cry, you ain't seen nothing yet. The crowd shouted 4 more years, and the president said, I think that's all been arranged. He told them about his very brief phone call with Walter Mondale. There were some boos from the audience when he mentioned Mondale's name, but the president said that indeed in that phone call, the defeated Mr. Mondale had said that we are all Americans and we must go forward. Going forward, the president talked about things he hoped to do in that second term. We've heard a lot of talk about a mandate for the president in this landslide re-election. He talked about more jobs, keeping the economy strong, and what he has often said he hopes to do, arrange some kind of nuclear arms agreement with the Soviets. And that will be the things to look for in the second administration of President Ronald Reagan. The Reagan family now just leaving the stage from the celebration here in Los Angeles. Reagan family, 3 of his 4 children were here for the victory celebration. As we said, the 4 more years chant that we heard so many times out on the campaign trail rang out again. We expect there's something in the neighborhood of 3,000 people here, we were told. Campaign workers, volunteers, and Reagan supporters, many of whom have spent a lot of time in this campaign. In talking with some of the Reagan administration officials, some of his top aides, there's been much discussion as to what the coattail effect has been in this election. That term used very often, and it is a measure of how far the Reagan strength in the election carried on to the congressional and senatorial races. The members of the Reagan administration and his close aides looking at some of those returns still to come in, but they see in it a length of Mr. Reagan's strength that has probably kept control of the Senate for the Republicans and made some gains in the House for the Republicans. And we will see, as all of those returns come in, whether indeed the president will be able to put together a coalition, particularly in the House, of Republicans and some sympathetic Democrats who will help him work in that second term. That's the view from Reagan headquarters here in Los Angeles. Let's go back to a panel.
Thank you, Charles Bierlbauer. At the Reagan headquarters there at the Century Plaza, there are 4,000 people in various ballrooms, obviously ready to celebrate. It's only 9:45 on the coast now, so they're going to the evening's just beginning there.
You know, the president's speech tonight was as much like an inaugural address as it was a campaign victory speech. He began by talking about his conversation with Walter Mondale. If you were with us earlier, you heard Walter Mondale concede from his headquarters in Minnesota. Let's give you just a bit of that right now.
A few minutes ago, I called the President of the United States and congratulated him on his victory for re-election as President of the United States. Please. He has won. We are all Americans. He is our President, and we honor him tonight. Again tonight, the American people in town halls, in homes, in firehouses, in libraries, chose the occupant of the most powerful office on earth. Their choice was made peacefully, with dignity, and with majesty.
This is a live picture now of Vice President Bush, never upstaging the president. He comes along second.
4 years ago here in Houston, right here, 4 years ago, we celebrated a great victory, a new beginning. And I remember saying to many of you here tonight that with Ronald Reagan as president, our country would soon be on the road to economic recovery at home and to peace overseas. And that was the promise of the new beginning in 1980. And it's because that promise was kept that we're here again celebrating a magnificent victory in 1984. To our friends and neighbors here in Houston and across Texas and across this country, Barbara and I and the entire Bush family, thank you for the help you've given us, not just in this campaign, not just these past 4 years, but for all the years we worked together, for community, state, and country, and to all the dedicated workers at the Reagan-Bush Committee in Texas and in Washington and all across this country, and the thousands of volunteers. This is your victory. You made it possible. And in the coming 4 years, as in the past 4 years, and you just heard this president, you just heard our great president, he and I will dedicate our efforts to making your vision of America a reality. And to those who supported our opponents, let me say that we recognize the outcome of this election as a mandate to represent not just those who supported the Reagan-Bush ticket, but to represent all Americans. For in this hour of victory, this wonderful hour of victory, let's not forget that the strength of our free system lies not only in the right of the majority to express its will, but in the right of all Americans to have their voices heard and their interests served. And this has been a long, hard-fought campaign, a historic campaign. And a little while ago, I had a most gracious phone call from Geraldine Ferraro. She campaigned hard. She was a strong opponent. No, she worked very, very hard. A strong opponent. Barbara and I both talked to her and thanked her and sent our best wishes to her and to her family. And now, in the great American tradition, after every election, let's come together as one people, united and indivisible, to share a common purpose, to realize the dream held by all Americans, regardless of party, the universal goal of peace and prosperity and opportunity for all. Thank you all, and God bless you. Thank you for this fantastic support. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just great.
So from Houston, we've heard now from New York and Ms. Ferraro, and from Los Angeles to Mr. Reagan, and from St. Paul and Mr. Mondale. The presidential, vice presidential concession victory thing is more or less complete. But the story is far from over tonight. It's quite clear that the president has won, but there are some key races left in terms of figuring out what's going to happen in the Congress. Will he have the numbers he needs to do what he wants to do in his second 4 years? We'll be talking about that as our coverage continues tonight.
And we will have the next round as we continue with Bernard Shaw and Mary Alice Williams after a break. We'll be right back with more of our election night coverage on Cable News Network.
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night, 1984. CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by MasterCard International. So worldly, so welcome. Olivetti, bringing electronic wizardry to your fingertips. And by AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
MasterCard, I need to do nothing.
MasterCard International.
Absolutely nothing.
So worldly, so welcome,
MasterCard. When it comes to nothing, you're really something.
International.
Wizard? Yes, sir? Project my tax collections by the quarters of the moon and by the tides. The tides? Today. Today!
To get planning and forecasting quickly, get the Olivetti personal computer, a complete PC-compatible system that runs the software your business needs, and you don't have to be a wizard to use it.
It's done. All of it? But of course.
Olivetti, electronic wizardry at your fingertips. Call the wizard near you.
A lot of long-distance companies would like you to think they're just like AT&T. But take a closer look and see how different they really are. No operator service, no immediate credit for wrong numbers, and no service from many small towns. Only one long-distance company gives you full service. Only AT&T. Sometimes there's just no substitute for the real thing. AT&T, the more you hear, the better we sound.
Reach out and touch someone.
Cable News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by IBM Typewriters. No matter how you look at typing, we're your type. General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. And by Post Fruit and Fiber. The cereal that tastes so good, you forget the fiber.
Don't do it, dummy.
Today's the day.
Those desktop computers are for PhDs.
I need one. Things are getting out of control.
They're for Einsteins and...
I can handle it.
Says who? Wait till the chief sees you fumbling around that keyboard.
Morning. What's going on?
The chief's getting a computer right on his desk.
Is that a fact?
Despite some nagging little doubts, more and more people are ordering IBM computers of their own. Smart people want smart desks.
Okay.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. Across the span of our history, they have stood beside their husbands, and many have stepped forward on their own to help educate the deaf, to lead the Girl Scouts, to fight for human rights, to beautify our land. The wives of our presidents, living in our biggest fishbowl, they have made their mark on America.
Make sure you sign it then.
Marianne Sanford makes over 20 critical checks on seatbelt systems in GM cars. She's only one of over 1,800 GM people who make more than 6,000 safety inspections on over 6 million GM cars worldwide to build safer cars because it's important to you and to her.
Okay, guys, buckle up.
Nobody sweats the details like GM.
Something's new about that cereal.
Delicious.
Love the apple. Now there's even more apple.
That's why it's called Fruit and
Post Fruit and Fiber cereal tastes so good, you forget the fiber. Crispy, high-fiber flakes, now with 25% more apple. Slices of golden dried apple, plus cinnamon. So all you remember is...
Fruit. Fruit and,
How many letters? Now Fruit and Fiber has 25% more apple. It tastes so good, you forget the fiber.
We're back, and here's how the numbers stand at the top of the ballots that you all saw today. President Ronald Reagan has so far carried 44 states in the Union with a total of 451 electoral votes. Walter Mondale has carried the District of Columbia with 3 electoral votes. The state of Massachusetts is still a close race right now with 81% of precincts reporting. Walter Mondale has 49% to President Reagan's 51%. There are 13 electoral votes up for grabs there. And in the state of Minnesota, Walter Mondale's home state, where his career began 24 years ago, with 48% of precincts reporting, Walter Mondale is ahead, 54% to 46%.
Okay, out in the Prairie State, Illinois, that very expensive race, the most expensive race in Illinois' history, both candidates spending at least $3 million apiece, with 67% of the precincts in. Paul Simon, the former lieutenant governor and member of Congress now, challenging Chuck Percy. Simon with 1.5 million votes, 52%, to Percy's 1,420,000 votes. Percy, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, just a little while ago in Chicago, refused to concede this race. This is what he had to say.
I want to first thank all of you very much indeed. I said this would be a photo finish, but I didn't know it would be time-lapse photography. Well, I don't know what time we're going to have a determination, or what night even. But I did want to come to say how much we appreciate your presence here tonight for everything that you have done. And I think there is one thing absolutely conclusive so far in this election. The United States of America and the American people are the winners of this election.
Very interesting. Charles Percy refusing to confuse, and in 1972, to concede, I should say, in 1972, of course, he upended incumbent Democrat Paul Douglas of Illinois. And we have late word from Alaska, the 50th state. Republican incumbent Ted Stevens will be going back to Washington. He's won tonight.
And in just a moment, we'll be joined by an expert on the making of the president, Teddy White, and by our senior correspondent, Daniel Shore. So stay with us.
From Turner Broadcasting System, this is Cable News Network.
This famous star is considered the most popular pianist in the world. He's already sold 27 million records and won 121 gold records. Richard Clayderman's romantic music is loved in 38 countries. And now, for the first time in America, Richard Clayderman offers you his Music of Love treasury. The world's most romantic music. The most beautiful love songs of today and yesterday. Music to stir your senses. Music to stir memories. Every song richly orchestrated. Richard Clayderman, Music of Love. These treasuries will fill your days and nights with Richard Clayderman magic. Not available in stores. Order yours now.
To order, call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. In New Jersey, 800-232-6966. To avoid COD charges, send check or money order for $8.98 per album, $9.98 for 8-track tape or cassette to Music of Love. Box 8250, Atlanta 30306. That's Music of Love, Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia 30306.
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night, 1984. CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by MasterCard International, so worldly, so welcome. And by Olivetti, bringing electronic wizardry to your fingertips. And by AT&T, the more you hear, the better we sound. Now, here are Bernard Shaw and Mary Alice Williams.
Welcome back. They've padlocked the doors and all the polls up there in the state of Alaska. The polls are closed up there, and that state is gone for President Ronald Reagan. He now has 45 states, count them, 45, and 454 electoral votes. Walter Mondale has 3 votes from the District of Columbia. 5 states, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Hawaii, California, and Oregon, remain undecided. Now, we told you the president has 454 electoral votes. This is the national vote total so far, with 68% in. President Reagan on top, as he's been ever since the tabulation began. Almost, 36 million plus votes for 59%, to Walter Mondale's 25 million plus, 41%. We told you that Mr. Reagan has 454 votes, electoral votes, and with the outstanding states, we mentioned the 5 states that are outstanding, there are a total of 81 electoral votes. If you added them up, he would come out with about 535. In 1980, Ronald Reagan beat Jimmy Carter by 489 electoral votes to Mr. Carter's 49.
There's no doubt that history was made in many ways in the campaign of '84, and we're going to check back in with our political historian, Theodore White, with some views on what he's seen tonight. Teddy, what would Mr. Reagan like to see the history books say about him after a second term? What does he need to round out his administration?
I think the history books
would like to say that he did what he set out to do, You see, we've just seen the essential Reagan in his acknowledgement speech or his acceptance speech. That was the real Reagan. There are things that Reagan did, real things, real achievements. He did grip inflation. He did build up defense. He did mastermind a recovery. Those are all real things. But they were coated over by what made his achievement a landslide. They still float through my mind the words he used. Opportunity, togetherness, patriotism, and let's rest on that. The Reagan campaign was a campaign based on patriotism, based on the idea that he can bring, or that America should be brought together again. And you know what floats through my mind as I hear Ronald Reagan's words still floating? Those words have been going on in American life, or at least since Richard Nixon made his speech, and he said, bring us together again. Or since McGovern made his speech and said, come home, America. Or since Jimmy Carter's speeches, always over and over again, these speeches reflect the growing diversity of the American people. We are changing. All that holds us together right now is that common tradition of liberty and of opportunity which Mr. Reagan spoke of, and I think history will best remember him or blame him with cause, will best remember him if he does indeed bring the American people together, if he can compromise with the Democratic Congress, if he can find a direction that will please all of us, not just the Republicans. And it will blame him if he uses his victory as other landslide victors have used. All history can say is, if he pursues a course of kindness and strength and gentility and compromise, history will consider him among our very great presidents.
Teddy, there's no question but that Ronald Reagan regards this historic vote tonight as a mandate. My question to you is the president now free to pursue nuclear arms reduction pretty much the way he chooses because of this vote tonight?
No, he isn't. There have been 6 landslides since 1952. 5 of them were Republican landslides. But all those 32 years, there's been a Democratic Congress. And that's probably a good thing. The president represents us all. The Congress represents the diverse interests. He cannot pursue at will what he wants without the assent and consent of the Congress of the USA. It does give him enormous strength to turn and face the Soviets and say, this is what the American people trust my leadership. It gives him enormous strength to bring about a nuclear arms reduction, and it gives him enormous strength to bring peace one step closer in our time. But he is not unfettered. He is not free and loose and running. He still has to deal with the American Congress, and I hope those two great forces can come together.
We'd like to invite senior correspondent Daniel Shore to join us now for some perspective, if I can lead you, Dan. On presidential second terms, traditionally it is more difficult for a second-term president to get his programs through. Your thoughts?
It is traditionally more difficult, and it's going to be more difficult in this case because the president did not succeed in having coattails long enough to bring along with him a House in which he would have effective control. We don't know yet exactly how many seats in the House will be transferred. Speaker Tip O'Neill thinks there may be not more than 10 or 12. If so, considering that the Democrats have a 99-member lead in the 98th Congress, and they're not likely to have much less, and they are in a position, if they want to, and they apparently do want to, judging by what Speaker O'Neill says, to at least slow down the president in the second term. For example, we'll find that the MX will still be a problem, that the size of the defense buildup will continue to be a problem, that intervention in Central America in the way that President Reagan may want to do it may be slowed down considerably, and that when it comes to cutting entitlements or other social programs, that an effective Democratic majority, which means a Democratic majority majority, not including those conservative Democrats who may choose to vote with the Republicans, will tend to slow it down. I guess there is, however, a bigger and overriding question tonight, which I think Teddy addressed, and I'd like to go back to Teddy White, whom I enjoy talking to anyway and don't talk to enough, on this question of what it is that President Reagan is likely to want to do in his second term. Teddy recalled something that we all remember, President Nixon, when he was elected, recalling the girl who had held up a sign saying, "Bring us together." Trouble was that while President Reagan announced that as a slogan, it remained a slogan. He really did not do very much to bring this country together. So that really a lot depends on the way in which President Reagan approaches this. So I ask you, Teddy, considering what the awesome landslide that this is, and we're speculating now on something which history will let us know much better as time goes on, but still speculating. This could make the president quite arrogant, or in a way make him quite humble. It could make him say, out of my way now, I'm going to try to do everything I can, or it could inspire him to be more accommodating both to opponents at home and adversaries abroad. Which do you think it is more likely to be?
I think he'll be more accommodating, but let me go back to your first point, and I'm speaking to my old friend Dan Shore right now, that presidents in their second term lose their authority and power. The only president who's lived out a second term since 1952 is Eisenhower, and his great stroke in his second term was to send the Marines into Lebanon. He got them in 6 weeks and got them out in 6 weeks and knocked off a communist government in Beirut, and he lost one American soldier who was run over by a truck. I would love to see that happen again, that we could pacify Lebanon in 6 weeks with the loss of one American soldier. Dwight D. Eisenhower, in his second term, was, I think, an even better and abler president than in his first term. Now, as what kind of president? I think it's late in the evening and we should speak frankly. There are things that frighten many Americans about Ronald Reagan's campaign rhetoric. His campaign rhetoric on abortion. That is something that perhaps should be best left to the privacy of family life. His campaign rhetoric on school prayer. That is something that is best left to local communities. His campaign rhetoric on a balanced budget. I believe you can look back to his second term as governor of California, where finally he compromised and passed the most liberal freedom of choice bill of any state in the Union. I would hope, and I know this person to be a kindly man, that much of the rhetoric he used was like Roosevelt's rhetoric in 1932, 25% budget cut. Those are words blown away by the wind. I would think and I would hope that this would be a man with such a majority willing to hold out the branch of compromise and truly mean, let us go forward together.
But Teddy, doesn't that ignore the fact that this president has really deeply held beliefs, that one must take it on faith, that what he says he believes in, that he does believe in, that he is an intensely religious person, that the rhetoric, as you call it, may be rhetoric, except when you believe rhetoric, then it becomes a credo as well, and that in these 4 years that he feels it's some kind of duty, the things that you mentioned, to try to take action against abortion, to try to get prayer into schools one way or another, and to do all those things. It struck me, at least, as I've watched him over these past 4 years, I used to think that he was basically a showman. We are all speaking very frankly this late at night, that he was a showman, and I didn't take seriously what he said. I thought it was all meant for the masses out there. Now I've come to believe that he believes what he says, and if he believes it, won't he try to do it?
I think the earpiece is going out, but you were saying that Reagan really believes what he says. I do believe he believes what he says, but I also believe that there is a streak of realism, or I hope there is a streak of realism in him that does not push those who disagree with his social views to the wall. I hope that he may push the women especially, he may push the blacks, he may push other minorities to a bitterness that can become insisted in the American system. I do not believe he wants to go that far or to impose his will on the social structure of the USA. I believe he is an advocate rather than a putative dictator of social manners.
Right, thank you, Dan Shore. We'll see you in just a moment. This first, CBS, NBC, and ABC. Each of these networks projected Ronald Reagan's victory by 8:30 Tuesday night, while polls in 26 states, more than half the nation, were still open. An official in the state of Washington called the early projections terrible. Countless voters left the voting lines, as was the case in 1980 when the networks did virtually the same thing. Congressman Tim Wirth of Colorado said those voters had been effectively told their votes didn't matter. After projecting the Reagan victory, all the networks asked voters to go out and vote anyway. Both houses of Congress had passed non-binding resolutions urging the networks to refrain from calling races until after all the polls had closed. Secretary of State Ralph Monroe in the state of Washington says he expects the issue will be raised in Congress again and probably in the courts. Monroe said the networks have thrown gasoline on the fire. It's absolutely unfair.
Well, just a personal observation after listening to Teddy White and Dan Shore and Don Farmer, Chris Curl, and all our people on the regional desk and our folks who've been covering these candidates across the country. I hope you feel, as I personally feel, that tonight what you've seen and heard on your network of record makes you conclude that what we've delivered to you has been a reaffirmation of good television journalism. Our senior correspondent, Daniel Shore, returns in a moment with a comment and more of CNN's election night coverage. We'll be back in a moment.
MasterCard, find me a bargain. In blue. MasterCard, you're so chic.
Wizard! Yes, sire. Send this day to my knights, this to all the serfs on the beach, and this to all the vessels in the castles. As you wish, sire!
If you don't have time for repetitious typing, you need Olivetti electronic typewriters. They have memory, can work together, even take you all the way to word processing.
Sire, it is done. How did you do it? Magic.
Olivetti, electronic wizardry at your fingertips. Call the wizard near you.
There are lots of ways to communicate over long distances, but with some, you may not be able to reach everywhere you want, anytime you want. And a faraway message may feel far away. But you can always count on AT&T, the only long-distance service that lets you call from anywhere to anywhere with operators standing by. And with AT&T, your calls will sound as close as next door. So why settle for anything less? AT&T, the more you hear, the better we sound.
Reach out and touch someone.
From Walter Mondale, we've heard a valedictory. From President Reagan, a call to arms. And now we go to Daniel Shore for some thoughts.
Yes, Mary Alice, my first thought is what a lovely man that Teddy White is. Looking at this election tonight, it appears to be much more a personal victory for President Reagan than it is a victory for the Republican Party, at least judging by the way the congressional races are working out so far. And it may be early, but let's try to analyze the nature of that victory. You know, Senator Barry Goldwater, who learned the hard way in 1964 what it's like to be buried in a landslide, he said tonight that Walter Mondale ran a good race, but that no Democrat alive could have beaten President Reagan. And that is probably true. Just as with President Eisenhower in 1956, as with President Nixon in 1972, seems that a re-election contest is in large degree a referendum on the incumbent president. The voters return him to office almost regardless of his opponent, almost regardless of what kind of race the opponent may run, if they give his administration high marks for a country prosperous and at peace, and that's apparently what they've done with President Reagan. The majority of voters indicated to all the pollsters, both before and after the election, that they regarded themselves as well off under Reagan. They liked the spirit of optimism and the spirit of patriotism that he seems to exude, and so they voted for him in very large numbers, even those who disagreed with one or another of his policies. Mondale may have made a mistake talking about higher taxes, didn't go well. May have made a mistake appealing to voters not to vote their self-interest. Americans apparently did largely vote their self-interest. These were mistakes, perhaps, and they may have affected the margin of the Reagan victory, but probably not the outcome of the victory. The referendum on the popular incumbent may explain why Reagan won. It doesn't explain why he won so big. And now we have to say that in the old days, there were regional divisions in this country that served as a buffer against the great electoral landslide. But television has helped to nationalize the presidential election. That solid Democratic South is all gone. Sectional lines have been blurred. Reagan's appeal was all through the whole country, and it was basically the same appeal to all the people everywhere. Reagan's victory is tempered by his failure to win working control of the House, but it's an awesome victory nonetheless. So awesome that one must wonder how it will affect him. Will it make him more combative? Will it make him more accommodating to opponents at home, to adversaries abroad? As we recalled earlier, President Nixon said after his election that he regarded it as his mission to bring us together. He never really acted on that. And now, the great question for President Reagan, as we stand on this very awesome victory night, is how he will use what is clearly a massive vote of confidence that this country has given him. Mary Alice, Bernie?
Thank you very much, Dan. Our senior correspondent, Daniel Shore, from our Washington Bureau. Well, here on CNN tonight has been quite a political feast. We're going to push ourselves away from the table for a moment and take a deep breath and settle in and listen to Patrick Emery as he brings us up to date on what's happening elsewhere in this nation and in the world outside of politics.
Bernie, administration officials are not commenting on a report a Soviet freighter is on its way to Nicaragua, possibly carrying MiG fighter planes. CBS News says one response under consideration is a surprise attack to destroy the planes, if indeed they are aboard that ship. The network says the United States does not have any proof that the freighter is carrying MiGs, but the report quotes American intelligence officials who say a dozen crates similar to those used to carry MiGs disappeared from a Black Sea port after the freighter left in September. Officials at Hughes Aircraft have confirmed that the company is under investigation by the FBI for alleged kickbacks. A Hughes spokesman refused to disclose the details of the investigation, but said it was part of an industry-wide probe among defense contractors. The investigation reportedly involves major defense contractors in California, Florida, and in Massachusetts. The judge who will preside over the trial of the first FBI agent ever indicted on espionage charges is warning lawyers in the case to show restraint while talking with people from the media. Richard Miller is accused of conspiring with two suspected Soviet agents to turn over U.S. intelligence documents to officials in Moscow. His trial was originally scheduled to begin next month, but has been postponed until February, so lawyers are going to have more time to review documents in the case. For the third time since 1980, the Supreme Court is hearing a case about the military draft. A lawyer for David Waite says that his client was singled out for failing to register for the draft because of his vocal opposition to the process. But a government lawyer is arguing registration and protest can exist side by side and denies Waite's constitutional rights were in any way denied. Forecasters are keeping a wary eye on Tropical Storm Klaus tonight as it builds slowly in the Caribbean. Klaus is now packing winds of 40 miles an hour just south of Puerto Rico, along with some heavy rains. Although forecasters say that the storm could get a bit stronger tomorrow, they don't expect it to reach hurricane force right away. A young girl in California is getting stronger tonight in her 12th day with the heart of a baboon in her chest. Hospital officials say baby Faye's vital signs are stable right now, less than 2 weeks after doctors performed a delicate operation to replace her defective heart. A spokeswoman at the hospital says the little girl is awake, she is alert, and she sure is hungry. And Election Watch will continue in a moment.
Cable News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. And by Brim Decaffeinated Coffee. Fill your cup to the rim with the rich roasted taste of Brim.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. The power of a prime minister, the ceremonial duties of a king. The American president has both. Beyond the endless hours of hard work are the endless rituals and greetings. The presence of the president can turn even a modest event into a memorable moment. For no matter what he does, the president is acting for all of us.
Every new car program at General Motors has to prove itself the hard way. Again, and again, and again, and again. We think you'll agree it's worth it, just to be on the safe side. Nobody sweats the details like GM.
One ground decaffeinated coffee tastes so smooth and rich. So incredibly smooth and rich, it's grown to be the biggest seller in the country. But now Brim is offering you a big choice, because now there's new Brim Dark Roast with a taste that's dark, hearty, and robust. So now when you fill your cup to the rim, you have a big decision. Regular roast or new dark roast.
With polls closed in all but Hawaii now, the process of viewing this election with 2020 hindsight is beginning. We turn now to Washington and our syndicated columnist Robert Novak with some guests. Robert?
Oh, boy.
I guess we're going to Mark Siegel and David Gergen. Mr. Gergen, you were in the Nixon White House in 1972, and you had a very similar results to this election.
Quite parallel.
Which was that you had a landslide for the president, and very little good happened to the Republican Party elsewhere. You won 11 seats in the House and lost 1 in the Senate. Results that seem to be similar tonight. What do the Republicans do to turn victory into defeat on the congressional level?
Well, they actually was quite a different situation, as you know. In '72, Richard Nixon did not campaign at all for the Republican, and there were a lot of bitterness in the Congress over that. In this case, frankly, I think had the president done better in the first debate, he would have been out a lot earlier campaigning for Republicans, and I think that probably his coattails would have been longer. I thought all along there was much more riding on that first debate than many people were willing to accept. I think it was very important, I think, to have won that. Not having done that, of course, he had to wait until the last few days of the campaign before he really got out and had a chance to begin nationalizing the election.
Why didn't he go out earlier, Mr. Gergen? Try to campaign for the party. I mean, he was leading almost the entire election. Why didn't he start right after he was nominated?
Well, I think that's a question you'd have to address to the White House and the campaign, Bob. But I think there was a feeling there that they wanted to ensure the Reagan landslide. There were some of their polls that said that that voters were quite willing to vote for the president, but if they were asked to vote for Republican candidates and have a national election of the kind he went for in the end, that perhaps it would have hurt the president's chances. I'm not, again, I don't pretend to be an authority on that. I do think that the president obviously has an enhanced position as he goes into next year. I think if you look at the overall vote for the House of Representatives, there were a lot of Republican votes there, I think more than 1982 and more than in 1980. Also, the Republicans threw a real scare into some of these Democrats, people who never thought they were going to be in tight races. And the president obviously himself has won an overwhelming mandate of his own. So I think that there's good reason to be cheerful here, Bob. One thing, by the way, that I think that I know you won't like very much, but let me just say, I think there's a mandate here for economic conservatism that a lot of people are missing. As you look at these polls, there are a lot of people saying they do not want to raise taxes, and they do want to cut spending. And it's clear that Mondale's call for raising taxes is one of the things that hurt him badly.
No, I agree with you. I think there is a mandate against taxes. But Dr. Siegel, do you think that the Democratic Party, your Democratic Party, that you spent your life working for, dodged the bullet today, or do you think you're in bad trouble?
Oh, I think we're in trouble. It would be really quite easy for me to say to you, Bob, that this is a personal triumph by an extraordinarily popular incumbent president, and it doesn't suggest that the party, the Democratic Party, has a long-term problem. I'm not going to tell you that. Obviously, the president is popular. The coattails weren't as strong as some in the Republican Party wanted them to be. Yet the people in this country spoke loudly, they spoke clearly, they spoke across the board, and I think the Democratic Party has to listen to the message.
What's the message, Dr. Siegel, that they don't like Fritz Mondale because he's boring, or is there a deeper message?
Well, I don't want to make a judgment at this point, just hours after the defeat, especially about Fritz Mondale. Obviously, they rejected Fritz Mondale and not other Democratic candidates in the House and Senate and governor's races. So obviously, there's a personal repudiation working here. But I think there's more than that. You look at the situation in the South, and you see a polarization in the South, black and white, Republican, Democratic, which suggests a long-term trend, which has to be reversed. I think the Democratic Party has to spend a lot more time concentrating on the white middle-class voters across this country, and not just on grassroots nuclear freeze activists. I think we have to be perceived as the candidate, as a party that's not controlled and wagged by people like Jesse Jackson or the National Organization of Women or organized labor or gays or whatever, but a party that speaks for universal values in American society, like the FDR New Deal coalition has traditionally done. And if we start doing those things, maybe we can win national elections and not just state elections.
I'm glad you overcame your scruples and made a judgment, Dr. Siegel. Mark Siegel, David Gergen, thank you. Back to Atlanta.
Thank you very much, Robert Novak. And gentlemen, Dr. Siegel was talking about winning state elections out in Illinois, the Prairie State. Things are still out, and the man who is trying to knock off Senator Charles Percy is a man there with a bow tie, Paul Simon.
Here he is, Paul Simon. Thank you. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you all. Thank you. I thank you all. And I think you have me. But I am not down here claiming victory at this point, but it does look good, but we have a lot of returns to come in yet, and it is tight, as all of you know. But I wanted to come down to say thank you. Thank you to all of you who are here tonight who have been such great volunteers, and we are proud of each and every one of you.
NBC just to get to see the winner.
Mike Madigan, who incidentally has been absolutely marvelous as our chairman here. Speaker Mike Madigan just whispered something to me that you might be interested in. NBC has just projected me the winner. Thank you. And I thank you all, and if things continue to go this well, before too long, I'll come down with a more formal statement. But
Okay, Paul Simon says he's not ready to call it for himself yet. Charles Percy indicated in the live coverage we had for you earlier that he wasn't ready to concede. We have told you that the state of Illinois has gone to President Reagan. Illinois with its 24 electoral votes. You heard Mr. Simon tell his followers there in the ballroom that NBC is projecting him, Mr. Simon, as the winner. ABC is projecting Senator Percy as the winner. And CNN is projecting this gentleman to go to the Senate in the 90th Congress to represent the state of Illinois. Charles Percy, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, has been upset tonight in Illinois.
It does mean a shift of power in the Senate hierarchy. Charles Percy has been head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the most powerful and some say the most glamorous post in the Senate. There's been a lot of speculation that North Carolina's Jesse Helms would take that place. During the campaign, Jesse Helms promised his constituents that he would remain as chairman of the Agriculture Committee. That's an important post for the people of North Carolina. There might be a lot of pressure put on Jesse Helms to move to that foreign relations post. If he doesn't take that pressure, if he stays with agriculture, the next person in terms of tenure to go is Indiana Senator Richard Lugar to foreign relations.
With 73% of the precincts in from the land of Lincoln, this is how it looks. Paul Simon, former lieutenant governor there, with 51%, 1,688,000 to Charles Percy's 1,590,000. And historically, this is extremely interesting. There are probably a lot of Democrats in Illinois smiling about this tonight because back in 1972, a self-made millionaire named Charles Percy came in and he upset the very popular Democrat from Illinois, Paul Douglas. So it appears now that Mr. Simon is returning the favor in Illinois.
Well, still some excitement ahead, so stay with us.
From Turner Broadcasting, this is Cable News Network.
Weeknights on CNN, Sandy Freeman invites you to meet the people in power.
If you want to understand the foreign policy of the United States, look at the decisions of the president.
And the folks who make you smile. The stars who light up the stage.
Well, I could act better than anybody.
And bring life to the silver screen.
Boy, did I have a lot of guts.
Weeknights, share an hour with the people who share their lives with the world on Freeman Reports.
It's very much about people now.
Freeman Reports, weeknights at 9 Eastern on CNN. At 10 p.m. Eastern, the CNN Evening News brings you a full hour of news. From Washington to Wall Street, cold fronts to quarterbacks, CNN's 10 o'clock Evening News is America's national newscast. Weeknights turn to CNN for Freeman Reports at 9 Eastern and the CNN Evening News at 10. On CNN, evenings are more intriguing than you'd expect.
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night 1984. CNN Election Night coverage is brought to you by Soloflex, America's home weightlifting machine, and by MasterCard International, so worldly, so welcome. Now, here are Bernard Shaw and Mary Alice Williams.
Welcome back. We're going to keep our CNN analytical spotlight on the land of Lincoln. Let's go back to Illinois. 24 electoral votes. We told you that it has gone to President Reagan, and we've been telling you about this upset in the making. A person who knows Illinois politics intimately is Donald Rumsfeld, a former congressman from Illinois who's in our Chicago bureau. He has sat in the White House as a cabinet member, a former Secretary of Defense, and now, of course, he's the chief executive of the Searle Pharmaceutical Company. Mr. Rumsfeld, what do you make of what's happening in your state?
Well, I think Illinois is always a very close state, and obviously the victory by the president is an important one. There's no question but that the Senate seat is still undecided. So I think we're going to have a little while to wait on that one.
Well, then let me ask you to look ahead to President Reagan's second term in terms of foreign policy initiatives, particularly the Middle East, which is your area of expertise. What do you expect?
Well, I think what the president will do is to work with the nations of that part of the world to see if they can get them moving towards each other. It's impossible for anyone to impose a decision on the Middle East unless the countries in the region ultimately agree. Obviously, any agreement would fall apart in 5 minutes. So I'm optimistic that over the next 4 years, as the war between Iran and Iraq winds down, and as Lebanon exhausts itself, and as the Israeli government develops a stronger political system, I hope, that there may be an opportunity for progress.
Can we take you back to the Senate race there where Mr. Percy is trying to hang on by his fingernails? What would his loss in Illinois mean to the party in general and to the president in particular?
Well, first of all, my guess is he'll ultimately win. I think that it's been seesawing back and forth. In terms of the meaning to the presidency, it looks as though the Senate could end up about minus 1 to 2 Republicans net nationwide. Obviously, then it wouldn't make a great deal of difference. On the other hand, if there's a pickup in the House of some 15 to 20 seats, that could make a difference and move us towards that working majority that the president had during his first 2 years. I think the interesting thing about this election, however, is the very large electoral and popular vote for the president, but with a relatively modest change in House seats. I think the reason is that the congressmen of both parties have been voting themselves so many taxpayers' dollars to perpetuate themselves in office that we're arriving at a point in this country where it's very difficult to beat an incumbent. And my sense is that's not a healthy thing.
There are a lot of incumbents who are running this time, one, notably in the Senate, and some of those are being called members of the class of '88. 2.5 months ago, in 170-degree heat in Dallas, I asked you this question, and I'm going to ask you again. Are you a member of the class of '88?
I guess I'll have to think about that.
That's what you said in Dallas. All right.
Donald Rumsfeld, always a pleasure. Thanks for your perspective, and it's obvious that you're still holding out for Charles Percy, as is he himself.
We'll be back in just a moment.
We have been fascinated from the beginning. As a machine, the human body remains a supreme invention. To unlock its potential, we offer Soloflex. Simple and efficient, like the body itself. Which may explain why Soloflex looks less like a machine and more like a work of art.
MasterCard, I need to do nothing.
MasterCard International.
Absolutely nothing.
So worldly, so welcome,
MasterCard, when it comes to nothing, you're really something.
International.
There's nothing like thoroughbreds in a cool Kentucky morning.
Beautiful animals, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's our latest edition, Streak of Lightning.
They'll make a great family portrait for my book.
Want to join us for breakfast?
That's good coffee.
That's Maxwell House.
Seems whenever coffee tastes this good, good to the last drop, it couldn't be anything but Maxwell House.
It couldn't be anything but Maxwell House.
Of all the issues battled out in Campaign 84, perhaps the most difficult, the most wrenching, was in the area of morality, notably abortion. We're going to be talking about that now with our guest in Washington, Anthony Podesta of People for the American Way, a group interested in First Amendment issues, and Howard Phillips of the Conservative Caucus. He's the director. Gentlemen, abortion, your thoughts on what's going to happen in the next 4 years in terms of regulating that, in terms of court changes, in terms of initiatives in Congress?
Well, I think it remains to be seen what course the Reagan administration will take over the next 4 years. Clearly, we're heartened by the re-election of Senator Helms in North Carolina. We have to wait and see what the overall balance is on the Senate side, but I think that the pro-life forces will be just as strong as they were previously, and I think there's a chance that the administration will do more to get the federal government out of the business of funding pro-abortion groups like Planned Parenthood.
Mr. Podesta?
I think that this election is a wash on the social issues. Mr. Reagan won a great personal mandate, but on prayer, on abortion, on a number of other issues like that, the Senate doesn't seem to have changed at all. 2-3 votes one way or the other. If anything, on the issue of prayer, the Senate would seem to be more in favor of leaving the First Amendment as it is and not adopting President Reagan's notion that the government should be in the business of religion.
You know, one of the key issues facing the Congress will be the extent to which the federal government seeks to regulate private organizations. There was a piece of legislation that was mislabeled the Civil Rights Act of 1984, which arose from a case involving Grove City College in Pennsylvania. Grove City College was never accused of having discriminated, and it had never directly received federal funds. But many people on the liberal side argued that simply because Grove City College admitted students who received federal grants and loans, it should therefore be made subject to federal regulation. And I think it's ironic that those who want to regulate a private institution that gets no federal money have been reluctant to place limits on those advocacy groups which are publicly funded. We're going to be pushing with our friends in the Reagan administration to restore what we call neutrality in federal spending and get the federal government out of the business of subsidizing pro-abortion, pro-homosexual, pro-welfare rights organizations.
The Grove City case was not a case about regulating private institutions, but a case about enforcing the civil rights laws in this country so that women, so that blacks, so that the handicapped in this country could receive the benefit of a college education that's supported by federal funding, irrespective of any kind of discrimination by that institution broadly. That was the intent of the Congress in the bill. That was passed. That's the intent of the individuals and members of Congress who wrote that legislation. And I think that the administration opposed that effort, and the new right forces were successful in blocking the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1984. But that'll be an issue which will come back front burner as soon as the new Congress comes back into session. And I think the Senate will be more favorable as a result of some of the turnovers in Iowa and other states. The new Senate will look with greater favor on preserving the nation's commitment to equality of opportunity and equal rights for all Americans.
Gentlemen, let's look to that other body of action, the House of Representatives. When the members of the 90th Congress come back, Howard Phillips, it looks like, according to Tip O'Neill, he expects the Democrats to top out with a loss of about 12. What was important to Ronald Reagan's coattails tonight and to the GOP was that the so-called ideological control reassert itself tonight with at least 20 to 25 Republican seats gained tonight from the voting nationwide. How are you going to get through what you want to see enacted by this 90th Congress if you cannot get past the House, which at this point does not seem to be yielding over the number of Democratic seats the party had hoped to see lost?
Well, you raise a very good point. President Reagan clearly won an impressive personal victory, and the anti-liberal majority, which has been strong in every presidential election since 1968, is still there. My principal regret is that the president did not make the election a referendum on key issues, such as the defense of United States vital interests in Central America, such as the need to cut back non-defense federal spending and hold the line on taxes. And it will be more difficult to win those victories because additional seats were not picked up in the House of Representatives. However, the president, if he acts promptly in the early days of his administration, can move beyond a popular confirmation of his leadership of chief of state to assuming some real leadership as chief of government.
Are you not needling Mr. Reagan in this hour of sweet victory tonight?
I congratulate him on the tremendous support for Reagan the man, but the real challenge lies ahead. We have re-elected a chief of state, but it remains to be seen who will be the prime minister and what will be the policy directions. For example, right now, the administration is debating what to do about the Soviet military buildup in Nicaragua. There are very serious reports about Soviet MiG fighters being brought into Nicaragua, the possibility of Soviet helicopter gunships, and even Tu-95 Bear bombers. There's a Soviet base being built which could provide a launch pad for the monitoring of our Trident submarines on the Pacific coast in Washington state. And the administration, in a national security directive in 1982, said at that time that if the Soviets introduced MiGs to Nicaragua, the United States would act decisively to take them out. If the president is confronted with that challenge and fails to follow through on that threat, his credibility will be seriously undermined.
Gentlemen, religious leaders have been speaking out on political issues and in campaigns since 1884, and they certainly did this year. But this year, it seemed more pervasive. It seemed to have a bigger and stronger impact on the public. From the conservatives to the Catholic bishops to the black church, the big church. Mr. Podesta, your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that religious people have gotten much more active in politics, much more visibly than they were in the past. And I think that there isn't anything wrong with people of religion being involved in politics, being active. The danger comes when religious people seek to equate disagreement with their political points of view with sin and evil. And when you try to make one's standing in the political community be something that would involve one's standing with the Almighty. And oftentimes in this campaign, from the Catholic bishops to Jerry Falwell to occasionally Mr. Jackson, statements were made that would suggest that one is a sinner, one is evil, one is allied with Satan, if one does not agree with my personal view of what is politically best for the country. And I think that's no way to run a pluralistic democratic political campaign. That's no way for us to debate the issues. The essence of politics is to discuss the issues, to try to come to some kind of consensus around which we can solve our problems, and not to try to label one another as sinners or evil people, and to try to challenge one's religious faith. I think that's very bad for the democratic process.
Okay, thank you. Anthony Podesta of People for the American Way, and Howard Phillips, the director of the Conservative Caucus. Thanks.
There's so very much to report this election night. As you know, there are lots of initiatives, lots of referenda out there, and we have some information just in. Voters in Michigan and Maryland have apparently voted down California-style tax revolts. The voters' referendum in Michigan would have limited property taxes and let voters decide on future increases, but at last count, the measure was trailing 61% to 39%. Out in Maryland and Prince George's County, the question was whether or not to loosen the reins of a 6-year-old law that limits property tax increases. The voters have chosen to take the reins off somewhat. With more than 90% of the vote counted, 54% want to loosen the tax limit, while 46% voted to keep the lid on. And there's so many other important propositions still outstanding. We'll be reporting on them throughout the night. The big Proposition 39 in California, and Proposal C at 36 proposition. There are a lot of them, and we'll be reporting on them as the hours go by.
You know, Bernard, we've been watching as Americans have gone through the serious business of electing their government, and we have talked seriously to people about what is ahead for our country, for the Reagan administration, for Congress. Let's have a change of pace. We're going to turn now to a satirist, a comedian whose name will be familiar to you all, Stan Freberg. Stan, this looks like another 4 years with the president. What do you think about the results so far and another Reagan term?
Well, you know, I think it's been a good part for Reagan, a good role. You know, I'm sure he's glad that his series was picked up for another 4 years. I just had a kind of an overview on the whole thing here. I was thinking that as still another presidential Olympics drones to a close, as two more bleary-eyed, Durante-throated candidates throw their last frozen smiles to the crowds, flanked by their frazzled running mates, themselves one heartbeat away from campaign collapse, I'm reminded once again of the Freeburg simplified plan for electing presidents. My plan does away with conventions, delegates, caucuses, boring debates, and long, tedious election nights like this. I can only wonder at the needless whining Walter Mondale would have saved himself, at the additional unneeded smile lines Ronald Reagan could have avoided, the financial inquisition Geraldine Ferraro wouldn't have had to endure, and at the very least, all the flesh George Bush wouldn't have had to press. In my plan, all television commercials and the monstrous TV budgets they entail would be prohibited. I am awestruck at the simplicity of my plan. First, we pick some wide-open flat place like Omaha, Nebraska. Then we build this high balcony like queens and popes like to stand on looking down. But my balcony is a lot longer, you know. Then we have all 9 candidates line up on the balcony while the voters of America stand down below. Then we have Ed McMahon walk behind them and hold his hand over their heads, one at a time, while the big applause meter up above elects the president. You kidding? The whole thing would be over in 12 minutes. What could be more democratic than that? Right?
Well, you say you're awestruck by your own plan, Stan. That would be a quick way to get the election over, but what about the man up in Minnesota, Walter Mondale? What is he thinking and feeling right now?
Well, poor Walter, you know, I mean, it's really a sad situation. Of course, this gives him another 4 years now to come up with a slogan. He had no slogan, you know. Reagan had the line, leadership that's working. And I guess Walter was thinking of coming up with a line right up to the last minute, but he blew it, you know, because this gives him another 4 years to work on his whining. So maybe, you know, 88, we may have a new Fritz, you know.
Well, we had 2 debates, one up for Mondale and one up for Reagan. What do you think about those?
Well, I reviewed, I was asked to review the Ferraro-Bush debate by Weekly Variety, and I reviewed it as though it were a new sitcom the networks were putting on called Bush and Mrs. Ferraro. And I said at one point that I wrote it in the style of Variety, you know. I said the plot went nowhere and neither did the principals, apparently nailed to the floor behind bulky podium-like set pieces for the entire show. Although little is known of Bush's legs, I said, Ferraro is well established as the owner of a shapely pair of gams. Hiding them behind these giant brake fronts worked against her best interest. You know, maybe that's where they started losing it, right there. I mean, you know, people, I understand, wrote into Variety afterward and said, hey, look, we're not electing Geraldine Ferraro on the basis of her legs. The editor reported that to me, and I said, hey, listen, couldn't hurt. You know, Mondale needs everything he can get here.
Well, Stan, before we lose it, I think I'd better say thanks to you, Stan Freeburg out there in Los Angeles, satirist and humorist. Good to see you, good to hear you. Our CNN election night coverage will continue in a moment. We're going to pause for a message.
Cable News Network Election Watch is being brought to you by General Motors. Extra time, extra effort, and attention to every detail. GM is committed to excellence. And by AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
A glimpse of the American presidency from General Motors. After the pivotal Battle of Gettysburg, they gathered there to dedicate a cemetery. Seen that day in this rare photograph, President Lincoln spoke briefly, yet his remarks captured the bravery and sadness of a whole war. He said the people would not long remember what was said there, but he was wrong. His words have been carved into our hearts forever.
Not perish from the earth.
digital readouts, onboard computer diagnostics, advanced electronics developed by General Motors for the 747. Now many of the same engineers are building the same technology into new GM cars and trucks. So you and your car can drive smarter. Nobody sweats the details like GM.
Hey everybody, it's Uncle Joe.
We all like to spend the weekends with family and friends. That's why AT&T saves you 60% on long distance every weekend, and they don't stop with savings. They give you service, too. Calling from anywhere to anywhere. Operator service, calls that sound as close as you feel, and 60% off. Joe, knew you'd make it somehow. Savings and service. That's AT&T. The more you hear, the better we sound.
Reach out and touch someone.
One taste of new sugar-free Jell-O gelatin, and you're gonna
Give in to the taste. Cool and refreshing, deliciously tempting. This is sugar-free? How can it be? Give in to the taste.
New sugar-free Jell-O gelatin is sweetened with natural-tasting NutraSweet, and it has just 8 calories.
New sugar-free Jell-O gelatin. Give in to the taste.
Two comments on the American election, 1984. Americans acted peacefully, with dignity, and with majesty. That was from Mr. Mondale. And from Mr. Reagan, the people are in charge. And now a comment from syndicated columnist Robert Novak in Washington. Robert?
Mary Alice, I felt a little sense of deja vu tonight. 4 years ago in this studio, I heard people say that President Reagan's victory then was unimportant because it was not significant, because it was just a manifestation of dislike of Jimmy Carter. This time they're saying it's unimportant because it just a matter of the people liking Ronald Reagan that much. The justification for Democrats saying there was no ideological importance in the landslide is based on the fact that, like Eisenhower in '56 and Nixon in '72, there were very small Reagan coattails, loss in the Senate, very small gains in the House. But actually, Reagan brought that on himself. The president did not start till very late in campaigning for the other Republicans on the ticket. And then in following the caution of the White House staff, he did not set forth a vision for the future. Nevertheless, this election was not without significance. Number one, it's quite clear the American people don't want a tax increase. The Democrats ran for the hills when Mr. Mondale proposed higher taxes, leaving him high and dry on that subject. And I think it is going to be very difficult to get any tax increase through, and that is a triumph for the original Reaganism. Secondly, the apparent defeat of Senator Percy in Illinois and the victory of Senator Helms in North Carolina is important, not the least of which that it'll probably make Helms chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. But beyond that, there was not much utility anymore in liberal Republicans like Percy, who can't stay liberal and lose their support when they become conservative. And Jesse Helms winning against the whole onslaught of the liberal community means that the very undistilled kind of conservatism that he follows is still politically feasible. Third, the South is solid again, something that really hasn't been commented upon enough tonight. The Republican Party is now the solid party in the South. Regrettably, it is a racial polarization, but the message is there that the Democrats cannot carry the South as essentially a black party. And fourth, and leading into that, there is no doubt in my mind that the Democratic Party is in deep trouble nationally in electing presidents. They didn't see the warning system, the warning signals 4 years ago. They are acting tonight as though they want to ignore them, but they are saying the things, they are doing the wrong things. The Democratic Party is on the way to being a minority party, notwithstanding dodging the bullet in the congressional elections. This is Robert Novak, CNN Election Watch.
Thank you very much, Robert. Well, Mary Alice Williams and I have reached the clubhouse turn in our anchoring here at CNN, and Don Farmer and Chris Curl are going to settle in. We're going to retire, take off our jackets, and have some tea. In a word, we're going to go back to the locker room. You won't see us anymore tonight, and I just want to say to all men and women here at CNN, all 350, 400 people here in Atlanta, Washington, L.A., everywhere, you've made this job very easy tonight. We thank you.
We certainly do. Thank you. Bye.
Back in a moment, Don Farmer and Chris Curl.
From Turner Broadcasting System, this is Cable News Network.
I hate doing the dishes.
Then watch this. Introducing Dishwasher by Vortex, the revolutionary new kitchen appliance that makes dishwashing a breeze. Just turn on the water and Dishwasher's powerful turbo spins the brush like a cyclone. Dishes come sparkling clean in seconds. There's never been anything like it. A teaspoon of detergent in the built-in soap dispenser does the entire load. Wash here, rinse here. Done. It's that simple. You're all through in minutes. Stuck on eggs? Who cares? Dishwasher spins them off this easy. But can it clean these dirty pots and pans? You bet it can. Dishwasher is safe for all non-stick surfaces. The special brush reaches easily into all your cups and glasses, even this tiny pitcher. Try doing that by hand. And it gets those tough in-between places on silverware and utensils. Dishwasher is built to last. The entire unit snaps off and on at the snap of a finger and swivels to any convenient position. Imagine no more sink full of filthy dishwater, no more greasy, oily hands, no more mess. Dishwasher's so easy, even the kids will want to help. Now, how much would you pay to end the hassle of dishwashing forever? Well, Dishwasher does that and more. It also sharpens knives, even knives this dull. The genuine Whetstone knife sharpener power hones them razor sharp in seconds. What a difference. Make all your knives like new, and scissors too. Dishwasher is just $19.95. Available only through this TV offer. If you're not delighted, return it within 2 weeks for a full refund. Have your credit card ready and call now for rush delivery. Here's how to order.
Use your credit card. Call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. In New Jersey, call 800-232-6966. Or send just $19.95 plus $3 shipping and handling to Dishwasher, Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia, 30306. Or call toll-free 1-800-257-1257.
Cable News Network's Election Watch presents Election Night, 1984. Now, here are Don Farmer and Chris Curl.
And welcome back to CNN's Election Night coverage. Let's get right to it once again to look at the votes all across the country as we check out the national totals for you now. As you can see, Mr. Reagan with 59% of the vote, with 78% of the votes reported in so far. Mr. Mondale with 41%. It's a lot farther apart than it looks by those numbers.
That's because the electoral vote is what really counts, so let us give it to you right now. Right now, our tally shows that Ronald Reagan has 465 electoral votes. Walter Mondale has 13, and here's the way it breaks down. Mondale, we are now calling 47 states for the president. 47 states make up that 465 electoral votes. Walter Mondale has carried the District of Columbia for sure with 3 electoral votes, and we see that he is going to carry the state of Minnesota, his home state, with 10 for a total of 13. Now, you may have realized that there are a couple of states left out of that mix. They are Massachusetts and California. Massachusetts has 13 electoral votes. California has 47. Right now, they are either not enough votes in or simply too close to call. In that order, California and Massachusetts.
And when we look at the Senate, CNN looks at it this way. There are 16 Democratic senators, 17 Republican senators. That's a net gain of 2 Democratic senators in the Senate.
So that means that if this proves out to be true, and we're fairly sure that it will, in the next Senate, it looks as though the margin of majority for the Republicans. I knew that word. I learned it many years ago. Is 53 for the Republicans, 47 Democrats in the next Senate. Now, let's take a look at the regions and look at some of these congressional races, and that's very important because what Mr. Reagan can accomplish in the Congress will depend in large part on what kind of cooperation he gets from the Democrats and the Republicans up there. Let's begin with the far west and our colleague Lou Waters. Lou.
All right, Don, we have enough returns to call some winners, beginning with the House races in California. In District 4, the race between the incumbent, Vic Fazio, and political consultant Roger Canfield, we can now call a winner. In the 4th District, Vic Fazio is the winner, and he goes on to a 4th term in the Congress. In District 8, also targeted by the Republican National Committee, because Ronald Dellums, the incumbent in that district, is perennially in danger, but he always wins, and he appears to be winning this time over Charles Connor by a comfortable margin. In District 9, we can call a winner. Fortney Pete Stark takes it from retired aircraft inspector J.T. Eager Beaver. In District 9, that's the East Bay area of Alameda and San Leandro Hayward area of California. In District 16, the Monterey Big Sur area of California, another target of the Republican National Committee, apparently to no avail, as Budget Committee member Leon Panetta appears to be headed towards victory at this time with 60% of the vote over Patricia Ramsey with 37% of the vote. In District 21, Charlie Davis, a movie director, has lost to Bobby Fiedler. Bobby Fiedler, we're declaring the winner, and things remain the same in District 21, the San Fernando Valley area of California. On to District 27, Mel Levine, a one-term congressman from the Santa Monica area, is losing to former running back for the Los Angeles Rams, Robert Scribner. That's in District 27 of California. On to what has been considered the main event in California, a heavy target of the Republican National Committee and strongly supported by President Reagan on behalf of Robert Dornan, who appears to be winning this traditionally Democratic stronghold in conservative Orange County. We're not calling it yet, but Robert Dornan, a former U.S. congressman who dropped out to run for the U.S. Senate and then moved back into another district, this one 38, Garden Grove area, appears to be headed toward victory. We'll move on to Montana now, where we can declare a winner in the 1st District. Pat Williams takes it from Gary Carlson. Pat Williams, the Democratic incumbent, retains her seat. District 2, Chet Blaylock, the state senator who was considered far too left for his district, has lost it to the incumbent Ron Marleny, who takes District 2 and goes on for a 6th term. In Nevada, we're concentrating on District 2, which is the North Reno area. We can declare a winner here, too. Incumbent Republican Barbara Vukanovich, a first-term congressman from Reno, a protege of Paul Laxalt, is the winner over Andrew Barbano. In Utah, 3 House races to cover. We can declare a winner in the 1st District. James Hansen takes it from Milton Abrams. The open seat in District 2, the Salt Lake City area, we can't declare a winner yet, but Lieutenant Governor David Munson is comfortably ahead of former State Senator Francis Farley. Lieutenant Governor David Munson was billed as a close. It was billed as a close contest because former State Senator Farley is a very skilled campaigner, and there had been some revelations about Munson's business dealings late on in the campaign. It's a target of the Democratic National Committee. Also in Utah, in District 3, a winner. We're declaring Howard Nielsen the winner over Bruce Baird. Moving on to Oregon, incumbent Democrat Les Aucoin, in a rematch from 1982 with Bill Mashofsky, apparently is going on to win by a wide margin. At this point, he's got 56% of the vote. In District 3, we're declaring a winner, Ron Wyden over Drew Davis. Idaho. In District 1, incumbent Larry Craig is ahead. He's going for a third term. He was trying to crack the 55% barrier that indicates a junior member has a firm grip on his constituency. He appears on his way to doing that tonight. He has over 69% of the vote so far. George Hansen in Idaho, and this is a surprise. We reported earlier about the polls predicting a George Hansen landslide defeat to Professor Richard Stallings, who is a history professor at Mormon-owned Ricks College. George Hansen apparently is winning this race. There have been hopes that there would be a Democrat for the first time in District 2, but George Hansen, who's been convicted of felony violations of the 1978 Ethics in Government Act, appears to be going on to victory, 55 to 45%, but it's still too early to call that race. In Hawaii, we're getting the first results in from Hawaii now, and we can declare a winner. Cecil Heftel takes it from William Beard. In some governor's races, Governor Ted Schwinden wins over State Senator Pat Goodover. That's in Montana. In Washington State, still too close to call, but they're predicting an upset of Booth Gardner over to Governor John Spellman. We'll have results on that a little bit later on. In Utah, we're declaring a winner. Speaker of the State House, Norm Bangerter, has defeated former U.S. Representative Wayne Owens, and the GOP picks up a gubernatorial seat from Utah. In Idaho, incumbent James McClure is the winner. He goes on for a third term, and there is talk that Mr. McClure, Senator McClure, would be a contender to succeed Howard Baker as the Senate Republican leader. His opponent, Pete Bush, a Marine Corps veteran with Vietnam experience, didn't have much of a chance. Mark Hatfield is the winner in Oregon. He has been elected despite his trouble with a Greek financier and some money that his wife received. There was some investigation by the Senate Ethics Committee and the Justice Department, but he's gone on to win and defeat State Senator Margie Hendrickson, who is strongly supported by women's groups. And here's what the victory speech from Senator Mark Hatfield sounded like tonight.
I want to say that in October we indicated at the announcement of our candidacy for the fourth term that there would be no spectacular rallies, there'd be no media blitzes, there would be no debates, there would be no hype. We would merely carry our message as we had on a people-to-people basis with all the volunteers throughout this state. And therefore, it is not a candidate celebration tonight. It is a people celebration, the kind of campaign that I think the American people really want. Issues being spoken face-to-face, eyeball to eyeball, where they live and where they work. And I want to thank you all very much for the part you had in that.
Senator Mark Hatfield. And in Alaska, incumbent Ted Stevens is the winner over the Democrats' former Alaska Attorney General John Havlik. Some of the issues tonight. In California, Proposition 36, the taxation initiative, which prohibits increasing taxes or fees without a two-thirds vote of the legislature for state taxes and of the electorate for local tax. It has passed by 53.9% to 46.1%. Also in California, the state lottery initiative, the constitutional amendment, providing for establishment of a state-operated lottery with the money going to the educational system, has passed 63 to 37%. And we are calling California for Ronald Reagan, another 47 electoral votes for Ronald Reagan. Also in California, ironically, Proposition 41, which would reduce the welfare benefits in California, appears to be going on to defeat. Quickly, in Oregon State, a couple of past initiatives. First of all, the death penalty initiative, which requires the death penalty or a mandatory prison sentence in case of aggravated murder. Also, the state lottery proposal in Oregon has passed with the money there to go to jobs and economic development. And that's it for the moment from the Far West. We return you now to the National Desk. Don and Chris.
Thank you, Lou. An important state and some interesting issues there. We want to point out one minor thing to you. If you've noticed when we put up the tallies and the totals that perhaps sometimes we'll have a color picture of one of the candidates and a black and white picture of the other, or no picture at all for one of them, represented only by perhaps a picture of an elephant or a donkey. What we did was we wrote to each one of the candidates, all of them running in all the races, and asked them to provide us with a nice color picture. Some of them did, some of them sent black and white, and obviously some of them sent no picture at all. So we did with what we had.
Some of them are still being processed at the drugstore. When we come back, we'll take a look at the western states and see how it's going out there. And that'll be after this quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
This is the most common screwdriver used in America today. Come on, admit it. You've done this, haven't you? Oh, we don't blame you. A regular screwdriver can bring tears to your eyes. Fancy ones can be positively painful. But now there's PowerDriver, a breakthrough in screwdriver design. PowerDriver fits right on your drill. Slip in a screw and it locks in place. The screw can't fall out. Power it in fast and straight without cutting up the surface or yourself. It comes with interchangeable heads to fit most any type screw. Look at this, a depth dial built right in. Set it on number 1 and it leaves the screw raised. Use number 4 and the screw stops flush. And on number 7 it countersinks automatically. 8 different settings you can dial and the screw is released at the depth you select. It's foolproof, fast, and so simple to use. With tiny screws like these or this monster that would twist your wrist off the old way. PowerDriver just powers it in. Even solid oak is a cinch for PowerDriver, not like your old blister buster. In Formica, it socks up without scratching up the surface and even works on metal. There's more. In masonry block, it's sensational. No plug needed, no pilot hole to drill. Try that with your old screwdriver. Work above your head without breaking your back. No matter what the angle, it's the fastest, easiest way to drive in a screw. And it removes them just as quick. It comes with full instructions and our incredible 10-year guarantee. Plus this bonus, a complete 7-piece nut driver set. Great for swings, bikes, toys, and cars, especially those tight spots. And there's still more. Here's Nail Driver, a brilliant tool idea. Drop a nail in here and drive it home with a simple push. Nail Driver works in corners where your hammer can't reach. Now fix paneling without pounding your thumb. There's hundreds of jobs for Nail Driver. You get PowerDriver, Nail Driver, and the Nut Driver set, all for just $19.99. Order now. For COD and credit card orders, call 1-800-257-1257 in New Jersey, 232-6966. Save the COD charges. Send $19.99 plus $3 shipping and handling to PowerDriver, Box 8250 Atlanta. Demand for this fine quality 9-piece PowerDriver set will be incredible, so order now.
And now we continue our look around the country as we examine some of the yet unresolved congressional races. Let's go to the West and correspondent Ralph Begleiter.
Don, as advertised, the West was Reagan country tonight, but of more interest in the House and Senate races this evening is the fact that incumbency appeared to be more powerful than the Reagan coattails. In Arizona, the 3 GOP incumbents and 1 Democratic incumbent were all re-elected. In the 5th district of Arizona, however, there was an interesting race with James McNulty against Jim Colby, and that race is still neck and neck. A handful of votes literally separates the two men. At this point, it is impossible to call in the Colby-McNulty race at this time. In Colorado, in the House races, incumbents in the 4th, 5th, and 6th districts have all won. The Democratic incumbents in the 1st district, Pat Schroeder, has been re-elected. She holds her seat. In the 3rd district, the race between W. Mitchell and Mike Strang was the one interesting race going in Colorado. Mike Strang is a former district attorney, and he has won the race, taking the seat. It's a Republican seat. It used to be a Democratic seat. That's a gain for the Republicans in this election in Colorado. In the 2nd district in Colorado, Tim Wirth's seat is still too close to call. We can't tell you who's going to win that one. Going to Kansas next. All of the incumbents, 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans, have been re-elected. In the 3rd district, the seat that was vacated by Congressman Wynn has been won by Jan Myers, a Republican. That remains a Republican seat, but that was a neck-and-neck race as well. She defeated Jack Reardon, the mayor of Kansas City, and that might be one of those races where you might say that there was an indication of voters going toward the Republican Party. In Nebraska, all 3 Republican incumbents have been re-elected in Nebraska this evening. New Mexico, again, all 3 incumbents, 2 of them Republicans, 1 Democrat, have been re-elected in New Mexico. In North Dakota, the Democratic incumbent, the lone incumbent in North Dakota, has been re-elected. And in Oklahoma, all 5 Democratic incumbents and 1 Republican incumbent have been re-elected, and that includes Jim Jones, the chairman of the House Budget Committee. Jim Jones has been re-elected. There was a tight race there. It was thought that perhaps he might be thrown out of office if Reagan's coattails were to take over the influence in in Oklahoma. In South Dakota, another tight race featuring Tom Daschle versus Dale Bell. Daschle was considered to have a safe seat, but earlier in the evening there were some indications that he might lose his seat. Tom Daschle has held on to his seat in South Dakota at this time. In Texas, some of the most interesting races of the evening, especially in the House of Representatives, are occurring in Texas tonight. The basic key line is that most of the incumbents have won, but there are three races that we are watching this evening, some of which have featured upsets. In the 6th District, which was an open seat in suburban Dallas, Joe Barton, a Republican, has upset Dan Kubiak. That does not represent a gain for the Republicans, however, because it was a Republican seat initially, but Kubiak had been thought to have a chance of winning that one. In the 13th District in Texas, Bo Bolter, a Republican candidate, has defeated Jack Hightower. That's an upset. Hightower, the incumbent, has been thrown out of office, and that represents a gain for the Republican Party in the House of Representatives. Ditto for the 19th Congressional District in Texas, where Larry Combest, the Republican, has defeated Don Richards in a seat that was a Democratic seat, but is now going to be a Republican seat and also represents a gain for the Republican Party in Texas. In the 24th Congressional District, Robert Burke and Martin Frost are fighting for it. That is a close race. It could be an upset if Robert Burke were to pull it off. In the 26th Congressional District, another GOP gain. Dick Armey, the Republican candidate, appears to have ousted Tom Vandergriff. That would bring in Texas a total of 4 new Republican seats to the Republican Party. And that represents the possibility of some realignment, if you will, toward the Republican Party in the state of Texas. The state Democratic chairman has already said tonight that he thinks Texas is now going to become a 2-party state. In the governor's races in the western region, we had only one gubernatorial race in North Dakota, in which there appears to be an upset in the making. We can't call it for sure yet, but with 64% of the vote counted, Bud Sinner, the the Democratic candidate, appears to have upset Alan Olson. Olson had some problems. He was a conservative, but had been forced in the past year to raise taxes in North Dakota, and that was during a budget crunch. And he was also undergoing some campaign problems for having nominated 2 people to administrative positions who later had to resign amid tax evasion charges. So an upset in the gubernatorial race in North Dakota. Looking at the Senate races now in the western region, they all pretty much went to the incumbents, as you might have predicted. In Colorado, William Armstrong won. Nancy Kassebaum held on to her seat in Kansas with a bigger margin of victory than President Reagan scored in Kansas. Going to Nebraska, Senator James Exon is fighting against Nancy Hoke in a race that is turning out to be closer than expected. Senator Exon is leading at this time, but we cannot say definitively that he will win that race. If he does win, in any case, this one will have put a fright into him because of the Republican money and the Republican effort that went into Nancy Hoke's competitive race. In New Mexico, Senator Pete Domenici has held on to his seat. In Oklahoma, David Boren has held on to his. In South Dakota, Larry Pressler remains the senator from South Dakota. And in Texas, another one of the more interesting races, Phil Gramm, the Republican who was in a very tough fight, a nasty fight for a long time with Lloyd Doggett. Phil Gramm has won the Senate seat. That Senate seat is now a Republican seat and has defeated the more moderate Democratic candidate Lloyd Doggett. And in Wyoming, Senator Alan Simpson appears to have held on to his seat as well. In Colorado, incumbent Senator William Armstrong won a comfortable victory over challenger Nancy Dick, who was the state's lieutenant governor. Armstrong had more public recognition and a bigger campaign fund on his side, and tonight he thanked those who had sent him back to Washington.
excited and so grateful, and our hearts are so full of appreciation to all of you and to our friends around this state that it's almost impossible to put it into words. Tonight, the television will say, and tomorrow the newspaper will say that I have been reelected and I've won a victory. But, you know, it isn't my victory or a victory for Ellen and Will and me. It's a victory that we all have a part of, and we're proud to be on the team with you and deeply grateful to you.
Senator Armstrong won that race with 2.5 times the money of his Democratic opponent, Lieutenant Governor Nancy Dick. Nancy Dick mortgaged her house to try to win that race. She did not do so. The Republicans in Texas held on to the seat vacated by retiring Senator John Tower. As I mentioned earlier, Phil Gramm won that seat. After a heated and very expensive campaign, Gramm claimed victory over Democrat Lloyd Doggett. Gramm joined other Texas Republicans tonight in hailing his victory as a sign of realignment in Texas of traditional voting patterns.
This is not a victory of an individual. It's not a victory of party. It's a triumph of philosophy. And I believe that we are seeing all over this country today a welling up of the ancient pride and confidence that is part of America. And I think it was the key factor in this race. I went to Washington 6 years ago to change the direction of our country, and in the last 4 years in working with Ronald Reagan, we've done it.
Certainly in Texas, in the western region, the Republicans can claim that there was a change of direction in the party lineup in Texas. Several House seats have now gone Republican that were once Democratic. Phil Gramm managed to win that Senate seat. That was also an indication of the strength of President Reagan's coattails in Texas. One note on an initiative in South Dakota, 62% of the voters in South Dakota voted in favor of limiting nuclear waste disposal in South Dakota, the only nuclear freeze type of initiative that's been on the ballot this year. In summary, in our region in the West, you'd have to say that it was obviously GOP country for President Reagan to begin with at the presidential level, but there was some question as to how long his coattails would be. Incumbents managed to hold on to their seats for the most part, defying the coattail effect. But in Texas, as the GOP chairman said this evening, it does indicate the state has become a two-party state with the realignment in a number of House races. That's the summary from the West tonight. Now back to the national desk, Don and Chris.
All right, Ralph Beglatter, thank you very much.
Have you ever noticed that the winners never say they won it by themselves? It always was everybody, the country won, and the losers always say they did it by themselves. Someday some politician's going to do it the other way around. That'll be his last race. We'll take a look at the southern states when we come back.
Every investor is affected by worldwide economic changes. But that doesn't mean you can't turn those changes into opportunity. Agility. That's what futures traders do. They take change and turn it into the potential to make money, and as a way to hedge against economic uncertainty. Expertise. Of course, there are those who feel the futures market is too volatile, but that's where expertise can help. Where knowing how to follow markets lets you know when to move based on fact and not emotion.
Shearson Lehman American Express believes you should invest your time before you invest your money. That's why we recommend you call for information on trading futures at this number.
I'm not saying futures are for everyone, but they're worth looking into if you'd like to turn economic uncertainty into opportunity.
Shearson Lehman American Express and the serious investor. Minds over money.
Do your Seiko shopping now. The newest, most wanted, bold, beautiful, elegant, sporting Seiko Quartz. All at your authorized Seiko dealer.
McElroy. You don't have to be a wizard to know that the Toyota Tercel is one of the surest ways to get from one place to another with more room inside than any other subcompact. I'm not afraid. The 1985 front-wheel drive Tercel, Toyota's lowest priced car. It's got what it takes to get you where you want to go, even if it's just somewhere over the rainbow.
Arizona. It's a revelry of fascination. Discover it with Hal Holbrook on Portrait of America, Wednesday, 8:05 Eastern on Superstation WTBS.
Everyone's talking to Sandy Freeman. Even you can get in on the conversation.
Freeman Reports, every weeknight at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on Cable News Network.
The Seiko Quartz Clock. Modern design. Suspended in lucite. Elegant and accurate. In the classic Seiko tradition.
What can you expect from a CNN investigative report? You can expect what many divorced parents didn't, because CNN showed just how ugly a custody fight can be. You can expect what illegal aliens didn't, because CNN showed how they earned your tax dollars while running from the law. Expect the unexpected from a CNN investigative report.
They gave him a band of rebels.
When the time comes, we'll turpentine that cocky chicken-picking Yankee.
And he gave them hell. Charlton Heston, Major Dundee, then...
I'll give you the ball, you just run with it. How far?
Ronald Reagan is the giver they wanted for. Pat O'Brien is the legendary Knute Rockne.
There'll never be but one Rockne.
Knute Rockne, All-American. Join the winning lineup with Major Dundee at 9:05 Eastern, followed by Knute Rockne, All-American, Wednesday on your Superstation.
We have some very important figures to show you right now. First of all, the national raw totals as we've tabulated them to this point, with 80% of the precincts around the country reporting. Ronald Reagan, 59%. Walter Mondale, 41%. And the last state we have to tell you about that we weren't sure about until now, we are sure now. Massachusetts, won by Ronald Reagan. 52% of the vote to 48, with 87% of the totals reporting. And what that tells us now is that Ronald Reagan has 525 electoral votes, Walter Mondale, having won only his home state of Minnesota and the District of Columbia, has 13. We should point out to you that last time, in 1980, Reagan had 489 to Jimmy Carter's 49, so Reagan won even bigger tonight than he did 4 years ago.
There is other news tonight, and bringing us up to date on all of that now is Patrick Emery. Pat.
Chris, the White House is concerned about reports of a Soviet freighter. It may be carrying MiG fighter jets to Nicaragua. The government is watching the situation closely. The word coming from the White House spokesman Larry Speakes tonight after CBS News said one response under consideration by U.S. officials is a surprise attack to destroy any planes that might be aboard that ship. Speakes says the White House would consider any shipment of MiGs to Nicaragua a shift in the balance of power in that region of the world. Speakes would not comment on on what the administration already knows about the freighter shipment. Elsewhere in Latin America tonight, the country of Chile remains under a state of siege declared by the president, Augusto Pinochet. Pinochet says the action is a response to a recent wave of violence that has left at least 10 people dead. Rioting and terrorist violence led to the resignation of the entire cabinet, but Pinochet says he will not accept the resignation of his interior minister, the first to quit that post. The League of Red Cross Socialites says 500,000 people will die of starvation in Ethiopia by next year without a massive infusion of international aid. Hunger and pain are evident on the faces of Ethiopia's people, and the Red Cross says more than 6 million people there are affected by the current drought. League officials say the food shortage will last at least 15 months, maybe even longer, depending on next year's harvest. Coast Guard officials are keeping a close watch on a sunken oil tanker. It's about 50 miles off the California coast tonight as it continues to leak part of its cargo. The tanker caught fire last week and then broke in two on Saturday. The ship's bow is still afloat, and the Coast Guard says that any part of the ship is not leaking oil. The Coast Guard will attempt to contain and remove the oil that has leaked from the stern on Wednesday if the weather remains favorable for that. The Space Shuttle Discovery is ready to take off on its second mission, an 8-day journey concentrating on satellite work. When the shuttle lifts off Wednesday morning, it'll be carrying a crew of 4 men, 1 woman, as well as a pair of communication satellites. The crew will also try to recover a couple of other satellites from their rather useless orbits. NASA officials say that the weather for the launch looks favorable right now. And, by the way, you can watch the blast-off here on CNN at 8:22 in the morning Eastern Time. And we'll have more Election Watch for you right after this.
All right, Patrick, thank you. We'll be back with our live coverage from Atlanta in just a couple of minutes.
From Turner Broadcasting, this is Cable News Network.
CNN Business News brings you a week's worth of financial information that you can put to use every day. Every weeknight at 7 and again at 11 Eastern, see Moneyline with Lou Dobbs. Use Moneyline's in-depth reports and interviews as a guide to the investment business. Then, Saturday and Sunday Money Week ties the week's business events together for an overview. With shows at these times, you can find Money Week at a time that suits you. Saturdays, meet the powerful people, top executives of Fortune 500 companies on Pinnacle. You'll find out how they got there, what they would or would not do again. Sundays, CNN takes you inside business for an insider's look at the mergers, the buyouts, the shrewd deals. And when it comes to your money, discover new ways to save it, invest it, and spend it. See your money at these times on the weekends. In today's tough business environment, you're only as good as your information. Make sure you have all the facts with CNN Business News.
As of this moment, we have a net gain for the Republicans in the House of Representatives of 7 seats, but there are a lot of races undecided yet. We're going around the country to point them out to you now.
Right now, we're going to take a stop at the Midwestern desk with Ralph Wange. Ralph.
Don and Chris, the Midwest has been an extremely busy place tonight. We have several Illinois House races to report right now. In the 20th District in Illinois, Democratic freshman Dick Durbin has beaten Republican Richard Austin. Now, Durbin, who was targeted for defeat by the Republican National Committee, has about 62% of the vote, the 38% for Austin. Another freshman Democrat in Illinois was also on the Republican National Committee's hit list this year. 17th District Congressman Lane Evans currently holds a narrow lead over Republican challenger Kenneth McMillan. Evans has 50